Hi everybody, hi every spirit, welcome very much to my channel. Ezo is here, and today we are going to have a little bit of a different live stream. Thank you very much for being here. Your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity and responsibility as well. Remember to believe in yourself and in all possibilities, and remember that the best way to be is to be your goddamn self. And today we are going to do a watch party of the EGC TV tournament, EGC Masters Winter. And they are already live, already here seeing their broadcast. And why I'm doing this watch party? Because first, I want to watch the tournament as well, because those matches are the elimination matches, so they're very important matches. And then I also want to cast those matches, but I usually cast the matches that are not on stream to not be repetitive and to show the games that people can see on stream. But all these games today and from tomorrow, and I assume from all the rest of the tournament, will be on stream. So I really will not have, according to my standards and my preferences, I'll not have the opportunity to record or to cast. So we're going to be watch partying. We're going to be enjoying the casters KP and Lidocor, great duo. But the OG duo is Lidocor and Ozzy Drongo. That is the OG. Not saying they're better or anything than any other duo. It's just like the OG duo, right? So welcome to the stream, guys. I hope you enjoyed the tournament. Remember to check EGC TV on YouTube and on Twitch. They are the main tournament organizer of Age of Empires 4, god damn it. And they've been doing a great job keeping up the scene alive, coming with interesting ideas for tournaments and whatnot. So let's enjoy. I don't know if we'll be watching the whole games today, because it does, depending on the size of the series, it might take long, right? It can go till 8 hours, sometimes a bit more, you know, but it also can be the shorter series, can be like 6 hours. 6 hours will be okay. I will not mind. The games have been very, very good from the series that I've seen. And the map pool is also really good. Oh wait, I'm covering Lidocor here. Hold on. Oh yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Today gonna have a great series, KP, Lidocor. Yeah, today's gonna be great. Thank you for having me here. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for having me here on the channel. No, it's the pleasure is mine. I'm pride of myself. I have pride in all of us. And we're starting with game number 1, Muhodo versus Scarlet Devil. I only know a little bit about Scarlet Devil, to be honest. And it's still in jail. Kind of a weird spawn here. Muhodo spawning very much to the right of the base. Deer very close to town center. Can we take this away? Thank you. Both deers very close to town center. And just while we are here on Dark Age, guys, by the way, I will be showing something that is spoilers if you don't know anything about the tournament so far. Okay, so just pay attention to that. So here... oh wait, hold on, guys. It's not changed. Okay, there you go. Here is the tournament so far. So the game that we are watching is this game over here between Muhodo and Scarlet Devil. So Muhodo lost to Wham 3-0 and Scarlet Devil lost to Anatand through 1. And I think both Muhodo and Scarlet Devil were qualified through the qualifier. So they are one of the weakest players, but I think they can still do very well. Especially, I think it will be very interesting against each other, because I really think they are on the same level, you know? I think they are able to compete with each other very, very nicely. So let me just reposition my camera. Here we go. Let me reposition the logo as well. There we go. And let's bring the official casters over here. Oh, hold on.
H3 is a particularly interesting matchup, though. For a long time, it's felt like close to a 50-50 matchup, a slight edge for HRE if they play H2. Logic being that Men-at-Arms, one of your strongest pumps later in the age, doesn't do very well against
Oh, I didn't talk about the matchup. I didn't realize. Ayubi's HRE. I'm totally favoring HRE on this one. I'm not seeing what Ayubits can do here. Maybe they can do some different builds that Scarlet Devil is not expecting. Some industry wing, some trade wing, you know, like just something different. Because I think in a normal gameplay, HRE just has too much advantage. Like Killer Pigeon was saying, they have Men-at-Arms in Feudal Age, they have 40% more economy, but Ayubits can get 10% more economy from Golden Age Tier 1, and they can get Desert Raiders, which, in theory, can be good to kite the Men-at-Arms, right? We're in the maximum quality, yes we are. Twitch, we need 4K. Bro, it's already super expensive for them to run these streams at 180. Like, if they do a bit better than 180, they literally, like, they can't do it anymore. They have to give up. The boss, GG, we out. Right? So, I don't know, I'm trying to think here what Ayubits can do. They can go fast castle as fast as HRE, that's for sure. With the culture wing advancement, which is cheaper and faster age up, right? But in the end of the day, I just think HRE is like too much power, too much utility that Ayubits can't go around. Ayubits can still apply a lot of good pressure, and Scarlet Devil choosing here to go Feudal Age? Oh, no, it's Professional Scouts meta, right? Sometimes I still forget about that, I don't know how. So let's see what the casters have to say here.
The way with this scout now returning is just go around these close deer and push them in. That way you can rush pro scouts into the middle of the map instead of wasting time on the closer deer.
Oh yeah, this deer pack back at home is something that players always push.
Bro, listening to the voice of Lidacor on every 4 tournament, it just feels good, man. Throw back to the old days.
Opponent is valuable because when you look at pro scouts, you want more value than just, you know, your own 2 starting deer packs.
True, very true. Here you can easily pull the deer in and then just go and try to get the enemy deer. Is Muhodo going for Professional Scouts? No, right? They have berries. They have more berries to that corner over there. They have those berries over here. It's a bit more exposed on the minimap. If and then it's pretty much... I know they have berries right there as well in the exit of their base. But still, they have Desert Raiders which counter Horsemen and can kill the Scouts very, very easily from Scarlet Devil. But Scarlet Devil is going for multiple deer packs and they already have Spearman out to defend versus the troops from Muhodo. Nice play, nice play.
I wonder actually.
Yeah.
Does he maybe try logistics here?
I would love to see some dervishes. Like, I think, considering that there is little map presence right now from Scarlet Devil, that could be an option. Now, Scarlet Devil is actually doubling down on this feudal age investment into army. He's getting spears, he's getting horsemen out, so you really get the feeling that Scarlet Devil anticipates his opponent going for the relics, and he's trying to deny that as much as possible. Muhodo did scout out the fact that Scarlet Devil is going for the tier packs, though. If you're Scarlet Devil, if you've got a few horsemen and spearmen out there, it's going to be difficult for Muhodo to...
Yeah, but Muhodo is already going castle very, very quickly. I'm surprised by that, actually.
Dynamic anyway. And, you know, he should be aware of what's happening, considering he's seen a Desert Raider and nothing else. It's pretty obtuse.
True, it's pretty obvious that it's going to be the old fast castle build from Ayubits. One Desert Raider, nothing else means fast castle. Now, we just don't know you as the opposing player just don't know it's going to be the faster castle or castle into relics or 7-free villagers. 7-free villagers could be really good, but maybe relics is better just to deny it from HRE. But at the same time, HRE player here, Scarlet Devil, going for professional scouts. They will under Aken Chapel. It's going to be crazy. They're going to give a lot of resources to work with. And already making Horseman, making Spearman. Let's see how it goes.
Spearman, they're ridiculously fast, and that's without them having the active charge. There's going to be a charge towards the berries in the backside, some Hodo. Experience a bit of idle time there, but he does have the deer plus crap tons of berries, sheep rather, and it is indeed going to be the Dervish wing play. So, you know, the worry I have here is Scarlet Devil's close enough to the base. I don't think he's scouted this. He might be suspecting the play, but the weird thing is whenever someone does pro scouts, they forget the second part of that word, Ledicor, right? Like, you might as well rename the units deer gatherers because they stop getting used to gather information.
Yeah,
I see. Good point. The scouts basically just get used to carry the deer. Because I think the way the developers wanted these technologies to go is not like you make a bunch of scouts. It's like you have your scout and you make another scout, and then that other scout slowly but surely keeps like getting the deer out and whatnot, but people just make a bunch of scouts and get all the deer. It's gonna be a fast castle, not a fast castle, semi-fast castle here from Scarlet Devil as well. Ragnitz Cathedral goes up. Muhodo loses as a trader, loses the ability to apply some pressure. And remember, guys, who loses this series is out of the tournament. The other player still has to play tomorrow against the second of the group. Okay. Muhodo Castle Age, 3 dervishes, making archers, going for relics, one very close to the base, another one almost guaranteed as well on the other side. 2 very close to the base of Scarlet Devil though. As you can see, very, very close. Then one dead in the middle of the map. Okay.
at Muhodo's base, and he just wants to make sure that Muhodo cannot leave his base unnoticed.
Yeah, that's why sometimes we call this map Hill and Jail, because you can get stuck within your own base or the enemy base sometimes.
Other ones just feel illy positioned for him to grab. In fact, the scout has just spotted that move out on the east side. There's already been one relic pulled back from there. And apparently Muhodo's sneaking the west as well.
That's actually big. That's huge. If you're Muhodo here, if you can come away with 2 relics, that is a good deal, considering the circumstances and considering how little map control you have out there. Scarlet Devil kind of lost track of these dervishes. There are 2 spearmen chasing this one. He might actually get the kill there.
Yeah, he's got troops wrapping around, although unfortunately Scarlet Devil's rallied them to the south side of the tree.
And this is only possible because those spearmen are faster than normal spearmen. Oh, that's a little low. Almost, guys. Alright, so that's gonna be cancelled.
He got sniped,
He
right?
the relic.
Yeah, he's picking it up now.
That's huge.
A bit weird, actually. I think Muhodo, there is a risk this east side one could still get intercepted because he spent so long waiting to pick it up. He actually ran past the relic into the tree line.
This is huge, though. Muhodo is able to yoink that relic away from the right side, just next to Scarlet Devil's base. And again, Scarlet Devil has been building that army up for a while. His whole plan was to secure map control with these troops, but Muhodo was able to overcome the deficit in army and just kind of sneak in a couple of relics. There is also this
Nice, the dervishes over there healing the camel lancers. Good job.
Camel Lancers coming in. It really looks like Muhodo is going to have the relic lead in this game.
Yeah, but it's not a full lead, remember. 3-2 still decent for Scarlet Devil. It's not exactly where you want to be, but with Regnitz, it doubles the power spike there. And, you know, the awkward part for Irobids is for a tempo-based Civ at this type of position, you don't really feel like you got the big win, right? You stopped H3 from just default winning, but HRE are constantly inflating Civ. For IU, now the player's meant to be leverage and economical advantage into either attack or greed. I think here you want to lean on attack, which can be difficult with how defensively oriented HRE can be on Hill and Dale.
True, very good analysis. HRE basically just has better eco, and they get relics and they get Schwabia, so they're always growing up in power, while IU bids, they need to do damage, and they need to do it now, but Hill and Dale is difficult.
Oh, he's actually picking up quite a few kills here. Camel Lancer need to be cautious running into all these spears.
Just...
Nice fight, nice fight. Need to kill the spearman quickly. That's a good fight from Muhodo.
The Camel Lancers will stay alive. Remember, with the Dervish, he will be able to heal them off, top them off. And you're already seeing Scarlet Devil. He doesn't want to play into this kind of brute force knight comp. We are getting that crossbow switch. That's why the Mahodo archers are going to feel good. If he goes for Sultan's Mamelukes here, he has the potential to still quick wipe these fights.
This tower is so late, though. We've been talking about this since the beginning of the game. This gold mine is just so exposed, but you gotta pull back those Camel Lancers. Mahodo really doesn't have a juggernaut economy, just 500 food per minute compared to 1100 on the other side. You really need to heal those expensive Camel Lancers back up. Relics are now back at home. 3 versus 2 is the split. But you feel like if you're Mahodo, you gotta start leveraging this force here. You gotta start getting some eco damage done and start throwing Scarlet Devil off.
Yeah, well, the thing for Mahodo is position-wise on the map, like usually with Camel Lancers, you want to be looking for these flank opportunities, but we mentioned Hill and Dale, a very defensive map. The walls are already coming up the flank, so you're going to have to brute force the center. A center that will eventually be guarded by Spriggan placements for the time being. Scarlet Devil hasn't actually moved out.
Yeah, very hard for Muhodo to enter here and do damage. Only 3 Camel Lancers would not be enough to protect all those archers. He needed a bit more bulk on the front line.
Capture those sacred sites to force his hand. This is a bit of a awkward fight.
This is a terrible fight. If you're Muhodo, I really dislike this fight for you. You still have to brute force your way through this tower. There still are some crossbows out there, and you've lost the backbone of your army, the Camel Lancers.
I mean, I think that was more a terrible fight for Scarlet Devil. His horsemen spent the entire time attacking Camel Lancers, while the archers just ran past him.
It's funny you say that, because at the same time, the spearmen were beating up the Camel Lancers. So I guess, you know, we have differing opinions about what was good and what was bad. At the end of the day, it looks kind of like a status quo. Army numbers remain the same, positions remain the same. But Muhodo is not bringing up the dervishes, and I think that has been a missing ingredient in previous fights. He really needs to keep these Camel Lancers in good condition.
Well, it's because you need the sacred sites, right? Like, you're kind of on the clock here. We mentioned you need to control the tempo, and that's exactly how you do it now. You're playing against a comp that doesn't really want to come out. You can see Scarlet Devil's intent is just to clump loads of crossbows. Mahodo has a cool solution for that, by the way. He can build siege. He can build it.
Is Sacred Sites realistic here? Sacred Site window? Against Holy Roman Empire? That can just go Imperial Age very soon. I mean, they only have 2 relics. And they didn't got much deer. They still have, I mean, maybe they got all, because we see the symbol of the minimap of the deer, but we don't know if it has 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or just 1 carcass over there. Because if Scarlet Devil got those 2 packs under TC, he can go castle very quickly, but it doesn't look like it, because not a lot of food per minute here.
And the west side. Now, you're not Delhi, you can't just use your infantry, you have to walk villagers out, but they're in tight enough positions that it would delay just a free decap here, and it would let you focus on archers and siege around that center sacred site. So, hoping Mahodo is thinking about that. It is a trade-off, you're losing some economy. The reality is, if you see sacred site victory as your win.
And Scarlet, oh, he's moving to the berries, but he's carrying deer back into the base again. Alright.
I actually touched on the fact that he left a couple of deer out there, both close to his base and to the north, despite the fact that he had pro scouts for quite a while. And now, he's kind of frantically going out to those berries to the south, trying to get some food for himself. He wanted to go to the berries in front of his base as well, but that was contested by Mahodo. For a player that had pro scouts for quite a while, and for a player that still had access to all these carcasses across the game, that's a little sad. You don't want to run out of food as the HRE here.
I think maybe he was
True, it's a little sad indeed. But maybe, I don't know if he forgot or if he felt he couldn't go for the rest of the carcasses. They just didn't, and now they have to go to the berries. Not even with the prelate, right? It's tough.
You're not really looking to rush farms. I imagine he's got a handful added in at this stage, but not enough to carry horseman crossbow. That's a very food-dense composition.
And let's not forget, you have a finite amount of resources on top of that hill, and if you're the HRE, with the gather buff you get, you deplete those resources super quick. So it's not just about the sacred site and map control victory condition here for Muhodo. If he keeps his opponent pinned inside his base, he could easily starve him out of resources.
Clash coming in here. Looks like Scarlet Devil is posturing because he wants those berries on the front side. It is a lot of crossbows to fight into. Anjanite shots are going to be a whiff. Mahodo not switching to the incendiary shots is kind of interesting here. A line formation makes it a perfect choice.
There is not a single scout here for Scarlet Devil. I don't think he saw those Manganiques coming in before he engaged in here.
Yeah, those mangonels in the back, really, really important. It's a great fight for Muho, though.
But it looks like Mahodo is thinking about pulling back.
Scarlet Devil is kind of questionable the way he's microing these horsemen. Didn't go around onto the Manganiques. He just gets around kind of pseudo flank and attacks the archers instead, which means his crossbows are still just getting completely squashed by the siege. I think Scarlet Devil needs to kind of
Yeah, good move from Muho, though. Let's go.
the suboptimal unit in the engagements.
He also tanked a lot of Manganique shots on those crossbows. He had like 4 direct shots hit his crossbows, and that's part of the reason why he's kind of falling back right now. Silver lining is that he also thinned out Mahodo's forces, but let's not forget we're at an 8-minute timer in terms of the sacred sites, and we always talk about this, KP. 8 minutes, it's a long time, but if things remain as they are right now, it becomes a legitimate victory condition for Mahodo. Plus, I think Scarlet Devil has pretty much depleted that forest to the north, and that's where things will get, you know, pretty ugly. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
He's going to start running low on wood, and that's going to potentially cripple a farm transition as well.
True. He'll need to send a prelate down there to the south to get the forest and then do the farm transition. While Muhodo can still go for berries and not be hurt by it because of the extra gathering rate from the AoE.
And the other worrisome part is the food. Like, Scarlet Devil might not be doing the cleanest execution of the horseman, but what he's doing is just out-ecoing, right? So you can kind of afford to ego chow the fights in a really questionable way, simply because he's kind of sustaining around the 1800 food at the moment. Meanwhile, for Mahodo, you know, even when he gets those farms in, they're not going to be that impressive. It's not like you're a civ that gets specific farm buffs. Flash coming in, the horseman. Archers have to make their way through the archers, but the crossbows are way too clustered on the back here.
Great mangonel
Same
shots.
thing again, and now the flank comes in with the Camel Lancers. This is a slaughter. One man down, but these Manganiques paying for their price so well. And
ooh, what a fight from Muho, though. Let's go.
when you can just butcher these crossbows with just a single Manganique shot.
Yeah, I'm losing faith quickly in Scarlet Devil's plan. Like, you know, in theory, the whole idea of my economy better, me A-click, you UG is good, but what you're pretty much saying is my opponent won't micro, and Mahodo has been on point so far. Lancer's starting to poke this even further back. That's now going to delay any gathering on the food on the front side, and Double Mango actually should be able to easily clear the outpost. The other awkward part is, without a Sprinkle placement, this outpost isn't going to kill anything courtesy of the Dervish.
I just feel like unit retention is so much better for Mahodo. The Manganiques have been alive since the very beginning, and they've been killing crossbow after crossbow. The Dervishes are healing those units back up as well. He's just losing so few.
That's true. Muhodo is being very efficient keeping his units alive.
Sure, he's got an insane...
While Scarlet Devil has better eco, but they need to use way more resources to have now less units than Muhodo.
transition he had to make means that he basically spent his last bit of wood reserves on essentially building up that farming eco.
One thing that does worry me is Mahodo might be going a little bit over-aggressive on the Mango Cam right now. Needs to get a little bit more front line here. I mean, he's close to kind of even with the Horseman Camel Lancers. If Scarlet Devil just slows down a little bit, though, and bulks properly for a minute or two here, the Horsemen should be able to just break on through. They are going to be able to snipe one of the Mangoes here. Looks like you should better find the second, but he actually neglects to finish it off. The half-constructed ones, he doesn't kill either, so there's still a Mango in play. He lost a lot more crossbows here. Once again, Scarlet Devil is not respecting the rules of the jungle here, right? If you want to be the weak, fragile monkey in the engagement, aka the Horseman, make sure you bring a whole pack of chimpanzees.
Oh man, that just hurts so much. Scarlet Devil cannot really concede freebies like that. And I think that...
Yeah, Scarlet Devil has been conceding a lot of freebies throughout these whole fights. It was all not beneficial for them.
KP, because the whole idea for Scarlet Devil was to essentially out-eco his opponent. Look at the food income, look at the wood income, the gold income. Mahodo is now ahead in all of those. All right.
And you can tell he's been practicing with Dragoman. I mean, this is, I think, the biggest ego chow you could have made bar building an actual siege tower, because you're building a siege tower against Horsemen, which is the actual counter unit. It's a little bit funky, but it's always just like Mahodo saying, look, Scarlet Devil, this is the third time now. I'm not convinced you know how to use these Horsemen, so here's an even bigger target for you to try and A-click.
A decap attempt on the left side coming in here, and one thing I want to say for Mahodo is that it's a little careless not to have walled in the left side and the right side. Sacred.
Bro, that's true. He lost the sacred site. I didn't even notice, but bro, come on. It was like 5 minutes. Gotta wall that left sacred site, at least.
He's got archers on the way, which is going to be the correct call against the spear play. But the more range you build here, actually, the better the Tower of Song gets, right? Because then you have to hit it 800 times to kill it. It's like the mango shots. Nice location to hit into as well.
But Scarlet Devil was able to rebuild a good army here. The Manjanik's doing great damage.
It's just the low DPS widespread adds up when armies this big. The horsemen are wrapping around the back again.
Body block MVP.
Not doing anything. They're attacking into spears.
The Manjanik slaughtered half of the crossbows before they even fired a single volley. They walked into that cluster of houses. Half of them were dead before they even...
Yeah, Scarlet Devil really misusing his army here. It's kind of remind me of myself sometimes. GG, I was negatively surprised at Scarlet Devil. Like, he just kept losing fight after fight. Horsemen fighting spearmen, horsemen fighting camel lancers instead of going for the archers or the siege. Because I think if he just plays those fights a little bit better, he would have won because he just had so much more eco. Like, he got 7k more food, he got less wood, and 3k less gold, but that 7k more food should make a whole much more difference. And it did not. Alright, Scarlet Devil, you gotta improve for the next game, bro, come on. That's the that's the early fight. And here, it's where everything started. Because Scarlet Devil will lose here, because they only have 2 knights versus 4 camel lancers. And the archers from Muhodo doing a great job killing the spearman, that's for sure.
That was some much needed gold that was used to then build up this army that he pinned Scarlet Devil into his base with.
Yeah, I mean, the micro difference began even as early as this, right? Like, Scarlet Devil slightly overextended that fight, got pushed back into his base. You could argue that even when he was going for the Pro Scouts play, it's a little bit off the mark. Now, admittedly, there is going to be high ping, but that goes both ways. Typically, the way that this is played out is there is a mutual server that has similar pings for both players. So, maybe the argument is that Mahodo has more practice on those higher pings, but I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that's a good logic here, right? Like, the reality is Scarlet Devil, as a top player from China, should be quite familiar with those high ping environments. I think it goes back to what we were saying in the pregame, is that I know Scarlet Devil, definitely in the build-up to EGC Winters, spending maybe a little bit too much time on team games, right? It's where he comes from, for those that don't know. Like, Scarlet Devil originated on the team ladder quite...
Actually, I didn't know about that. Nice info.
The last, actually, week or two, by the looks of it, now checking his profile. I remember when I checked at the start of the month, he was just spamming a ridiculous amount of 4v4s and 3v3s.
And I really feel like when you compare team games to 1v1s, one of the elements that you lose from 1v1s when you play team games instead is the micro element. Team games with the bigger maps, with the teamwork alongside your opponent or alongside your teammates, it's a lot more macro focused.
True.
With sloppy micro at times. You have your teammate to bail you out. There is usually a much more robust economy when you look at the whole team. In 1v1s, you lose a critical battle like this to the micro, and that's basically it. There is just no buffer behind it.
Yeah, and I think what happened as it went on is Scarlet Devil just panicked more and more, because the reality is if you're not getting the full sweep, this Dervish heal is broken. Like, this is the reality check, is like there are several phases of the game where AoE healing is actually pretty busted. The obvious one is in Dark and Feudal Age. The other one is actually late in Imperial, because
Japan versus Delhi on Dry Arabia. That's gonna be rough for Scarlet Devil.
Imam play for the Ottomans, the AoE heal here, maybe like an Abbey of Kings in a weird place, or Kurotai. That changed the dynamics. And I think Scarlet Devil wasn't respecting that rule of war, right? If he had waited and maybe had one less engagement, he would have had God knows how many more horsemen. All of a sudden, we have a world in which Scarlet Devil's breaking out. But he needs to think about those timings, and now he needs to think about game 3, because this is rough, Lidicore. Delhi,
yeah, it's so rough.
Is historically one of the most Delhi-favored matchups we have in AoE4.
That's true, that's true. Very tough for Japanese, very, very tough.
saving grace. The remaining maps are all very, very open. So when you look at the 5 maps that we could potentially have in this series, Hillandale is probably the one where you really fight army versus army. It's a tight and closed map. It's a direct micro. All the other maps, you have opportunities to flank, opportunities to raid, and that might be the saving grace for Scarlet Devil, because it looks like, at least based on that one game we've seen, direct fights and micro.
Yeah, and Scarlet Devil still has French and JD, so they can use better that opportunity to flank.
Facing off against the Japanese from Scarlet Devil.
Well, if Scarlet Devil could pull off a miracle
Hello?
and grab a game here, it would go a long way to empowering his draft, considering that there is still a Juji pick in the woodworks for Mahodo. Let's see if he can actually initiate what is genuinely historically, I think, actually the most heavily favored towards Delhi matchup we have in the game. More recently, we have seen Japanese alter their builds a lot with things like Koka Township. Delhi just feels like they've leveled up even more ever since Dome of Faith found its way back into the meta.
Interesting map generation here, KP. One thing I'm noticing here for Dry Arabia,
Yo, Muhodo with a super open base, no wood line in the front, that's crazy.
all the forests, all the large forests have spawned towards the edge of the map, and that mid-map area is wide open. You do have 2 sacred sites adjacent to one another to the south. That's probably going to be the primary target for Muhodo's Delhi. But I really feel like this is going to be one of those maps where if you get caught off guard, there is just no fallback points mid-map. You could easily just lose your entire army if you get caught off guard.
I mean, the nature of playing against Delhi is if you get caught off guard, you're dead, right? That's just how good this is at feudal pressure into transition. One thing that I am seeing is the close by deer. You know, there is an option for Scarlet Devil to do pro scouts. I know it sounds crazy, but I need to reassure everyone, every single civ at this point does pro scouts. Peer pressure hitting hard, right? It's like being in high school over again. So I've even seen Abbasids in English, for example, do pro scouts. So don't write off the possibility that Scarlet Devil looks for.
Even Byzantine is going for pro scouts, because you have to deny it from the enemy.
Yeah, I really wonder what Scarlet Devil is up to. Because one thing I've noticed with the Japanese in 1v1s is that they're a little tunnel vision towards this fast castle, semi-fast castle into just mounted samurai spam. And that is a predictable build to go for. And I think Delhi actually have a pretty good matchup against that kind.
Yes, Delhi can have like 10 Ghazi Raiders. When Japanese go castle and then they just dive the tower with the gold, just go for the berries, it's very hard. But Scarlet Devil is going for the stone as well. Interesting, I want to see that, show me.
Feels
The
good,
dream.
yeah, but at the same time, look at where this gold mine is. Look at where the backup is. It's right next to this original gold mine.
Yeah.
Means that if Muhodo aggresses from this angle, there aren't very many fallback gold mines for Scarlet Devil to utilize.
One thing that's interesting to think about, actually, you know, I thought Scarlet would go for Koka, because with Koka in Pro Scouts, you can play Mass Horseman Shinobi Blob. It's actually really, really strong. Delhi would have to go Archers, and the mic can get a bit annoying. The reason why going Horseman is really good here for Japanese is once you do have your Uma Bannerman, the damage buff puts you on par with Ghazi, right? So the only difference then is the health pool, which can kind of be mitigated by the slight difference in attack speed. So I think that would have been an option, but by going Kura Storehouse, a little bit of a safer option, gives you long food, potentially. Does feel like pro.
So KP wanted Scarlet Devil to go Shinobi Horseman with Uma Bannerman to support the Horseman. That could work, but the problem is that Delhi can make archers so quickly that it will be so hard for you to mass Shinobi that actually live, because you can only make Shinobi from one building. You can make archers from multiple buildings, and then you can put the Scholar inside of the archery range and produce 100% faster. It's really complicated. Like, archers is archers and the inability to actually use Shinobi under towers or town center, it's what makes them really not usable in 1v1s on land. Because first, throughout the first 10 to 15 minutes, everything is under the base, so Shinobis can't really do much. And then, if you want to take fights, it's very easy for the enemy to make archers and kill your Shinobis. It's very easy. That's why you can go Horseman, but then the enemy, like in this case, has Ghazi Raiders or Knights, right? Even if they just have normal Horseman versus your Horseman with Bannerman, that archers will have a lot of value there.
This matchup, you gotta pull something that's a little out of the box.
That's true though. With the core, he hit a good point. Scarlet Devil needs to do something that is out of the box here.
Initially, it acts kind of like a knight in many ways. Kind of the same stats, and it allows you to put some pressure on this gold mine and just prevent Muodo from simply walking out towards the sacred sites without any kind of an escort.
Yeah, but the whole idea is the Ghazi should be able to just mirror and chase you down, because one of the trade-offs here is the abandonment is going to be slower. So I think that once Mahodo has free Ghazi, he should be content to take this on. If Scarlet Devil really wants to make this play work, I think you actually should be looking to add in some horsemen as well.
Yeah, for now it's just one Uma Bannerman. He's just going for the villagers though, and this is a beautiful distraction here. Muhodo's Ghazi Raider is beating up the scout, completely neglected that one Bannerman. I love how Muhodo used the villager to hit the Bannerman though, so you get rid of that deflective armor, means that every single hit from the...
Very smart using the villager to get rid of the deflective armor from the Bannerman. That's very smart, actually. Very, very smart.
Distance here from him so far. I've got a feeling this might just be the classic bait Uma Bannerman fast castle build. That build is usually more effective against civs that don't play Feudal Age, right? So, for example, if you're against an HRE player, going for the Uma Bannerman build is good because if they were just thinking only fast castle, they're now building spears, archers, whatever. Against Delhi, they were always going to build Ghazi, right? So this doesn't really cripple their timing. It almost feels like it slows yours down.
Yeah, it's 6 on gold for Scarlet Devil. This has got to be a fast castle play. And you understand why he has gotten all these farms and the TC farm buff as well. He just want to make sure that he has that robust food income to get to castle and then start getting those food-heavy units out. But at the same time, without any military presence out there, Muhodo is going to be able to secure the sacred sites, and most importantly, he now sees the gold miners. Seeing all these gold miners is a clear sign for Muhodo that...
Not a lot of sheep for Scarlet Devil. That might be dangerous.
Yeah. So Mahodo is quite interesting actually when archers here. I mean, in theory with the archers, you're better at raiding and sniping economy, but for what comes next, you'd probably wish you had the spearmen, right? Because the reality is Scarlet Devil is going to be fast teching, and this should be the mounted samurai play.
Nice little wall between the forest and the town center.
Isn't just that you force your opponent to build to counter you. It's now that by countering you, you can then counter them, right? So like, it almost seems as if Mahodo is worried about some sort of weird archery range play instead.
Yeah, I wonder if he... I think he's just keeping his options open for the time being. It's a very, very open map as well, so it makes sense to commit very heavily to Ghazi Raiders. But I think he's just kind of having that wait-and-see approach. He knows it's going to be a fast castle. I would not be shocked to see him scout in like a minute or so when he knows that his opponent is going to be close to castle. I think you want to intercept that timing. Get to the opponent's base when he reaches castle age, and see what he's up to so you can start prepping the counter unit immediately. And for now, he's just going to continue adding the Ghazi Raiders so he retains that mobility. Floating gate from Scarlet Devil, no surprise on that front.
And the whole idea behind... I'm sorry, actually it wasn't archery. I could have sworn it was. Maybe cancelled it and switched it. So we have got spears coming. Correct call. But the whole point on why you want to blob Ghazi like crazy right now is there is a dive opportunity here when your opponent techs up, right? He won't have anything out to protect him other than an Uma Bannerman that's limping around almost dead. So you could actually snipe 3 or 4 worker kills while also having sacred sites. That's enough for you to then just catch up into age 3.
Very true. Very true. Good analysis.
Scarlet Devil knows fully well that if he loses access to that gold mine, it could be game over. And frankly, it likely will. Woodline is going to be contested here. Stable is up already, so Scarlet Devil isn't going to have any major issues, besides housing, perhaps. If he's cut off from wood and he cannot afford houses, that could be a bit of a problem. But Floating Gate is going to complete nice and safe. And considering that we only have a stable out here for Scarlet Devil, it's going to be the good old-fashioned mounted samurai play.
Yeah, Mahodo's feeling pretty ambitious about his own timing here, considering he's parked scholars on all the free mid-mad relics, right? He doesn't actually have the resource to even start the tech up yet. So could end up losing a few of those to the initial samurai. So his goal now is to try and contain, right? These Ghazi need to distract Scarlet Devil inside his own base as long as possible.
And at the same time, you want to retain control over those sacred sites. The Uma Bannerman is going to go down here, potentially. You got to be super cautious with this. Now you have the healing power from the priest if you're Scarlet Devil, and you want to keep this Bannerman alive. He's trying to pull it back. It's so low on HP. Nice micro. I think we got to highlight this for Scarlet Devil. He had a pretty bad game in game number 1 in terms of micro. This one was really smooth.
That's true. Scarlet Devil already improved a little bit on the micro, that's for sure. That's true. Good point, Ludicor. Good point.
himself, and he's on 9 Scholars. So if he can just contain Scarlet Devil, he's going to be on par with Tech. He's got to get to cost, and he can start going for relics himself.
Yeah.
Oh, but oops.
Spread out.
I was saying that Muho though has so much food in that corner. You guys saw that? Deer and berries right behind his base. Scholar goes down though, that's good. Muho though trying to go... Wait, why is he not attacking the mounted samurai? Should he be diving? I think Muho though should be diving earlier. Because now Scarlet Devil is on 5 knights. Muho though stopped making Gazi, so only 10. Ooh, nice. The Spima switch was good, but I actually would like to see like 16 Nazis, then make spears, then with those 16 Nazis, dive the base, bro. Like dive, just dive. Oops. Not paying attention. Muho though. House of Learning coming through. Right, Scarlet Devil trying to get there. Got 2 villagers though. It's actually very good for Scarlet Devil. Usually this matchup goes way worse than this for Japanese. Right, I think Mohodo here prioritized going Castle and making Spearman instead of doing damage, because usually what's really bad about this matchup is Japanese getting doved. Right? And like, you have 1-2 mounted samurai and the enemy is bringing 15 Gazis. But at the same time, Scarlet Devil also had 2 towers on the gold, had that wall on the wood line, so things were working out there for them. Neutralizing sacred sites, getting the 2nd relic, it's looking good. But Muhodo was doing professional scouts, they have berries and deer in the back of the base, they can produce units faster as well. But Scarlet Devil already up to 13 mounted samurai. Muhodo only 10 Gazis, 10 spearmen, and now making his own lancers and crossbows. I don't know what went wrong here. I'm not saying he lost, but I think he could have done way more damage. Also, Scarlet Devil with a very good free farm transition over there. Look at that. With the town center upgrade, means those towers are slightly better. And now I think he's in control. I think Scarlet Devil is in control. But they need to be careful, because losing Mounted Samurai here could feel very punishing.
Does have 11 Scholars, and it looks like Scarlet Devil just wants to hit this timing. He wants to take this fight before the upgrades come in.
And I think he'll easily be able to. A decent amount of skulls have been pulled out. They're not on research duty here, so a lot of damage likely to be done. But the Ghazi are coming in to back this up. Mounted Samurai health bars are still looking relatively healthy for the most, but the count might not be enough to brute force through quick enough. A clutch Wallow will get a reset here from Mahodo. And keep in mind those
It's a great fight from Scarlet Devil though. And he's only now getting +2. He can then get +3 and really overpower these fights.
I gotta agree with you, but at the same time, he's spinning his opponent inside his base while also building up a new force. He has more Mounted Samurai coming in.
Oh my god, the Scholars
coming in as well.
Oh yeah, he's Scarlet Devil.
No, it's better to do it this way, because now you could recommit potentially, because your opponent used lows. If Scarlet Devil had even got the kill on the Scholars, all that would have happened is another Piety Scholar would have picked up and wall-load again. Meanwhile, while this going on though, while Mahodo is getting...
I like that. Scarlet Devil adding another unit that Muhodo has no idea about. Imagine 40 or no Mushas coming in, it's gonna be crazy.
You get that kind of sustainability, that pressure point and options in the early age, but where you get weak is when you run out of food. And that means things like Bugisha just aren't spammable. You're stuck on Mounted Samurai. But with these farms, Scarlet Devil's options are now opening up.
When you run out of your initial food, when you have to make that farm transition, it's actually one of the times in the game where you're the most exposed. And one of the things that the Kura Storehouse helps with is to alleviate this problem. And now that Scarlet Devil has that steady food income, he can quickly pivot to other food-heavy units out there. Bannerman falls, but that is just so much more juice there for Scarlet Devil.
The Wallow's on cooldown. This is pointless. Like, they're on cooldown. He's just basically faking him, and he's not taking the bait. Scarlet Devil knows how to count, and he wants to count the 1 on his side of the score here. Scholars are going down. They aren't going to be as...
Bro, great fight so far. I really think Muhodo kind of threw this away. He had a timing to attack with his Gazis, and he just didn't. Now he's trying to get some Wololos in here, but it's so complicated. 3 Sacred Sites for Scarlet Devil, counting. And then now he can just dive eco. He killed 13. Oh! Some units were converted, but not enough.
Huge amount. It's still like technically a 6-unit exchange, right? You get free, your opponent loses free. There's still a lot of troops in your base, though, and the risk is, although you could maybe protect one location, what Scarlet Devil can just do to win now is go everywhere else, right? Spread the Mounted Samurai out and harvest some organs from innocent villagers.
Now Muhodo needs a miracle because he's at 14 army. That looks pretty nice against 21 until you realize that most of those are just scholars.
But they can
got 1
wall
man-at-arms and 2 crossbows out there. That's basically it. He lost a gazillion villagers, and there's a second layer behind this. The sacred sites are all under the control of Scarlet Devil. It looks like we're heading into a...
GG. I really think Muhodo threw this matchup away. This is one of the easiest matchups for Delhi, and they just didn't do, like, nothing with it. They made Gazis in Feudal, they made Spearmen in Feudal, but they didn't do anything with it.
Scarlet Devil was boosting up. And apparently the villagers... They're going to need a boost in their stats if they want to win that fight. They'll eventually kill him, but the losses may be a little bit too high. Credit to him, though. Scarlet Devil, especially after Game 1, the changes in Game 2 here, the way he's approached these fights has been day and night difference. And
True. He's playing way better, Scarlet Devil. He woke up now. He was sleepy, woke up from the nap. He's good now.
And also healing these Mounted Samurai just very casually. That Mounted Samurai at the back is still alive, and Muhodo is just... He keeps bleeding villagers. There it is. It's one apiece now. Scarlet Devil strike.
Bro, GG! Japan got the win versus Delhi. I wasn't expecting that. But once again, I think Muhodo had the time to do that. Like, he had 10 Gazis. And Scarlet Devil had 0 units. Literally. And he just didn't do anything. Maybe he thought it wasn't enough, those 10 Gazis? Oh, I don't know, man. It was a bit weird. Great play from Scarlet Devil. That's for sure. Great play. Shout out to them. Don't take credit away from Scarlet Devil just because Muhodo perhaps misplayed. I think I didn't even notice that. The cancel of the landmark. I was talking with my girl. Oh, that was big. Yeah, this fight here is big. Killing all the spearmen there. Huge. With only +1 attack, like I said. +2 was coming in. So the fights will just get harder and harder for Muhodo.
Played a pretty standard and decent game. It was just the fact that he played, again, a standard game, whereas Scarlet Devil kind of anticipated such a build, and his response was really good. I absolutely love the Kura Storehouse kind of an opening. He went for the early farm upgrade on TC as well. And the combination of these just meant that he had a very robust and sustainable food income. And he really needed these because, especially the initial fights against the Ghazi Raiders, those weren't super great. Even these fights under enemy TCs into Spearmen, those aren't ideal. But the early game, or I guess I should say mid-game economy from Scarlet Devil was just so robust that he could sustain these. And then once he inflicted enough damage, it was just basically game over.
Yeah, and it means we head into our next game, which will be Gorge. Now, that's going to be this GG pick we talked about. But we may have a turning point in this series here, Lidicor. Order of the Dragon have been on the rise. They aren't just a meme civ anymore. And funnily enough, they have some really solid builds against Juji in particular.
Order of the Dragon?
Oh, wow. Oh,
Hidden Gem. Needs very specific conditions to come on top. But if those conditions are met, it's so hard to stop them. And they have one way to really have like 95% win potential, which is mass ranged units. Like messing range units with them, it's so hard to punish because mangonels were nerfed and horsemen suck. So on Gorge is going to be easy to defend, but Zushi can do a lot of pro scouts, fast castle perhaps, grab all the relics, but we've seen a lot, right? We've seen a lot Burgrave rushes from Holy Roman Empire. That could be good, right?
And they can ramp out monks quicker because of that. Meanwhile, when you're playing Order of the Dragon, unlike H3, you can't send prelates out before you age up. So it's a very different dynamic. That's why normally, I think in this matchup, been seeing quite a few times Order of the Dragon go for like 2 TC Burgrave. Pro Scouts is also a potential option, but you are going to be doing Pro Scouts against one of the kings. I'd say one of the top two, and it's only because one of the top two because they're joint first. China and Juji are basically the best civs in the game for Pro Scouts right now, due to the supervision giving them the unlock so quickly and giving them the scout so quickly. But you're right, Gorge is a very different map now. It's interesting. We used to always see, as you were highlighting, long games or very short games. I think the long games are becoming a little bit rarer. It's not impossible, but the reality is because of the changes to walling in Season 9, what is already meant to be a more difficult map to full wall got even harder with the patch change.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one to wall, that's for sure. Just, before we head into this game, I think it's good to take a look at the remainder of the draft because we haven't really had the chance to do so. Boldland at Himeyama are the remaining maps. English, Mongols, and Malians for Mahodo. On the other side, we have both French and Jeanne d'Arc for Scarlet Devil, alongside the Abbasids. I would say I like Mahodo's draft a little better here. Definitely for Boldland. For Himeyama, yeah. I like the options of French and Jeanne d'Arc. But for Boldland, I'm a big fan of Malians out there. English could actually make sense as well. I would probably say Himeyama might be a Mongol map for Mahodo. I don't know. I think this game could be extremely important for either side. It moves one of these two players into match point. And frankly, I think Scarlet Devil has better civs for Himeyama. Mahodo has better civs for Boldland. So, again, whoever ends up winning this game moves into match point if they get the map that they prefer to play on with the remaining civilizations. Yeah. They could easily seal this. Again, one of these two players will not make it into the remainder of the event. The other will face Anatan in a decider series.
So the interesting thing you're highlighting about like the selection here as well is Mongols.
I'm seeing some here cool
for Himeyama or Boldland because the tree lines, like you can outpost.
I'm seeing some people fighting here on the comments. We also have a Pokemon tournament today. We could check that out a little bit. We should put Lidacor in Akan Chapel and bless everyone.
Having a front goal.
Let's go. Game number 3. Second game was very, very good. First game was a bit weird. But first game is first game, Gotta warm up, gotta get into the vibes.
Mahodo's base layout a little better compared to Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, so Scarlet Devil, I mean, Order of the Dragon can go Pro Scouts, right? Like, the deer could be shovelable from the east side without that, potentially. For Mahodo, we don't have like an insane meditation garden. That's always kind of a crux with Gorge, unless you want to run out to the flanks, you're not going to get anything nutty. But I think they really like need it per se. So the cool thing I've been like about Juji, even before Pro Scouts really took on, they were rising in the rankings and the tier lists because they went from being kind of this one-dimensional civ with one build to a civ that had branching builds, right? So you could do the Jugunu all-in classic, but then the Fast Castle Shalamong build looked pretty good. Then you also have the option to go for the Mount Lu Academy build, which got discovered. There's a lot of variance here, but I think if you're playing Order of the Dragon, your goal should be to try and make the Feudal Age last a little bit longer against the Juji.
Fair. Although, again, I don't know how much you want to stay in Feudal Age against Jushi. I think every time I see Jushi staying for an extended period of time in Feudal Age, one thing that gets worrisome is if they are allowed to build up a huge ball of Jugenu. If I've seen Jushi games where we're looking at a long feudal and they're up to like 80 Jugenu. What are you going to do against that?
It's a fair point. The interesting thing, though, is that you do have Gilded Archers, which transition into Castle Age really well. This is a little bit more unique. A lot of Order of the Dragon games have been cooking recently, and not many of them have been featuring mine work anymore.
Interesting opening. And gotta say, we've seen slight change-ups from the usual build orders from Scarlet Devil in the previous game, and that's kind of what we're seeing over here. I think that could be a really good way to get an edge in this series. Just get a couple of builds out that are a little less expected potentially from the opposing player.
Now, this is nice. The Meditation Garden out on the flank, that's going to be 48 food, 25 stone, probably about like 30 wood. The reason why this type of transition is really nice is the way it sets you up. By going for the stone, the transition comes 10 minutes down the line, right? It's like, you know, when you first saw Meditation Gardens come around, the whole idea of just going stone straight away to go TC didn't make sense because you can't TC rush. That's not your goal, though. With Juji, now what you can do is you can go for the castle play, go for the relics. By the time you complete that adventure, you almost have all the stone you need for a TC drop. Or, worst case scenario, you now have a bunch of emplacement. So, you know, usually you'll see a lot of Juji players for that reason try to angle their Meditation Garden to include the stone outcropping. So I wonder, Scarlet Devil, like, opening here, most likely one would be Stables play. Judging by the amount of gold and wood, that's definitely what we should be heading for as Pro Scouts. And when you look at the other side, you can almost guarantee Mahodo's doing the same. Being at 210 gold already is a giveaway. So this is going to be a Pro Scouts race. The nice thing for Order of the Dragon is it's the one unit production race where they don't, by default, just lose because they're so slow. Unfortunately, you're against the Civ that can pump out Scouts a lot quicker.
It's going to be interesting when both players go for Pro Scouts. It kind of takes you back to those very, very
no,
old
Lytical,
days.
it's not interesting. Don't say that. This
No,
has been my life for the last 3
say,
weeks.
The setup itself is intriguing in a way that when it's a race, you really have to be on your A game first and foremost. And the big problem with double Pro Scouts is kind of what I highlighted in game number 1. If you go Pro Scouts, you want to get more than 2 packs of deer, but that is so difficult when both players are playing that that kind of a build.
With point from Leadercore, if both players go Pro Scouts, you have to be on your best game, because it's not like you are having this advantage. You have to fight for the advantage now, and if you don't fight well, the enemy will get the advantage, and now you're screwed.
Full investment here is 780 resources, right? And a decent chunk of that is coming from safer resources, wood and gold. And in return, if I only get 1 deer pack, that's 2,450 resources. If you think about the way early mid-game goes, food is actually the most valuable resource because gold and wood is bountiful near your base. So you know, that's why you've seen this transition. When they done that quality of life change that made Pro Scouts a bit easier to pick up, drop off, it just felt like a dead brain giveaway that we were going to be leaning pretty hard into this meta. I say it in hindsight that it seemed like a dead brain giveaway. Like the reality is most of us didn't see this coming, but we have literally reached the point, Lytical, where every single Civ at the start of the game will hover over that Pro Scouts icon and consider it.
Well, for now, it's going to be a slow start. Spearman now coming out for both of these players. But it's just going to be that straight build where they both go for their own deer packs. Apparently there might be a little effort here from Muhodo to try and yoink some from the other side of the map. In fact, he brought in a couple of carcasses. It looks like it's only his spearmen heading to the other side of the map. So,
but that's the difference for Muhodo or Zushi in general, is that they can supervise the barracks. So they can send a lot of spearmen forward to stop the Pro Scouts from Scarlet Devil. Scarlet Devil will have 1 spearman, which is good to beat 2 or 3, because it's gilded. But in the end, Muhodo can just supervise and get just... but there we go. The Man-at-Arms, we needed that. The Man-at-Arms coming in strong.
Real harassment on Mahodo's side of the map.
yeah, I think that's a bit of a worrisome detail here for Scarlet Devil. Muhodo being able to bring out 5 spearmen means that he can do a lot better job just harassing and denying this influx of deer carcasses. And on the other side, you're really looking at 1 single Well, it's a gilded spearman, but it's still just a single
Hey, that
unit.
man is Leonidas. Don't you dare devalue him. All right, look at the way he runs away majestically and athletic. Yeah, he's really getting his ass kicked. But
Yeah,
he has got
now,
a friend.
Man-at-Arms is this. What is this scout doing? That must have been a misclick.
No,
There's no way
Yeah,
this-
he's walking home.
I'm confusing
he's
colors.
walking home.
I'm confusing colors. Yes, indeed. Mohodo is
Yeah,
trying to
he's
view it
wearing
here from
red.
the other side there.
Yeah, he immediately came over here and dragged away, right? Because that's just then a value play for you. It's also just kind of valuable the fact your opponent has gone men-at-arms. You can see the goal on both sides is to get castle as quickly as possible. But this is now a lofty investment. Scarlet Devil even going back for a second MAA.
And he's going wheelbarrow. He's getting blacksmith upgrades as well. He's definitely delaying his castle age here compared to Mohodo.
This is
Definitely a
getting
change
weird.
up. It looked like a race to castle age for some time, but it kind of feels like Scarlet Devil is doubling down on feudal age at least a little bit. He's still going to be heading towards castle soon, but he's definitely investing more into this feudal age play than his counterpart does.
Yeah, it's a very different approach. The build that I've been seeing a few weeks back start to come in this particular matchup looked pretty good. Was like you can go 2 TC, and then you play a little bit of feudal wall training castle, right? Like usually is always going to beat the castle, but then you have better economy. Well, this build that Scarlet Devil's gone with, like there's no attack point. If you want to make this type of play, it feels like Horseman Opener would
Alright,
have been
everybody, I'm back.
better,
I just went-
because then he could be on the enemy side of the map, poking at the gold, forcing outposts to be built, things like this.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I just went to pick up a blanket, a mini blankie, because I'm kind of cold. The fireplace is not lit just yet, so I gotta wait. And I'm not finding a comfortable position here with my chair today. I don't know, I'm moody or something. It feels like it's never comfortable. Oh wait, maybe my camera is too small now. But I don't want it to take too much space from the screen. But I also want you guys to see me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, see, it's Burgrave. It's Burgrave from Scarlet Devil. Muhodo. Oh wait, they're fighting those men-at-arms. That's not good. Shaolin Monastery comes up. We need crossbows. We need knights. Lancers, I mean. Alright, it's looking good. It's looking good.
Praise for him is that basically all the relics are in neutral spots. There aren't very many that are essentially guaranteed for Mohodo. Even the one that's closest to him is somewhat
Oh
inconvenient.
yeah, it's cool. Scarlet Devil went Minority Parallel, so they can go Golden Cuirass. So those men-at-arms will take a long time to kill. If you can make like 10 or and they're getting Military Academy, so that means those men-at-arms will be produced even faster from the Burgrave.
The Shalamunk. I don't think a guild of men-at-arms beats 2 Shalamunks though, right? And there might be a risk of your opponent just sending them out in the same area. It's especially kind of crazy when you consider the cost, right? It's like a Shalamunk is 200 will heal itself, but a men-at-arms is going to be 240. Admittedly cheaper now that he's got the Burgrave, so that does make it a little bit better. And that's the whole logic, right? For a Civ that just has to spend so much resource per unit, Burgrave really is that breath of life into what otherwise is a very, very slow start to castle.
Yeah, you need that Burgrave to get those men-at-arms.
Okay.
Attracted here by some skirmishing spearmen. They haven't really gotten to the other side of the map, and this buys a lot of time for Mohodo to start getting those crossbows out. Gilded Knights are also being added here by Scarlet Devil, though, so he's going for a super
Gilded Knights, always scary, bro. Always scary.
his available food, though, because he definitely lost a couple of carcasses to Mohodo on his side of the map. If he depletes those carcasses, it's going to be difficult to sustain this production of Gilded Knights and Men-at-Arms.
Are you kidding me? I don't think he saw that at all. The Stealth Forest hit him there. That was the perfect run-by point. So he's going to be able to shuffle out to the other side. The Knight is already dealing with that men-at-arms in the back. Shalamunk will guarantee the kill. So it's at least looking like a 3-2 relic split in favor of Mohodo. Realistically, this should be a 4-1 split. And the Prelate, unfortunately, is running... It's like all the wrong places.
Oh,
here.
no. Gilded
True. The prelates are always all going to wrong places, and that's very true.
Big men-at-arms died.
Oh, this is actually a really nice distraction here. For a moment, it looked like the Gilded Knight will just get baited by the Lancer and just forget about the Monk. But the Shaolin Monk is gonna... What?
Yeah, but there's
I
more
think he could
coming.
have gotten the kill.
No, it's tricky. Remember, Shaolin Monks are really, really tanky. They don't die as quickly as you think, especially with the 2 melee armor. So the Clash is going to come in. The crossbows on the back need to be targeted first. The Knight is going to peel for that. But that means the Monk is walking home safely with the goodies.
This is huge. That Bololo is saving this Monk out here because the Knight could get sniped here.
And Knight could get his ass kicked by a guy, an old man with a stick at this stage. If you just he realizes.
True, the knight could die to the monk there, that's true.
The Knight is gonna get pushed away, and this is flawless micro here by Muhodo. Saves the Shaolin Monk.
Yeah, Mohodo is showing some good micro though. I just didn't enjoy his hesitation on attacking with Delhi on the last game. But other than that, he's been really good.
Muhodo, you feel.
Yeah,
And look at
the
his
gold
resources.
I mean, the other thing is the Golden Cuirass is kind of looking at it's not doing enough. And that resource haul right there could easily now just be Pagoda play from Yuan. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, you don't want to rush Imperial, there's no point. Mount the Academy, it's not about that. It's actually about the Pagodas itself, because now, all of a sudden, you're like a better Regnitz, right? By having Pagodas, you take it from being 80 resource generation to, I think it ends up being like 250, or 262, I think it is, per relic, which is quite frankly bonkers.
It is, especially when you consider that he already has 3 relics secured, and I think he's got some more coming back. The UI isn't showing that, but I'm certain, well, we don't have any more relics out there.
I mean, he literally has all relics, right? This is a 5 relic game.
Wait, and revival option. Wait, he has all the relics? Bro, that's gonna be such a good play. 3 into pagodas, 2 generating gold. Bro, he's gonna have so much value, Muhodo. He's gonna have so much value. Oh my god. Scarlet Devil struggling.
Wow. Scarlet Devil had to make a monastery to garrison the relics, but he didn't get a single relic, so right.
That's always Monka. When you or the enemy make a monastery, and sometimes you make 2 monasteries and you get 1 relic. Who you think will win the series? At start, I thought Scarlet Devil, because I casted Scarlet Devil on the qualifiers, and I only casted 1 game from Muhodo, and it was on the online ladder, so I don't know much about them. Right? And Scarlet Devil, in my perspective, they played really well, but on the first match here, they played kind of poorly with their micro, but then on the second match, they played really well, Japan versus Delhi, and they won, so I think it's all open right now. I think that Muhodo has better micro, or at least today, right now. We have seen better micro from Muhodo, but Scarlet Devil has more like better ideas. You know, they have better ways to go around difficult matchups. And right now, this one is becoming a difficult matchup. It was not. But Muhodo was able to get 5 relics. He's now going for pagodas, now going for a cheaper farm transition. He has meditation gardens. But still, he needs a lot of units to deal with this army from Scarlet Devil. I don't know if he will be able to. Welcome to the stream, by the way, guys. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the watch party.
To pull back.
Yeah, I mean, this is his big kind of like hammer at home moment, right? If he's going to make it work, it has to be now. He's aware he's lost the relic game. He's aware that like playing late game is not really sustainable here. The difficulty is you're going to have to run into defender's advantage. The good news is usually don't really want to have to build Nest of Bees against Order the Dragon. They don't kill quick enough. Bad news is if Muhodo sees that you're leaning very hard into ranged, it actually does become an option.
Yeah, for now, Scarlet Devil is thinking twice about this. Love this little skirmish with Muhodo. He's got a couple of Lancers and a couple of Scouts here as well. He knows fully well where this army is at. And for now, he's just trying to buy time to get some more crossbows out. He has seen this composition. He sees that this is mostly just men-at-arms. I don't think he's seen the majority of the archers yet. But still, he's at 26 crossbows, 14 spearmen as well. The spearmen are actually a little janky here, if you think about it. At the end of the day, he's only facing a single Gilded Knight.
The thing is that Gilded Knight hasn't really had an opportunity to raid at all, right? And it feels like Scarlet Devil is really just bulking for this one big Urara push. And the problem is it's taking so long, we're getting those Nest of Bees, right? And this is now turning into a classic Chinese defense strategy, right? Sit in your base, lob a lot of troops, make them come in, and then wipe them with siege.
Yeah, I think if
I like that, bro. Nest of Bees all the way, brother.
you need to make one decisive fight happen, this game isn't going to be sustainable when you're down 5 relics. At the same time, the more he delays, the more his opponent is able to build up his troops. And this is the frustrating detail here for Scarlet Devil. He knows he needs to go, but he needs to build up those forces, and while he's doing so, his opponent is doing the exact same thing. Nest of Bees are now coming in. You've got 34 crossbows as well. Horsemen are also being mixed in by Muhodo. I think we're getting to the stage where Muhodo is going to start sending in small groups of cavalry to raid. He's getting the flank secured, and it looks like we might be heading into that one decisive fight. Looks like Muhodo might have had enough, and he's just saying, okay, come fight me. I'm confident that I can take this fight in the middle of the map now.
I mean, when the walls go up, he's safe. He's even got granaries coming behind this. We do have scale armor on the way for Scarlet Devil. Really solid against Zhug. It's still okay against crossbows, but it does absolutely nothing against mass Nest of Bees, right? So the more that Muhodo goes towards Siege, the more that Scarlet Devil's comp seems problematic, right? Like, you know, if you have a look at those units there, Lidicore, would you like to point out the one to me that runs to the back and kills Siege?
The one Gilded Lancer, I think that's the answer.
That's why he built him. That right there is King Arthur.
I feel like he's going to be minced meat very quickly, though.
Hey, I'd ask for a raise. If someone came and went to me like, your job is to destroy all the siege, I'm like, dude, am I getting paid enough here? I mean, I know it costs 480 resources, but you should be paying a lot more for me if I'm capable of that.
Yo, 4 Nest of Bees coming through. Muhodo is not playing around, guys.
For the sacred site. I actually like that he's doing this.
Nice raiding, nice raiding.
I mean, there's no rush, right? Like, you're seeing a 10 eco lead. Obviously, it's not really that because OTD villages are better. The pagodas, what did I say? I'm pretty sure it's drawn to 62, which means each relic is worth 6 villages. That's pretty bonkers. And you can obviously only get 3 of them, but it's still good enough. With the granaries coming as well, you're just going to start to see a lot of food pump that's going to allow them to get these cheap cannon fodder units, like the Spearmen, to buy time the fights. But Muhodo needs to slow down. The Nest of Bees aren't here yet.
At the same time, that's 5 Nest of Bees, and I don't know if...
There he goes, Nest of Bees starting to mow down the army of Scarlet Devil. The ranged units are actually very far away. Nest of Bees not really able to do a lot of damage, but the front line is going down for Scarlet Devil. Oh, Golden Karas still needs to come in. Oh, the front line from Muhodo goes down. Nah, it's a good fight. It's a good fight for Muhodo. These units are less expensive, and they can supervise to make them faster.
This fight, it should be probably about 3 gilded crossbowmen against 2 Nest of Bees. And Scarlet Devil doesn't like those numbers. He's going to back away.
Given the circumstances, this is a decent fight for Scarlet Devil. Like, he actually thinned out the numbers from Muhodo quite a bit, but even-ish trades are not necessarily ideal. The destroyed value is kind of neck and neck.
It's worse than that. Think about this way, Lidicore, right? Like, the Nest of Bees just crotch stomped you. Now look at what Scarlet Devil has, right? Yeah, but also look at what Scarlet Devil has. He's finally trying to add in horsemen, but like the majority of his army is now still counted at the tail end of that fight.
Exactly. It's also a very beaten up army. Scarlet Devil took a lot of hits from those Nest of Bees, so sure enough, he's got a bunch of archers, but I think a lot of them are heavily damaged.
And that's a tricky thing. Like that especially matters if you somehow get to 200 pop in this game, because the thing that I've noticed with Order of the Dragon, where they suffer the most is their reproduction rate, right? And why that's a big problem is...
Yeah, I always say that as well. Their reproduction rate, their ability to refield armies is very, very bad.
It's a more extreme negative for Order of the Dragon if they're injured, right? Because it takes their unit so long to die. But it means when they finally do, there's a giant gap in your army for a very long time against a Zergy civ like Juji.
And now Muhodo is just securing sacred sites. I think after that previous battle, he's going to be a little bit more cautious once again. And he doesn't need to rush. He is securing the mid-map area, securing the sacred sites. He actually is gathering stones so he can drop a keep. I would love to see a keep mid-map. Just smack down in the middle of the map right next to that sacred site. And again, just play that map control game. He's actually up by 15 eco now. Of course, again, HRE villagers. But at the same time, you are sitting on 5 relics and 3 sacred sites. When you look at the overall resource income, it is just so much better for Muhodo.
And we actually have herbal medicine coming in, so Scarlet Devil's going to be healing. I think one thing that's missing, I don't think he ever got Inspired Warriors, right? Inspired Warriors is a pretty big deal. It's not going to help you that much against Nest of Bees, because armor is kind of irrelevant. But it's still going to allow you to kind of burst through that front line a little bit quicker.
Nice raids from Muhodo. He got 5 villagers already. He's going to get more here.
Muhodo, he might not get a lot of kills, but Even just forcing idle time and stretching out the defense of Scarlet Devil is what he needs. It looks like most of the villagers will get away, but
I mean,
so much idle time.
All the villagers get away because these things. You'd think the horsemen have plastic swords. It's more just these guys are basically made of steel and metal, right? They're pretty much the size.
True, the villages are made of steel, not the horsemen that are weak. The vills are too strong. Nest of Bees shot, come on! Oh, that's a lot of Nest of Bees, bro. Alright. Let's see, they shoot. They get 2 archers. Not bad. Launch connector from Scarlet Devil. The backline from Scarlet Devil is holding on, but the Nest of Bees are doing insane work. Look at that.
Scarlet Devil, like, look at the damage. Imagine how much more painful this would be against Chinese Nest of Bees with 50% more health. These ones just seem unkillable.
You get so much firepower that even good splits isn't going to help here for Scarlet Devil. He's standing and fighting, but again, the raw firepower is just too much. There's going to be a second layer, and yeah.
Bro, in the end of the day, Nest of Bees are such a cool unit. Right? Shooting their little rockets and shit.
Has to stop this. Those Nest of Bees can start opening fire to the Burgrave at this point.
Yeah, honestly, if anyone's tier list has Juji in the B tier, they must have like misspelt the B tier, right? This unit in the right circumstance is oppressive. GG comes out. Mahodo will be moving 2-1 up, 1 game away from eliminating
Match point. Scarlet Devil is on the ropes. Come on, dude.
live and a matchup of Anatan to come. But before we get to that, there's still potentially 2 games to go. And I gotta say, you know, Scarlet Devil, although this series, I think, began in a really rough way. Game 2, obviously really good for him. Even Game 3, I think there were signs of life at moments there for OOTD. But essentially, like the issue I think we come back to is the opening play, put him on the defensive, and it didn't seem like Scarlet Devil once was able to take control of the game from that point.
I agree. I think I don't like calling games early. But the reality is that this game felt almost impossible from Scarlet Devil from the moment he lost out on all 5 relics.
Yeah. And you know, it's interesting. You might go, oh, well, yeah, but he didn't have Regnants. Doesn't matter as much. It does because of just how good Juji are at using these relics, right? I actually think Juji are better at using relics than HRE. You can argue that you get more gold as HRE.
True, because of the pagodas. Because you get more resources, so you can be more flexible with the choices. Yeah.
Is quite frankly insane. I still can't believe how well this initial fight went, right? That last like, you're not a normal monk. I'm gonna have to leave. But this is kind of the monk at S point, because also the other thing is when you try to wrap around, notice that he doesn't just go east side, because that sacred site is also a body blocker, right? So it just takes way too long to circulate around the backside.
Oh.
So that mine or the dragon, not as OP as I was hoping here. I mean, it's interesting. I'm curious what the pro sentiment is, because as I said, there has been kind of a resurgence in OOTD picks as not a meme pick. And this is one of the matchups, definitely the weeklies on similarly skilled players. We've just seen actually OOTD can run away from it. But yeah, masterclass by Mahodo, just making it the relic race that he did. It's tricky. I wonder if there is a world in which Scarlet cannot play pro scouts here and just do the 2 TC build instead. It's always awkward because you'd think a town center would protect a deer stack against pro scouts. It doesn't let it go. It's actually trivial just how easily they still snatch deer away.
Yeah, it's been a lot of pro scouts across this series so far. Just going back to game number 1, this game as well. We've seen little bits of that with the Delhi in game number 2 as well. But it looks like we are going to have the Malians over here for Mahodo against the opposites from Scarlet Devil. I kind of had this idea for
Giga Chan economy matchup. I don't know who's best here, the Basid or Malians on Baldland. It's a very hard map to defend. Malians can have crazy early game comp. Yeah, I think Malians are the favorites.
And the Malians leverage the fact that they have a very compact eco so well on a map like this. All other players will have to move out and secure additional resources. The fact that you have passive gold income from the pit mines, the fact that you have passive food income from the cattle, means that you're a lot less exposed to the Malians. So, going into this game, I really feel like I like Malians a lot more than I do Abbasids for Boldland.
Yeah, it's an interesting one actually. So Malians, I definitely prefer them to ABBA on Boardland, I want to say, but then you have to remember what this matchup actually is. What is the thing Malians hate most? It is TC booming civs. What is the most efficient TC booming civ? ABBA. So that's where the conundrum can exist here. But what Malians have been utilizing the Pro Scouts meta with very well is Farimba builds. Farimba can actually just evolve this matchup entirely. Freeborn are obnoxiously tanky. It stops a lot of actually the things that ABBA would like to scale and gives you raiding potential on the other side. It's not immediate kill damage like a Night Spam, but it is chip damage that adds up over time. Honestly, some of the most uncomfortable games I've seen players have this year so far have been against that particular build. It's hard to build against. Usually the threat to Malians on this map, and why I don't see them as the absolute S tier over, say, HRE, French, China, Shuxi, even Rus, is if you get unlucky on your gold spawn, an outpost rush can end your game. And I've seen that happen many times to Malians in particular. Even Jean could have done that, right? So, yeah, Scarlet Devil, I think he's still got a good matchup here. But if there is any map where I could trust Malians to maybe overcome a really hard matchup, Boldland is going to be that map.
It's going to be a super open map as well, and that's something that Scarlet Devil did have success on. Dry Arabia, the generation that we've played in game number 2, was actually very, very open mid-map, kind of reminiscent of what you usually get from Boldland. But at the same time, so far, I think one of the key elements I've seen from Muhodo is that he was always able to leverage little details, like being able to sneak away with certain relics. Just little things that all add up towards,
there you go.
I guess, added success.
Match point for Muhodo.
Just to think about this, it looks...
Oh, predictions for today's games. Nice. I like this. Cow predicted 3-2 here. Women 3-1. Ah, 3-2 for Muhodo. Women 3-1 for Scarlet. I also thought Scarlet Devil would be winning, but I don't think right now. Team predicted 3-2 for Muhodo. Leader Corp predicted 3-1 for Scarlet Devil. Not anymore. Crackety predicted 3-2. It can still be for Scarlet Devil, but KP might be right. And wait, KP might be the only one to be right here, because Muhodo might take this 3-1. Shit.
Well, there could still be a
transition,
turnaround, because
bro.
right now Muhodo is
Caught me off
leading
guard.
2-1 in a match point, but Scarlet Devil is looking to turn this around. This could be his final game in EGC Masters
Nice.
Winters if he ends up losing here. Muhodo.
I like the little slide ins and slide outs. I like it. I like it. It's cool. So let's see the map. It's Boldland, super hard to defend. Basically no woodline around your base. For the air packs in the middle. Gold very exposed for both players. Second gold very far away from both. Abbasid loves berries, and they have 2 berries in the back. That's hella lucky for them, bro. Gotta admit. What is this over there? Prime Gaming. No, bro. Get out of my face. Get out of my screen, brother. Get out. Out. Fuck. It keeps coming back. Alright. 2 on gold. Scarlet Devil. Can we have build order numbers instead of income per minute, please? That would be nice. Malians. Wait, is that a big gold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is a build gold. No, it's a normal gold. Never mind. Build gold. Big golds in the middle. 2 secret sites only. I love the maps that only have 2 secret sites. I think they are way more dynamic. And the secret site victory condition just becomes a bit more obvious. Or not more obvious, more possible. That's what I mean. It becomes more possible, and I love that.
These games. And he's not playing super aggro feudal. He's more like early Castle Age timing based.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing for Scarlet is like this matchup, I think you want to try to extend the feudal age, so your goal here should be to open with a little bit of pressure. I think you can still do 2TC, but military wing can make a lot of sense, just so you have those opening units to poke. Because you should know what Marlin's going to do here, right? Like, they're going to be optimizing around getting the Pro Scouts play online as quickly as is humanly possible. In fact, is it time for me to put on my tinfoil hat and explain the ABBA Pro Scouts build?
Please don't. Please do not.
You know, it's actually happened as well. So like, I was huffing the hopium for about a week, theory crafting it, and then it started happening. So there is a build that you can do with ABBA to pro scouts as well. It's just I don't think you want to do it against Marlians per se. It's culture wing with preservation knowledge. You can kind of justify pro scouts play, but no, it is going to be a military wing opening.
That makes sense. Culture wing, you get the technology cheaper. Then you make a stable, you make a couple scouts, you have cheaper villagers, you can afford some extra food. Why not?
All three of the triangle. But the reality here is you should know that your opponent wants to go stables anyway. So I don't think you necessarily need to cover the horseman angle.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup. I gotta say, when it comes to, just to go back to your point about the Abbasid Pro Scouts build, if Abbasids are going Pro Scouts, you know that it's a busted technology. We actually had periods where even Abbasids played Pro Scouts, and that's usually when they get nerfs, because Abbasids are really not a civilization that, you know, is meant to be played in a way like that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think of ABBA as like an aggressive, oppressive civ, considering their eco-booming roots, but like they do have a lot of things that can lean into it, right? The efficiency of their economy allows them to actually be better at military spamming with cheaper.
Yeah, because of the cheaper villagers, exactly.
There is ways that ABBA can just kind of full blitz it in the H2, but you know, I think you need to do something. If you allow Marlians to get too much gear for free on the map, they will just Farimba you, and Freeborn just kind of breaks a lot of matchups right now, because we have to remember is Freeborn, it's a unit that is incredibly cheap and has 175 HP with 5 ranged armor. Its melee damage isn't insane, but its survivability is.
Yeah, and Farimba timings can be devastating on a map like this, where really it's impossible for your opponent to wall. So if you have a dominant army advantage, you can march into their base and start just decimating them. Now, it looks like Scarlet Devil will once again take the slower approach to this game. He opened with Military Wing. He's going to have that little, you know, presence on the map with the 2 spears, 2 archers. But he is going to play 2 town centers here.
Oh.
Also means that if these spearmen and archers cannot do substantial damage, Muhodo is free to do whatever he wants in terms of building up cattle, or just marching straight towards Castle Edge.
So there used to be a play here that felt pretty good for ABBA in this matchup, which is you open with a ram. Love this, by the way. Should be able to dive deep enough. Oh, that archer is a little bit slowed down, actually, by his teammate. That's unfortunate. So loses one of the spears. Now, the play here that used to happen is you'd open with a ram. I don't like that play anymore. And the reason is because of the Warrior Scouts. Warrior Scouts suck against range units. They don't get bonus damage there, but they do get bonus damage against siege in H2. So if you put a ram, you know, usually you're doing it when your opponent's building javelins or archers. And considering the current meta doesn't open with that, I think the ram play lost a lot of value.
And you did lose one of the 2 spearmen out there for Scarlet Devil to the town center fire, so it's going to be so much more difficult to protect any rams from the Warrior Scouts. In general, losing that 1 spearman means that it's reasonably easy for Muhodo to clean up this little aggression here.
Yeah, I mean, he even added in the archer range.
Yeah, Mali against ABBA, it's super interesting, right? So much eco coming through from both players. And I think it's a very fun matchup because there is a lot of versatility coming from both civilizations, right? Not only in like the different types of strategies, but also different types of just units. Like you have Malins with archers, javelin throwers, donzos, musafadis, sofa. Abbasid can go camel archer, horseman, spearman, gulam, lancer. And it's like you have certain series, like for example, JD, you don't really want to make spearman, right? Cow boom versus TC boom. That's the classical, but I don't think we're gonna see that today. I think it's gonna be professional scouts versus professional scouts. Maybe not. Muhodo is getting professional scouts. Scarlet Devil is going TC. No, they opened military wing. They're not mining stone. No, they got second TC. They did. So it's going to be professional scouts into Cow Boom. Actually, I really like that. It's like, usually the Cow Boom is like, bro, come on, we gotta do it. But now with Pro Scouts, it's like, okay, we're going to do it when we can. We don't, you know, we don't need to force the Cow Boom. We have professional scouts. We're going to buy 1 cow at a time. We're going to make the ranches slowly. And I think that helps a lot with the military, because you're not using so much gold in the cows. You can buy more javelins or more musafidis or more upgrades. I know, like, you paid professional scouts, but professional scouts end up being cheaper than Calboom, especially for an early Malian economy.
Plus add army at the same time. Whereas if you look at Muhodo, he is ferrying in carcasses, he has the passive gold income as well, and the warrior scouts he made to ferry in those carcasses with, they also act as actual active combatants. So, in a way, the investment to seize that map control is much smaller from Muhodo compared to what Scarlet Devil needs to invest. And I feel like that's just a problem for Scarlet Devil right now, because he kind of has to split his attention between booming and building up an army, whereas Muhodo is kind of doing the same thing with making warrior scouts.
Yeah, curious that we see him adding in Donzos as well. So I thought he'd just settle on warrior scouts and javelins, maybe. Warrior scouts, of course, they're not going to directly counter the archers, but that's what the javelins do. And then the warrior scouts are just the body block against horsemen. Maybe he's worried that Scarlet Devil is going for a 1-1-1 build, which is believable. Abbasids do have the phalanx to make their spears better. He also has boot camp. And the Donzos are really tanky, right? They're a rare case. They come with melee armor built into them by
Bro,
default.
I can't
as well
stop
as that
yawning
macro.
today. I already
But
drink
Wiggins is
coffee.
saving
What the
up coming
fuck?
through. Mahodo is looking for an aggressive timing on Castle.
To be honest, watching Age of Empires 4 does make me feel very relaxed. Sometimes I fall asleep in the chair. But that's when it's later into the night and I'm watching some tournaments or some castle games. And I don't literally fall asleep, but I get like,
Out here, he is going to head to Castle Age. If you're Scarlet
it's
Devil,
just very comfy. There is good music. The game is not crazy like StarCraft. You can keep up. Sometimes it's a bit too slow, but not often. We actually always, I think we always had good casters in the tournament scene. I don't think there is a caster that I don't like. Of course, there are casters that I prefer to others, but I think we always had good... No, there was one... Bro, there was one dude. He only came in once. I never see him in again. And he kept he kept calling horsemen knights. And everybody in chat was so pissed at them, bro. I don't know where they went and pick up that dude. I never seen him again. That was a very bad caster, yeah. But in general, I think we always had good casters. They have class. They talk in like a good rhythm without being too fast or crazy. Makes things very relaxed. I just can't resist to relax.
Oh, yeah. The only cow we have on this broadcast is literally behind the camera.
Javelins building up, but it's not a lot of production on the army side for Muhodo either. He's got 0 units in queue right now.
Yeah, so empty Lani complete. I mean, you can't just rush cows now. That's the thing. If you add in cows now, you're going to get killed, right? So
Yeah, weird play from Muhodo. He makes Fulani Corral with 0 cows. And he only has 6 Donzos and 4 Javelins. Oh, I think that was a very bad choice. Because like KP was saying, if you go cows, he dies. But if he doesn't go cows, that landmark is useless. Meanwhile, he could have went Farimba and make freeborns or the better javelins that have poison and extra movement speed. Alright, let's see what they do.
to get your techs a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I would think culture. I think you kind of try to just like speedrun this whole thing. Now Muhodo is doubling down on production. He's getting some sofas going. He still has a respectable food income, but just to highlight the problems that Muhodo is facing, he needs to take this gold mine to the front. He needs more gold than the passive resource income. And now this gold mine is being challenged here. Scarlet Devil has to pull back though, and this is a bad timing for Scarlet Devil here. He's just now aging up to Castle Age, and now he's facing a full Castle Age army.
I mean, with Sofas coming, I'm a little bit worried. He has at least got the walls on the way, but they should be able to potentially intercept before full walls go up. Scarlet...
But in the other side, I forgot that Muhodo had a lot of deer from professional scouts, so they can hold on. And I think Scarlet Devil pushed a bit too much here. because now they lost units and they're forced to defend this Malian Castle Age army. Hell, Devil already 20 villas ahead though.
Yeah, once you have those sofas out, that's going to be a bit of a challenge for Scarlet Devil to deal with. And now there is a breach. Goldmine is contested from Scarlet Devil, which is just so bad. Every time you hit an age and you don't have access to gold, you simply cannot afford the new decks. And right now, Scarlet Devil is sitting on 300 gold only.
No, and
He's not going to be able to afford veterancy upgrades.
Yeah, look at where the veins are. Because he got the double berry back spawn, he didn't get the back spawn on gold at all. So, like, he's just kind of stuck on trash tier units. He's building a spears, which actually can work here, considering your opponent went javelins. Javelins aren't going to clear you fast, right? But he's going to need a lot of food. So we go back to the issue of where the hell are we getting long-term food? Eco Wing is great 3 minutes down the line, but how are you meant to make a farm transition when you're being pressured?
This is looking so grim now for Scarlet Devil. I don't think Mahodo optimized this the best way possible, especially with the Great Flonic Corral.
This is really weird.
It was a weird game, but the timing of this attack still works out. And now
like,
he's pressuring the gold mine.
The easiest way to think about this is this game could be over before he sees any real value out of Fulani, right?
Yeah. I think this game is going to be over one way or another before he gets value out of the Grand Fulani Corral. The veterancy is coming in for the archers for Mahodo, or for Scarlet Devil. He has no more gold right now to get more upgrades. And he's facing 6 sofas, warrior scouts, a couple of javelin throwers.
Villagers
I feel like veteran archers would just not make a difference here.
I mean, he needs the other techs, right? Until he can touch the gold, that's problematic. You know, I think he may have got boot camp, but Compass of Bows is more pricey at 350 gold, so has to fix that gap.
He can go gold now. He's going gold now.
I think Mahodo is thinking...
Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome.
Opponent doesn't have gold access. His plan makes sense if Scarlet Devil could actually afford to build Gulams. But right now, this is the trash comp army. So what you need to be doing is building the trash killers, i.e. javelins and sofas or archers and sofas.
Yeah, quite a few villager kills on the side of Mahodo as well. He's killed 9 workers, make it 10 with this villager falling. So at the end of the day, there is still a nominal villager lead for Scarlet Devil, but he's forced to make a farm transition. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be time-consuming. He has conceded all map control. And at the same time, as we all know, Malian Eco just gets better and better as the game goes on. So Scarlet Devil is kind of on a timer here. He's got full Spearman, full Archer comps. It is going to be reasonable against the Sofa-heavy composition like what we're seeing from Mahodo, though. Like, Mahodo isn't making the most optimal unit against this composition right now.
And this is like the classic, you have all these villages, but handshake now what moment, right? Like, the last of the berries is about to be munched. Then he's got the south side ones. You know, it's great to have 70, 80, 90 villages, but they need something to do, right? Like, you can't just have them standing around. It's not like a head count here, right? It's not like a cow under a Fulani. You don't get paid for existing. So he needs to actually find a way of breaking out of this stranglehold that Mahodo has him in right now. He has got a bigger army, but now he's really starting to lack in the mobility department.
Yeah,
good recovery though from Scarlet Devil. I think just the fact he's still alive is a good job.
Mahodo's momentum is kind of shrinking here. The army count is getting better and better for Scarlet Devil. Army value is still light years better for Mahodo. Forward workshop here in the tower as well. He just wants to keep this breach open. Finally, some cattle is coming in, but again, it takes so much time for Mahodo to build up that cattle now.
Yeah, he needs a lot more than this to keep the sofa pump going. At this rate, those 3 cows are going to be exuding blood, not milk.
Huge army from Scarlet Devil. Really good looking.
That pump higher right now, which is why I think you're seeing Mahodo switch Siege. He realizes he needs more efficient trades here.
We are getting to that 15-20 minute mark where players start running out of safe resources near their bases though. And this is the timing where you really need map control. This map is all about that. You need to have that map control when your base runs out of resources. And right now, that is Mahodo. Mahodo has all the map control, and he's just posturing units in front here. Look at this. Scarlet Devil needs to send 12 villagers to that front wood line. If Mahodo gets line of sight on that, he can just shoot at the villagers from the other side of the wood line.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much else you could be gathering right now, right? The reason why Scarlet Devil's gathering here is because of that lack of momentum we talked about, right? He can't shift his army north and south easily. So he kind of needs to keep his economy together in one location wherever possible. And because he made that
Composite bows coming in with +2 attack, that could be huge difference for Scarlet Devil though.
raid is wrapping around the back. But Scarlet Devil, as we just
Oh, there is a Mangonel coming in for Muhodo as well, and Scarlet Devil basically has only not only, but mostly archers, way mostly. So Mangonel will have a lot of value.
And this could be the saving grace for Scarlet Devil. I don't think his position is one I would envy. Especially with all these villagers running for their lives right now. There better be a gate to the north. If there isn't, these guys could just get caught off guard and they could be slaughtered.
No, he knows it would take too long to chase them there, right, with the interception, so he just takes a few worker kills, backs away here. Remember, Mahodo is kind of in a fragile state of economy right now. Both of them are realistically as to why Mahodo hasn't been able to end the game. They both have issues to solve. For Scarlet Devil, it's food access. For Mahodo, it actually also is food access, but slowly, his is being more easily resolved.
And now, poison arrows are in for Muhodo, and that makes a huge difference. Those archers will become so much better against armored troops. But if there is any kind of composition it struggles against, it's just mass archers, especially Abbasid archers.
I mean, this is the problem. Mahodo's countering for a phantom army here. Oh, well, this actually might be a literal phantom, a ghost, if you will, because the spearmen aren't in position. The Sofas just get to ride in on top of the archers. A small group must have been raiding the backside and baiting him. In response, Scarlet Devil just had no spearmen at the start of this engagement, which is why he's giving over so much territory. Now the Mango getting a perfect shot right there. That's maximum value. The reload coming through and he's not even moving. I'm struggling to believe Scarlet Devil's going to be able to stay like this for much longer.
There's no way he's going to be able to stay like this, and it all comes down to the fact that his army wasn't together. The Sofas got...
GG. Scarlet Devil once again not doing a good fight. The army was not together. The archers took too much damage from the Sofas and from the Mangonel. But still, Muhodo lost a lot of units here. The archers can kite for a long time.
Right, like all you need is to keep pressure and momentum going. Like I wouldn't even be against some sort of proxy-based production buildings, but I think he pulled the villager home. But that was wild, man. I mean, Scarlet, talk about an overreaction. It must have been maybe a maximum 2 or 3 Sofas wrapped around the back. Might have even been these warrior scouts. And he sent all the spears. He had 20 at the start of that engagement. Now he's down to 4.
I wonder if it was a push to the north. Maybe he was terrified that there is going to be like 5 Sofas or so hitting 25 lumberjacks. And he just had to send all the spears in there. But with whatever happened, Muhodo used that timing so well. And we've been talking about this across the series. When it was about taking a direct fight, Muhodo seemed to have had the upper hand across this series, and that's what happened in here as well. There was one direct fight, the timing was just better, the positioning was just better for Muhodo, and now Scarlet Devil is really struggling here. He has to flee with all these villagers. And remember, Muhodo was doing this without the buff of the Grand Flanicaron. Now he's getting that cattle going.
And then you're seeing that in the Sofa count.
For Scarlet Devil.
You're seeing that in the Sofa count, right? It's escalating a lot quicker, the reblob afterwards, whereas before he'd throw them away and exhaust himself. And, you know, it's crazy because, like, to really sing Mahodo's praise in the way he's taking these engagements, he countered an army that didn't exist, right? He built Musafadi, he scaled archers, which can still work here, but, like, the whole idea of poison arrows is once again, oh, there's going to be, like, you know, there's going to be armor here. There's 0 armor, and yet still he's able to strong arm his way in like this. Scarlet Devil does at least have farms set up now for that longevity, but he's starting to get starved off of gold. Southside is also getting raided, nothing being gained for free. Meanwhile, Mahodo getting plenty of food for free now.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing here. Muhodo was everything but optimal here, and he still won that fight. Now, Scarlet Devil looks like he regrouped a little, so he's going to live to see another day. I just don't know how he's going to get out of this mess right now. I feel like now we're looking at a situation similar to that of the previous game, where Muhodo is definitively up, and all he needs to make sure is just not to throw this game away.
I mean, it almost feels like he'd have to throw it away 3 times, right? So it's like a race between the two to get caught with their trousers down here. The Mango is up to 2. Raids coming in. That's a lot of villagers. Yeah, you're going to have to shuffle.
Good attack from Muhodo.
I mean, you're going to see the entire eco lead shrink because of this. And remember,
he killed 40 vills.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he killed... I didn't even realize he killed 40 villagers. That's crazy.
Mahodo's economy anyway. So he's ahead.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago, it was like a 25 eco lead for Scarlet Devil. All of that is gone. you know, you look down here and you say, okay, there's a raid starting, a couple of villagers fell, and then you look at the villager kills and you realize it's not just a couple. It was 24 or so. Now the population is looking better and better here for Muhodo. The passive resource income is making a major difference. And again, he's starting to take control over this game. He could still collect relics. He only has 1 relic collected, but he's got all the map control in the world. Really, everything is coming together for Muhodo, and he could be in for a matchup against Anathan in the deciders. Muhodo got 3-0'd in the opening round against Wham.
Yeah.
He did not face Anathan just yet. But as things stand, Muhodo could actually be playing for a chance to get into the playoffs tomorrow.
Exactly. And that would be the highest achievement of his career so far. So a really big deal to try and get that deep in the ST tournament for him. And
this is already his highest achievement.
Like, yeah. I mean, but how about that for a level up, right? Like, you get your best achievement, the next day you get your newest best achievement, right? That's the dream for him. And right now, it's almost feeling undeniable. I mean, Scarlet Devil really is in a box here. You know, you're seeing it in the income, most notably golden wood. Sure, food is great, but unless you want to build 15 TCs, what are you going to do with 2,000 wood if you have no wood, 2,000 feet rather if you have no wood and gold coming? And it's happening again. He walled it in.
He's not realizing it.
No, because he's like, oh yeah, it's just sofas hitting the wall. He didn't realize. That was so smart from Muhodo.
So many kills in here. Granted, Scarlet Devil is doing everything he can to turn this around, and, you know, there is still...
He has way more units, though. Scarlet Devil has way more units. Like, 36 archers, 36 spearmen. It's going crazy.
If the Mango's carry this fight, that might just be it.
Yeah, as long as Muhodo keeps his archers alive, he'll be able to clear the spears, and then the Mango should carry him. But there is a risk of a swarm here. Scarlet Devil, ironically, zerging the Marlians. He is going to be able to break through here. Muhodo, it may be a bit too much siege. Not enough bio in this engagement. No way of getting away from it. The Ghoulims will gap close. They'll be able to quickly clean up. And it looks like Scarlet Devil has been rejuvenated, found a breath of life at a critical point in this game.
We've been talking about this, KP. Muhodo wasn't taking the most efficient engagements out there, and maybe overstates his welcome a little here. Remember, he was still building up the cattle mid-Castle Age, so he was kind of distracted by doing other stuff, collecting relics, building up the cattle. He wasn't full...
Bro, Scarlet Devil is coming back, though. Even though he lost 44 villagers, they're still almost 20 vills ahead. But Maldians have cows and pit mines. They also have 4 relics, by the way. I forgot to check that. Muhodo kind of struggling at the moment. He needs more units. It's not gonna be easy. Holy shit. This orange is acid, bro. It's a tangerine, actually.
That's a good villager count for a 25-minute long game. I feel like at this point, Muhodo is actually losing more by essentially having his sofas cleaned up in small groups versus killing the villagers that he's actually doing. Because right now, he's actually facing a dominant army. It's not a high-quality army from Scarlet Devil, mostly spears and archers, but those are Abbasid spears, those are Abbasid archers, and there's just so many of them.
He's trying to buy time. That's what he's doing with that small raid group. He wanted Scarlet Devil to defend, but instead, Devil, he marches in. However, he doesn't bring...
Good fight for Muhodo. Good hold. I like that. Scarlet Devil not coming in with a full force, I believe. The archers struggling against the sofas, but really hard here for Muhodo to counter this. Because he doesn't have horsemen. Javelin throwers are too slow. Mangonels don't really do their job right now. You need a lot of them, which is expensive. So there is no real counter to these mass archers from Scarlet Devil. I don't know how Muhodo will be going around this.
Value is pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, and here's another interesting thought for you. Scarlet Devil worked his ass off to finally after all this time, complete that full wall in. Congrats, you're now at a stage where you need to move out and wall again, right? So like, there's a ripple effect here that Scarlet Devil now actually doesn't keep pushing. he's going to find himself in the same conundrum he was exploring, shall we say, for the last 6-7 minutes of the game. So he has to keep pressing.
And let's not forget, he's playing a very wood-heavy composition. Spearmen archers on a map where you have limited amount of wood to work with. He hasn't expanded towards the major forests in the middle of the map just yet. So he cannot really sustain a slugfest where he keeps losing archers left and right. Unless he keeps up this momentum and keeps securing more wood. Now, again, his army is building up very rapidly. Army value is neck and neck. It's just the fact that Scarlet Devil has so much more in terms of troops. I really feel like a lot comes down to the timing of this for Scarlet Devil. And I love how he's torching houses. If he can take out a bunch of houses here, make Muhodo house for a brief moment, he could buy himself a lot of time to just out-muscle his opponent in terms of raw numbers.
Sofa's actually did find some breaks to the wall, but not in the inner sank.
Ooh, Muhodo taking this fight, I don't think he should. He doesn't have enough units to tank this, I believe.
I think they're just getting locked in.
Yeah.
For now, as it looks like Muhodo's next wave actually hasn't arrived here. I think he has a miss rally behind this. Yeah, like where his pit mine is. He's got, what, about 10, 15 more troops just not arriving.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a good hold for Muhodo, but he's still 20 wheels behind again. But they have cows. It's just not showing, right? I keep saying they have cows, they have this, they have that. It's just not showing. He's just losing battle after battle now. And it's just more units. It's as simple as that. Just more units from Scarlet Devil. Now, a lot of Sofa came through from Muhodo. Finally, he's able to break through. Because, yeah, he needs a lot of Sofa to actually kill those archers.
Wave, but the Sofa blob just a little bit too momentous here. Does need to slow down and reset, but you know, with the amount of cavalry he's now got, with how hard he's crippled Scarlet Devil's hand here, you know, the mangoes could actually be the difference with the cavalry. So, calming moment. Scarlet Devil has now realized a real eco lead, and he needs this many to be ahead because of the pit mines, the passive gold from relics, and the Filani. The problem is...
Oh, mamma mia.
Moment where you have to come out and war more, and the Sofas were waiting.
The main problem here for Scarlet Devil is that every time this happens, he needs to pull a dozen spearmen back home. And those are the windows where Muhodo is bouncing on the main army. Those spearmen are missing from the...
Muhodo is floating gold very, very heavily. 2,000 gold in the bank. He needs to do something with it. He's going middle. Does he want to age up? Another... Oh, the military numbers are way closer than they were before. It's a keep in the middle. Muhodo might lose a lot of villagers there. He needs to be really careful.
There is no front line against enemy cavalry here.
No, and it looks like there's going to be a keep drop attempt. Muhodo is trying to wood starve his opponent. Archer's going to try to intercept, but they seem to be a little bit baited by the fight. The second wave is starting to arrive. And they're ignoring each other's mangoes. I think Muhodo jumped the gun on this. He should have just cancelled backed up a little bit because his army's doing exactly that.
Yeah, not great from Muhodo here. Come on.
Here's Scarlet Devil. We better push this back again. Muhodo is down to just 5 Sofa.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, he needs a lot of Sofa to deal with those archers. He's not making more Sofa. He's not making more. He needs more. Way more.
Zitpo archers out here. Spearman once again gone though, so Sofas could help cleaning this. Mangonel is still alive. I don't know how to call this game, KP. It's just so back and forth and so chaotic.
Once again, I feel like I'm watching Doa where no one's heroes are moving and we're just going to progressively watch the creeps run at each other for the next 2 hours until the game ends, right? Weirdly enough, in that game, eventually one side does actually win by default, but it's very slow. And it kind of feels like that's where we're going here. That mango was meant to be the golden goose for Muhodo. When you approach these choke points around the houses and everything pushes together, that's where Scarlet Devil's meant to concede. But instead, now we have Muhodo really in a position where he can't afford to raid anymore. The military lead is too big, it's too close to his base. So he has to put everything into this next fight. And you know, the Sofa just aren't really cutting it anymore, right? Like, I think your only play here is to mass mangonels.
His eco is grossly unbalanced. He's floating 3,000 gold, but he's lacking wood, lacking food. And the population is just terrible now for him. 130 against 200. Scarlet Devil is confident enough to dive here. He needs to flank those Mangonels. The micro so far is looking good, however, for Scarlet Devil. And we might be in for a decider game here, KP. Scarlet Devil is not done just yet.
No, you might as well pull the cows and pretend you got more troops here because this is looking done. I can't believe it. Scarlet Devil was on the ropes facing a KO. Mahodo looked like he was going to do it in the Succulent 3-1 storyline. Now, it just feels like he's been drained, right? Income still looks fantastic, but the ability to push just really isn't there. And you're...
Nice hold, though, once again. But Scarlet Devil, I said it was GG, but he's coming back. He's in the base of the enemy, right there, and he has so many units still coming forward.
45 villager lead for Scarlet Devil.
Yeah, Scarlet Devil is playing a late game now. Muhodo, I think he's still more in a mid-game position, and that tells you everything that you need. Scarlet Devil has built up the farming eco. He's got an Abbasid Juggernaut farming now, 2,700 food per minute. We're going to see that turn into a gazillion horsemen. And now with all this momentum, Scarlet Devil is able to secure that mid-map wood line. That was the major constraint for him. Throughout this whole game, Scarlet Devil was struggling to access resources safely. Now with this momentum he has, he can, and that's going...
Now it's their own keep, let's go.
He's going to start mining away at the enemy's gold mine and dropping a keep right next to it.
Yeah,
But Muhodo is on the other big gold, so that's okay.
attempted that castle that would have given him dictatorial control of the game. Instead, Scarlet Devil is now going to be posturing on the edge of the base with one of them. And Mahodo, you know, we're running out of time for this idea of let's just go raid with Sofa. I don't think that time really exists anymore. Scarlet Devil is trying to pop. He has already queued up the next reserve. The only thing left...
Muhodo was able to build a good army again.
I don't think he will. I think he just doubled down on this. And really the only missing ingredient for Scarlet Devil is some raids on the flanks. He actually needs to lose units here because he's 200 out of 200 and he cannot field more horsemen. He's got a gazillion units in queue, but he cannot spawn them because he's pop capped. So from now on, it's just trade, trade, trade. And the moment a unit of yours dies, it's going to be immediately replaced.
This has literally just been a game of blobbing trash units the entire time. I can't help but feel in some ways Mahodo's going to kick himself a little bit. Like, you know, bring it back to that really dominant point in the game where he looked like he had Scarlet cut off entirely. I imagine, like, when he reviews this game, he's going to think to himself, if I just had maybe 5 to 8 more Sofa, right? More archers instead of this Mustafadi, that admittedly he now does need. How different it could have looked. But, you know, this is the challenge sometimes. Like, when you have a timing window and you look 2 steps ahead to how you survive deeper, you can leave yourself weaker in that initial hit. And, you know, Scarlet Devil still can't take anything away from him. Culture Wing now on the way. Once Imperial hits...
Yeah, I know Imperial Age for Scarlet Devil. It's not looking good for Muhodo.
He thinking about Imp himself?
I'm actually thinking that we're seeing another momentum switch here, KP. Notably, Scarlet Devil has a lot of aggression potential now, but he hasn't challenged that, essentially that resource depot to the north. Muhodo's villagers to the north in the wood line are completely uncontested. He's about to move there just now. He's aging with the Culture Wing, 115 left, but Muhodo is going to do the same thing. And I think the big difference is the army count is back online for Muhodo. Population is looking pretty good now for him, and he could actually undercut this imp timing here from Scarlet Devil. I think Muhodo is back in this.
I think Scarlet Devil just needs to get Alexa to play jump in, push it to the limit, right? He needs to tune those Disney songs, because right now he's not pushing it to the limit at all. He's allowing Mahodo to skirt this fragile state, right? Mango's also stockpiling up, which is going to make it even harder to end. The 4th Huntress is coming in, admittedly not in the main base. That's the north.
Nice. Imperial Age as well for Muhodo is catching up. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
The gold Mahodo has is entirely feasible here. The entire state of the upcoming fight changes.
I think Scarlet Devil is a little tunnel visioned here. He's completely missing out on this flank. Granted, there is a keep protecting this area, but he hasn't punished Muhodo for losing that military momentum. This pit mine is still standing. The village...
I'm learning a lot from this game, though. Like, learning how to punish after gaining momentum, learning how to gain momentum and then come back, consolidate that advantage and then push again. Because these players are kind of suffering from not doing much with their momentum, you know? And that's a cool point, because when you see pro players play, or the best pro players, they just do that automatically. And it's not something that you be like, oh, see, he's doing that. Just like, oh, it is like normal game. But here, especially with the casters pointing that out, it's easy to understand. I like that.
The map starts to run out of resources. I'm not even going to talk about this random gorilla gold back.
The Sprinkle Tower killing those two villagers.
Yep. But the point is, we are getting to the stage of the game where the map starts to get depleted of resources, and that's going to be a
Trade is in the middle. Who's going to trade? Who can secure trade? I don't know.
source income.
It's worrisome right now for Scarlet. He's spewing up hand cannons. We do have gunners come from the Hodo. And he finally is addressing this
Okay,
north
there
side,
we
but there's a
go.
castle on the way. The army, I don't think you can get hit quick enough to support this, right? So the best thing you can do is just try to brute force the front side where your opponent's gathering
Or
gold.
punish
and
on the other
That's
side.
exactly what he's going to do. Marches in.
And that's good. That's going to be big. Like, that position
Bro, this game is being really good. You can see the casters getting excited as well. Let's get it.
up. Key thing for
Here
Muhodo,
come
though, is
the
that he cannot lose
mangoes.
eco.
Yo!
Wallop, if the timing's right, he might just hit the villagers, but instead that's...
GG. That's a lot of villagers going down. Yo, the Mangonel's doing great damage. Scarlet Devil coming through. Both getting Imperial upgrades. Muhodo is way more gold because Malians.
Lost a gazillion villagers. It's even Stevens on the villagers now. But remember, Muhodo has a lot of passive resource income. But look at the gold and the wood income for Scarlet Devil. It's
The
drying up.
mangoes. Ready? Oh,
Even the casters were like, oh, ha ha ha. Feels good, right?
you massacre an army.
I think it's all on Muhodo's show now. We've called this game a gazillion times before, but now Scarlet
Bro, Lydical is just saying gazillion today, alright.
even getting the elite upgrades in at this point.
No, he doesn't care. He's like, you know, more mangoes, gunners, let's just go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scarlet Devil's like, okay, Trash has won me the game so far. Let's just keep going that way. But now you've got a considerable difference, right? You don't have your universe.
Those Mangonels are upgraded, right? They're going crazy, bro.
These mangoes in this state. Before, it was like they didn't make it out of primary school. Now they've got a full uni diploma. They're smashing that backside.
That's gotta be it. The Horsemen had to charge into this cluster of mangoes, but these are poison arrow archers. They will clean these guys up, and the army count is just completely collapsing for Scarlet Devil. It looked like, for a moment, Scarlet Devil is going to force a game 5 out of this one, but Muhodo is
GG.
not letting this slip out of his
Wow.
grasp.
GG.
He is going to head into the deciders tomorrow. Takes down
Let's
Scarlet
go,
Devil
guys.
3-1.
Good game,
He
good
better
game.
change his name to
Let's take a
Maholdor.
quick
He
break and we'll be right
refuses to
back. Hi everybody, we back. Right on time. Only 2 minutes late. I was cutting some wood for the fireplace real quickly. We back, guys, we back. Whew. So we have Demu versus Mel Micah. Oh, this is a 3-0. I mean, Mel Micah did get one win from Beastie, right? But maybe they got better. Maybe I'm being too rash, too harsh on Mel Micah. Because I saw them playing against Beastie and he wasn't so solid, or he wasn't doing the right things, but now maybe they got better. Right, let's go, guys. Japanese versus Japanese versus English. I like what I see here. Every time there's a Japanese game, I love it. But against English is very complicated. Especially, oh my god, especially against console hall. It's gonna be very difficult for Malmika to defend. He's gonna need perhaps 2 towers on the gold. And he's doing like I do it. He's edging up with only 1 villager, so this is kind of pure fast castle, because the goal here is to get as much front tower? The goal here is to get as much resources as possible. So by only edging up with 1 villager, we have at least 3 extra villagers, because sometimes people edge up with 4, right? So we have at least, because then people sometimes also edge up with more, you have at least 3 extra villagers gathering resources. But he's on a lot of wood, Mel Micah. I don't know if he wants more towers or if he wants to actually defend this. It's going to be the classical English spearman longbow, right? And it's very, very hard for the Japanese to answer that, because they have the worst archers in the game. And the English, they are already producing longbows, the best archer unit in the game, 2 times faster. So if you want to catch up with the archer composition of English, you're gonna need a lot of archery ranges pumping non-stop, and then you have to actively really play the fight well, where you have to keep pushing forward your archers because they are faster. So every time the English player is trying to outrange you, you have to close in the gap. Oh, 1 villager maybe going down here. Good reaction from Mel Micah. It's not looking good for Mel. The visions for the future are grim. The scout hits the longbow, and another longbow is going over there. I don't know if you guys noticed, another longbow was going up there. You guys can see my mouse now? Yeah, another longbow was going like over there to the top side. Over here we go. So yeah, bro, I think longbows shouldn't really be having that much range to like be able to hit through wood lines or get in range of TC, take a shot and still survive. Horseman coming out, but what about the spearman? I mean, it's good to kill these initial longbows, of course. Like this longbow is alone, is gone. But how are you gonna approach longbows that have the spearman? 5 longbows already, 3 spearmen already. Demu seeing the berries as well. Pretty sure he's gonna move the longbows around to that part, bro. It's gonna be so difficult. Trying to pick up reinforcements, but Demu is being smart and is pairing up the longbows with spearmen as they walk out of the base. 1 longbow is left alone here, but horsemen just take too much time killing them, so the reinforcements are able to arrive. This is not looking good, my man, for Mel Micah. They almost castle though, which is good. They make 2 horsemen, they're holding. Demu, I don't think they got siege engineering. I wasn't paying attention to the upgrade bar. And actually, good job. Good job from Micah. Keeping things in place. Did lose 3 villagers though. But Castle Age is here very, very soon. Just needs a bit more food. Then you're gonna be chilling. Let's see what KP and Ludicor are saying about this.
While Mika actually transitioned a lot later than...
Okay, floating gate. We already have the stable, so no worries about that. How are we gonna deal with the 6 spearmen? We need like 7 to 10 mounted samurai to effectively deal with this English army. And then we're still making units. I think them wants to not feudal all in. I don't think them wants to feudal all in, but you want to apply a lot of basically they want to spend a lot of time in feudal. I still think it's tough for Micah.
Have horsemen, so the floating gate will be safe. But as you're highlighting with the gold, that's the thing I'm worried about. I thought Dumu might try to sidestep into siege engineering here. Hasn't bothered at all. Looks like he might actually start to stockpile.
Yeah, let's go for the gold. That's it. Mike has another gold down there, but it's still exposed. Tower gets the upgrade, the fortification, it's great. Another villager goes down.
But there's no way this outpost is going down.
Yeah, it's not going to go down, and critically, Mika was able to secure the gold he needs to get the first couple of mounted samurais going. If that doesn't happen, it is game over right here. But because he was able to get a decent bank of food and gold upon hitting Castle Age, he is going to be able to get those initial mounted samurai going.
I think Demo is thinking about Castle Age now.
6 spearmen, so it's going to be more about intercepting reinforcements initially, I feel. The concern for Mika is that it's one thing that you get to Castle, it's one thing that you get the mounted samurai going, but you cannot concede a dozen villagers to make this happen. He's down by 5 villagers, essentially. That's quite a price to pay for, you know, the first couple of mounted samurai.
Yeah, it deaccelerates the ramping timing, right? It's like he has 1 or 2 mounted samurai out, but he doesn't have enough to poke at the main army while also raiding. So the problem now is like Mika is going to have to just try to raid on the other side and risk losing villagers at home instead of being able to sort of pseudo-block both plays. And in fact, we do see that rotation around the back. Dimu, you know, we have God vision, right? So if anyone's looking at this going, why is he making this play? If you have a look at his vision on the map, it's pretty obvious why he's making this play. He lost his scout, so he's riding blind. Without that scout, he just has the vision.
He lost the scout, makes sense.
Longbow groups up to look at everything.
Nice catch, the longbow there with Shinto Priest.
So actually has found the first relic grab on the north side.
I don't know if you actually want to do relic grabs over here, or at least deny relics. Nice little raid here coming in from Mika.
That English TC is shredding. The Shredder.
Opponent right here with the mounted samurai. It's going to be a little bit more challenging, though, doing that against an English base and with the Spearman being buffed by the network of castles as well.
This Longbow is actually going to get the kill. I mean, that is high value, right?
That's super annoying, man. F longbows.
But he didn't actually micro it through. He was too distracted with this dive underneath the TC. Actually, is that the scout? All right, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's going to do nothing for you.
It's getting concerning for Mika. He's down by 4 eco. He hasn't collected a single relic just yet. He actually has most of his mounted samurai.
Yeah, now Demo is going to the castle edge as well.
Base. He's up to 7 mounted samurais. He's getting close to cleaning this. But at the same time, Demu is getting close to going into castle.
Yeah, but the gold getting idle is slowing down Mika's own scaling. He's going to have to react to this army soon. He's close to having enough knights. He should be able to kind of brute force this. But by doing so, as you mentioned, Demu is going to get his castle age pretty much from no pressure into his base. Spearman, get the initial pinch. That's good micro. Focus fires down the 1 mounted samurai. Now the Lombos are going to bypass onto the villages. So Snipe's coming in. He splits it. He could get 2 kills, but unfortunately, I think that's Textiles is kind of stripping him of the opportunity right there. It will just run through, finds additionals. No Textiles. Okay, yeah, he just didn't have enough Lombos. He might be able to snipe 1 or 2, but unfortunately, the Mad Samurai saved 2 additional workers there.
This is a great opportunity for Mika to go through and do some good damage before White Tower appears. This is the moment where you want to go in. You want to go in as soon as the villagers start to build White Tower. So you can, because they usually build, English players build White Tower with a lot of villagers, so you can catch them off guard. Oh, it's King's Palace, second TC, so Dem wants to build upon this villager lead of 6. Mounted Samurai cannot go through. The Spearmen are too strong there with the extra attack speed. 26 villagers won the King's Palace, loving it.
Final engagement we had inside Miyomaika's base for a second. Dimu didn't focus the Mounted Samurai, he focused Vills, and he also picked off another Shinto priest. So there aren't very many Shinto priests out there for Miyomaika. He lost 2 in total, and he hasn't yet collected a single relic.
No, Shinto for nothing right now. It's looking pretty much a word. There would be a few letters removed from that one. Miyomaika really needs that accelerant because now that Dimu has reached the next stage, he's maybe considering adding in a monastery straight away. I've seen it sometimes from English players in this position because the attack speed spears is good enough to keep your opponent away. First priority should definitely...
That's true. The attack speed spearman, or the spearman with the boosted attack spear, they're more than enough. Like, Miyomaika would need, no joke, like 15 Mounted Samurai to actually go into the base safely of Demu right now. It's really difficult. Because in comparison to price, like, you need to invest way less into Spearman to stop those 7 Mounted Samurai because of the extra attack speed and because of the TC, because the longbows also have extra attack speed. That's why English are so hard to punish, right? Demu was able, not Demu, Miyomaika was able to get 3 villagers here, which is not so bad. And finally he got a relic, Miyomaika, wrapping around with the 1 horseman. We all know that's a sad man. Sad horseman.
You'll lose that engagement every day of the week. Add in the fact that although your opponent went Yumi, he could switch this into Onimusha like that. Dimu's only option is to hunker down. So all of a sudden, the race for relics could favor Miyomaika because with Dimu going crossbow spears, I don't think he's going to be rushing out the base anymore.
Yeah, that's the big problem here in general for the English. You have a juggernaut economy, and when you play English on wide open maps, usually you leverage that food eco from the farming and you play heavily into knights, so you have mobility. But as you said, you cannot really do this against Mounted Samurai, especially if Miyomaika keeps adding Mounted Samurai. Now, if he, for whatever reason, stops and goes very heavy into Yumi, that's an opportunity for Dimu. But for the time being, it's just Mounted Samurai running circles around the enemy base, looking for opportunities. It's kind of a diversion in a way to just secure the relics. It's still 0 relics technically for Miyomaika, but he brought 2 close to his base. So it's more about him just making sure that he gets them close to his base first, and then he's going to garrison them all. This is a very heavy Yumi.
Yeah, Miyomaika could get 5 relics here, I think.
Looks like Miyomaika is going to continue adding Mounted Samurai, though. I'm starting to like this combo.
Yeah, Mounted Samurai Yumi Ashigaru's is great. We just need a lot of Yumis and the Bannermen and the... I don't think that, because Demo has... I know they have Council Hall, but they don't have White Tower. Because when you go Council Hall White Tower, it means you have 2 buildings that can make units faster. So you can be behind and then get ahead very quickly as the English. Because you have great eco, you can afford those units. And you don't need to invest as much into military buildings because you already have 2 of those military buildings pumping units, you know.
Good for defensive play. He essentially can wall in 3 gold veins with his start.
Yeah, the Dimu is so heavy on Spearmen, and now, one thing to highlight here is that a lot of these Mounted Samurai are super heavily damaged. So, sure enough, you have 9 Mounted Samurai from Miyomaika, but those could evaporate in an instant. I don't like this move for Dimu, though. It feels a little desperate, like moving out with this small army, mostly just spears. Part of this might be the fact that he lost his scout and he's got no idea about the Yumi yet.
Monster is coming in now, and the Yumi are going to reveal, so Miyomaika catches him trying to be greedy. The crossbow count isn't that big and not ideal against the Yumi. The Mounted Samurai are going to be able to dive in here. The Yumi could easily just cull the injured targets.
Oh, that's a lovely attack from Miyomaika. Equals the villager kill, but not the villager count. He could put Yorishiro in his own TC, but but he's being raided as well. Ay. And the thing is that Miyomaika is losing more valuable units on those Mounted Samurai. But did he place Yorishiro in town center? I didn't see. There was something, a symbol in that town center. And no, it's not. Okay. And the TC from the English is just doing more damage to help defend. So this is very bad for Miyomaika. Very bad.
Working. Miyomaika is kind of mirrored the same way. But at at the tail end of the fight, like, who's left with more here? Dimu's entire army is evaporated. Miyamika still has 7 mounted samurai and a group of Yumi to rotate with.
Exactly.
True. Miyamika has more units left, but he also is going to need to use way more resources to build again. But Demo is kinda struggling here though. He killed a lot of villagers. He's ahead by 9. But he did lost a lot of longbows. Which he's trying to rebuild again the longbow mass. Oh, that's a good catch here from the spearman. Longbow helping out there. Might kill that mounted samurai, though that is really low HP. Okay, good job from Miyamika, holding 2 relics. Is he grabbing more? There is one really close to his base, he's going for it. You can see it over there, close to the deer, right here. He grabbed it right away. He's right there.
Dimu had so much idle time on his eco in the last few minutes. So sure enough, he had that eco lead, but half of...
Ooh, Miyamika is only 400 food per minute. Are they making a farm transition right now? Demo doesn't have a lot of farms, that's true. Ooh, that's not good. Group of Yumis into the base. Who needs longbows when you have Yumis? Right? Let's go. Bro, if Miyamika gets this win, it's epic. A Japanese win versus English versus Demu. Come on.
Who's a feudal Yumi?
Oh, no.
Oh, they still feudal Yumi. That's true.
Remember, like, Miyamika cannot afford to just keep grinding units against these defenses, though. Because eventually that lack of villager count is going to catch up to him.
I mean, you say that lack of villager count, but look at what he just
Yeah,
killed.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say that, right? Like,
This is crazy. I think if Miyamika had veterancy, that would have been GG right there. Like, it's the only thing that's missing for him, and I think it's because he doesn't realize.
No way. No way he doesn't realize the arts are not upgraded. I think he just, he realizes now, I think he was just making archers and then upgrading them.
The Vil kills, it's also the idle time. Behind this, you're going to have a 4-to-1 split of relics. And Demo's actually moving out mid-map, leaves his slow-moving army very exposed. Miyamika still has 6 mounted samurai somewhere looking for a raid.
Oh, the Yumi's there with the banner man, they can kill everything.
Right.
No, the man at arms will resist, but still.
If he turns around, Miyamika can win this engagement. So Dimu's lucky he actually isn't chasing instead. The Mount Samurai diving. And you know, the crazy thing is, like, why did he get away with feudal Yumi so much there? It's because you just use them to bypass. So
Thank you very much for the
other
follow,
interesting
Blaze.
thing is when
McKay.
you dive with
Your support is greatly
a huge
appreciated.
trash heap of feudal Yumi.
Enjoy the watch party. Let's get it. I want Miyamika to win with my favorite Civ. Bring Japan to glory, brother.
A Gilded Archer and Age behind goes in. Yeah, I'll just focus fire him down. It's worth 100%.
I'm getting to
Yumi
darkness
is
here,
just
guys.
all about this,
I will turn up some lights soon. Hold on.
which is fitting because Miyamika, I'm pretty sure, was a Zerg player.
You like my Japanese games? Yeah, me too. I just want to win more. Actually, I have a 58, I think, % win rate with Japan. But it's boosted by 4 legs for sure.
Highlight, Demu lost that scout early on and he hasn't remade it. He was basically in the blind with this force and he gets clear.
Bro, not bad fight, not bad fight. Let's go, Miyamika. Let's get it. I think Demu should have went White Tower. Bro, actually, I've been winning games against English because they don't go White Tower, they go King's Palace. And then my problem against English usually is White Tower because it's so hard to do damage in Castle. But without White Tower, if they go Castle quick, like, it's so easy to punish them. White Tower is the thing that really makes them very hard to punish.
Army is going to be to the north. Archers, Yumi can just dive to south.
Oh, it's happening for the 3rd time in a row. Dimu never done the full complete wall in, which actually would have saved him against Mass Yumi. But this might just kill him. These ones are vetted up, and they are going nowhere in a rush. He's on.
That's a lot of damage. Miyamika doing a great job in here. Let's go.
if you can defend, terrible. If these Yumi Japanese archers get here so easily.
It's gonna be a cleanup. Two groups of Yumi now splitting up, and this group hitting the gold mine. That might be the final nail in the coffin. The Emu is just pinned inside his base, and there's just nowhere for him to go. It's not just the villager kills, it's also the idle time. Even if he cleans this up, there's going to be another layer behind this for Mio Maika. And it's never a good sign when you're neck and neck on villager count, despite you having a second DC and your opponent not.
I mean, the easy way to put it is never a good sign when you've lost 18 more workers. That's really the simple way of looking at this. This has been absolute annihilation and still continuous idle time while Mio Maika is bing chilling, right? There's been zero pressure onto his side of the map in the last few minutes. As much as Dumu desperately wants to try, and it really is just mobility, man. Like, you know, I think this is the year, and I can't believe I'm saying this is the year where we discovered mobility is OB. It felt like that was last year. We're just kind of taking it to a new extreme in 2025.
It certainly feels that way. Especially on an open map like this. If you can leverage that mobility, you can just stretch out the defenses of your opponent, take out their eco, and eventually grind them down. Now, granted, Dimu did a really good job just cleaning up this force behind his base, and now the army count is neck and neck. But at the same time, now Mio Maika is at the very least back in this game, and now he's making a pivot back into cavalry. Mounted Samurai are once again on the menu. Horsemen are also coming in.
It's not looking as good for Meo Maika right now. He lost a lot of units. Because in the end of the day, when both are in farms, English will have better farm. So more food for the English. But Meo Maika, with 4 relics and 2 sacred sites, they can keep spamming gold units. And I would wall at least one of the sacred sites from the side that you are not attacking. Because, like, the thing with sacred sites is, like, 10 minutes is a long time. True, it is a long time. But, like, you keep fighting, the game keeps going, and suddenly it's 5 minutes. And then your enemy needs to worry about it. So if you have it kind of secured, because usually what does the enemy do? They send 1 unit there. If there is a wall, you can either react to that 1 unit, or the enemy is forced to send more units. And then if you can kill those units, they'll lose more units, obviously. But also means that they will lose a part of their main army that then it can make it easier for you to win the fights. But this one is already being decapped. It's now... I was thinking about this, that Temu didn't have much man-at-arms, now he does. So the Yumis will struggle. The longbows will do huge damage, bro. Oh, I would love that sandwich! Not a samurai sandwich! No, longbow samurai with malted samurai bread. Longbow sandwich with malted samurai bread. Looking good. Pode acender aqui a luz, por favor. Look like a bat. Oh, nice fight from Meo Maika. The front line gets eradicated. Only the longbows left. They're holding for their dear lives, but I think they don't have much life left to hold on. It was lacking really here a front line from Demo. Also, not a lot of crossbows. Right? I think if he had crossbows, he could take care of the Mounted Samurai way quicker. But it was he was already playing from behind, right? It's always more complicated when you are playing from behind. Because when you're playing from behind, you do what you can do. When you are leading, you do what you want to do. And that's very different.
Time ticking. I think Mio Maika is a believer in dropping a Yorishiro in the TC. So this...
I'm a believer in dropping Yorishiro on TC too, bro. Like, it's a Song Dynasty. How so? I'm a believer. It works. Sometimes. Kinda. Right? 15 seconds for a villager, bro. Come on. Come on. I gotta do 2 TC Japan with Yorishiros inside. This guy's gonna see what hurts.
It's much better here for Mio Maika.
Oh, please don't do it again. He's like, okay, I need to get out. This is Mio Maika just threw away everything. This is it.
So
oh, Scrubby, he doesn't got any more mad summer. I can take him. No, there's 14 more. They're coming
again.
One
so far. The Portugal one
I'm
was
sorry,
kinda
did someone hit the
strong,
instant replay?
like,
I feel like I've seen this fight before.
Yeah. Oh, this one is good.
Oh boy, it's the same thing over and over again. It's a complete cleanup. And this time around, a lot of those Mounted Samurai are fresh and new. They were...
Bro, GG! Japan wins against English. Meo Maika, that I thought they will be cleaned 3-0 by Demo, takes the first game. Now, what could have Demo done better? He lost all of his units under TC of Melmaica. I think it started not super bad, but it started getting off rail when Demo didn't do the ram. Because if he does ram to kill the tower on gold, the game ends there. Like here. Here, or a bit earlier, he needs the ram. He needs the ram. Like, no questions asked. Ram needs to come through to kill that tower to avoid castle edge. Because now he's holding well against his mounted samurai and he kills so many villagers. But there is still a window. There is still an opportunity for Melmaica to come back, and with Yorishiros in the production buildings, you know, there's always a possibility. Muffy! Hi girl! My other cat joined us. Always cool to see her. And then Mass Yumi was very hard to deal with because of the mounted samurai as well. Right? Great combo, hard to punish, a lot of mobility, and I really think that like them will let the game go into a place where it shouldn't go, because we all know like Japan is not bad because of the castle age. Japan is bad because how easy it is to cancel it and how predictable it is. And Demu didn't cancel it. So it's not like Japan loses when you go castle. No, Japan loses when you can't go castle or safely. And here it just happened. Japan went castle safely. And in English is usually way more like in control of the match. I think Demu wasn't so much in control of the match. You know, they didn't have a lot of farms, no second TC, it was Council Hall, of course, to apply that pressure, which is okay. No white tower, I think also it was a big, I wouldn't say mistake, because I understand why he went to King's Palace, of course, because he killed a lot of villagers, he wants to get ahead, makes a lot of sense. And I just think, like, white tower would be like, yes, you don't get ahead, or you don't get further ahead, but you're already ahead. So let's make sure that we block the door to our enemy here, so we can keep going ahead, we can keep farming. Because like I said, English farms will be better in the end of the day than Japanese farms. So if we just get advantage in and get some walls, spearmen around those farms, white tower is always the problem for me as Japanese. But now we are here on game number 2. Melmaica on the color yellow playing as the Delhi versus Demu representing Team Liquid in the color purple as the Rus. Wait, is this Ray Arabia? Oh yeah, the last map was Himayama, never mind. I thought it was Ray Arabia again. No, Delhi versus Rus, this is very favorite for Delhi. But Demu is one of those players that he uses Rus very, very well. But I think he's kind of too comfortable, too stuck around the Horse Archer build. At least I've seen a little bit of his streams. I've seen him play against B on the final of Killer Pigeon Midweek Muster. I don't think Demu. I think B used Rus on that final, but let's see. It's Golden Gate, of course. I love Golden Gate, such a good landmark. Let's see what the casters have to say.
To him are actually rather close to one another, so there is that one sacred site to the far left that might actually get neglected for a while. But if Melmaica just focuses on those two sacred sites in the middle of the map, he's going to be able to always have some forces nearby, because that's kind of where the action is going to be happening anyways.
Yeah, and like Melmaica's goal here for victory, you need to flawlessly rush sacred sites, right? So spin opening makes sense, Ghazi still makes a lot of sense. You just get all 3 sacred sites, and then you try to get castles as quickly as possible. Probably go up to like 10 to 15 spears.
Yeah, Demu goes 2 scouts, not 3. Some people, especially like B and the 3D clan, they want to go 3 scouts, because basically, with one of the scouts, they see where the enemy scout is, and then with the other 2 scouts, they go to the places where the enemy scout is not. So it's more about taking sheep away from the enemy that you getting more sheep, if that makes sense.
And there we go, 11. So interestingly close. I have been seeing a little bit of deviation in fort. Some players go double scout, some go triple scout before feudal age. The thing I like about triple scout is it delays your tech timing, but what it does, if you're paying attention, you can focus on scouting the enemy scout, and then your second scout cuts them off ahead, and the third scout sweeps the other side of the map. So what you end up doing with free scout play is starving your opponent of sheep instead.
Yeah, it's always an option, although
Told ya. KP just said what I just said.
Organizations are less reliant on it. I always do like to highlight the fact that sheep is always a great fallback option. So if you have the means to take it away from your opponent, it's a nice little extra. But nevertheless, for now, we are heading into Feudal Age here. Pro Scouts on the menu for Demu. No surprise on that side. Whereas for Miyamaika, he's just going for the classic Scholar build here. So really as standard as it gets when it comes to Feudal Age openings.
But I also like professionals. I also like 3 scouts. Because then you get professional scouts and you can immediately start to get a good amount of tier. Because sometimes 2 scouts is too slow. Of course, 1 scout is super slow. That's like obvious. 2 scouts. Most people with Rus just go 2 scouts. But I like you have that synergy with hunting cabins. And I think when you have 3 scouts, it just feels way more rewarding. You have like 3 deer carcasses in your base. Boom. You know? Instead of 2, 2, 2. You have 3, 3. And that's a pack, basically. Right? 1 deer left. So like in 2 travels, you get basically the whole deer pack instead of 3 travels. And it is important because you get gold from getting the food, and then you can use that on Golden Gate. You know? But also, I've not been playing a lot of Rus. Oh, 2 deer! Bro! This is so good for the Rus when there is like 2 deer patches close to each other. It just, bro, when I'm playing Rus and that happens, I just start rubbing my hands. Just feels like you won the lottery or something. It just feels so good, so rewarding.
Advertising the Bloomery Blacksmiths. You were looking for really clean timing here, Lidicore. Like, you know, as soon as Sanctity is down to about like 20 seconds, you want to be able to pump out 3 scholars to each sacred site. Because at least one of the benefits you get of being up against Rus doing this is they aren't going to contest you, right? Realistically, these scouts have 1 job and 1 job only.
It's exactly just like that. Big info here coming in from Miyamaika.
Oh, he goes with 6 scouts actually, all in. I usually don't build too many scouts. If I do, it's by mistake, right? I usually go like 4 scouts maximum. Because with 7, you can get the whole deer pack coming out. Like you go there, you bring it back, but it's a big investment. Anyway, 3 scholars coming out from Miyamaika, Gazi Raiders coming through. And even though every player is using Delhi, it's still interesting because I think even though Delhi doesn't have a lot of strategies, the way that people, because it's such an active sieve, it requires you to be active. The way that players are active with Delhi, it's very distinguishable. And I think as a viewer that is able to understand the little nuances in AoE4, it's actually very entertaining and pleasurable to see like certain players mess Gazis before walking out, other players walk the first Gazi and the second, certain players make groups of 2 or 3 and then go out. And then, because that makes a difference, especially in intersecting the scouts. A lot of scouts going down here for Demu. Demu was up to 6, only now up to 2 now. He's going Castle, but Miyamaika 2, or close. Demu, come on, bro. I predicted you would win 3 euros. 3-0. It can't be 3-0 already, but come on, Demu. Come on, bro.
That right there. So initial poke, and then you bludgeon. It's death by concussion. And I mean, I feel like Demu looks a bit disoriented here. That was a lot of scouts being lost. But he did get the first haul home. The next load is close enough. And High Trade House is on the way. Miyamaika, instead of trying to blow a few more troops, maybe go a few...
Those Zutsu statue on the TC is super cool, by the way. So will Demu go Horse Archers here?
If you are able to mirror that Castle Age timing, considering that Demu has absolutely no forces on the field, Miyamaika is looking at 3, 4, potentially...
House of Learning coming through. Bro, it is so interesting. Because Miyamaika made 4 Gazi Raiders. But Demo made like 6 scouts, right? Which is still not a big investment, but it's also an investment. But it's like basically going Castle Edge at the same time as Demo. But now Demo has a lot of deer under the base. But Mike has also 2 deers, very close to his base. I wouldn't be worried if I was Micah. He can get maybe he already has professional scouts. So he can use his scout to slowly bring deer. Positioning the scholars to get relics. He has 1 scholar in 4 relics, bro. Look at that. You can see on the minimap the yellow points. Ah, he didn't pick it. Oh, did he? Yeah. You know what happens? I think it was one of 2 things. It was either input lag, so he aged up and immediately clicked the relic, but the input lag didn't register, or he was about to get castle and he clicked the relic before he got castle. It's okay, he would lose that scholar anyway.
Well, so realistically, unless the move pulls something spectacular here, we're going to be looking at a 4-to-1 relic split, plus essentially an even-steven type of a Castle Age timing, which is never a good sign against a Civ like Delhi. Because this means that Micah click all these upgrades instantly. Once the scholars are back at home, he's going to get those stacks in very quickly, and he's going to have a...
Oh, Mike has such an advantage right now. I told you Demo is kind of stuck to the Horse Archer build. I actually don't think it's strong, especially against Delhi. Especially against Delhi, I think it's not a strong build. Because Delhi can make their cavalry and their ranged units faster as well. Oh man, I always like Demo as a player, but he's not corresponding to my expectations today, but it's a best of 5. And this game is still not over yet. Sometimes games start really bad and players turn around.
Individual prowess that Lancers do. At the same time, if you can find villagers like this, that could be huge.
Huh?
And Mike was a little careless with his veils.
Mel, wake up, bro! He wakes up, I mean.
Because I'm starting to think he didn't get Pro Scouts. Which is crazy. You get it for free easily at this stage, right? Like, there's nothing else to queue up, surely. No, he didn't get Pro Scouts.
Mike didn't get Pro Scouts. He doesn't give an F. He's like, I can win without it.
Going to clean up these Horse Archers, and he's actually doing a decent job trading off many of these Horse Archers, but the thing with Horse Archers is that they escalate exponentially. Once...
Okay, I was talking shit about the Horse Archer build, but Demo is holding on. Alright. Only 2 Gazis, only 2 Knights for Mike. I do think Mike went a bit too forward with his units. I think he needed to accumulate a bit more. But he's being smart. He's not going just Knights, he's going Gazis as well for more speed. And they don't counter Gazis, right? Oh, he's placing more scholars in more stable. I like that. Because Delhi can always play that card. It's like, oh, I'm struggling. Okay, I'll take my 10 scholars and put them all in the military buildings. Good luck now. Because then it's just so many units flooding the field. And it's gonna be pure Horse Archer for Demo. Mike is mixing a little bit his units. Always remember to subtract the number of scholars from the military numbers of Delhi. Right? All these Horse Archers are actually farming. And they only have +1 attack. They could get +2. Oh, there you go. Oh, Demo! Oh, he goes into the alley with no exit. Ah, he's running away, Ranged units OP though. Especially on horses, because they walk away faster. Mike running with the vills. Lost 5 villagers, I didn't even realize that. Demo is adding a second TC. You can easily buy it with the Golden Gate, and I think Demo is on a good path to win this game. Just needs to hold, and he needs to add maybe another element to his composition. I think pure Horse Archers down the road can be too... or not efficient. Mike already with 17 Gazis, like they just need to catch up. You know, Mike also needs to separate the Gazis from the Knights. Because if the Gazis walk with the Knights, the Gazi Raiders will be slower than what they can. And then, there you go. There we go. He separates them. Ah, Horse Archers. Screw. Wait, what? He separated. Oh, wait. Bro, sometimes input lag screws you up. You want to do some moves and you can't. Boyer's Fortitude coming in from Demo. More HP for those Horse Archers. Loving it.
Is it gonna come in time though? That's a Gazi Raiders.
That's a lot of Gazi Raiders indeed, Little Core.
And once these Gazi Raiders start rolling, they can start potentially focusing down villagers, kind of offsetting that eco lead that Demu has right now. They're for now focusing down all of these Horse Archers. The HP buff hasn't yet come in for these Horse Archers. They're still fairly fragile, and now the Lancers are finding their way onto the woodline. The casualties are...
Nice attack from Mel Mike over here. They now see the second TC from Demo.
He's just discovered that this is 2 TC play, which is going to light a fire underneath Miyamaika's ass. It's not enough to do chip damage. He needs to find a way of being relentless on...
Yeah, he needs to do a lot of damage here to slow down the growth of Demo's economy. Demo switching to Spearman, which is smart because Miyamaika is just spamming cavalry. And I think Demo is safe. Yep, he cleans up. He's now on a winning position. But that's why I love Golden Gate, bro. You can do so many things without stressing your economy. And it's like this. You know, you have 2 tickets, you mine 50 stone, boom, TC. That's it. You know? You don't need to go and mine stone with your villagers, build mining camp, wait for the stone. No, you mine 50 stone, you don't even need the mining camp. Buy 300 stone, you ruse, you should have a bunch of wood to work with. Second TC on it. And you know, it's so good, bro.
He also had to commit quite a few of his scholars to just buff the production of the stable. We're going to start seeing that tech advantage come into play for Miyamaika soon.
Archery range is coming down now as well, so Miyamaika's actually going to be switching the archers. Smart choice here, considering it's Spear, Horse Archer.
The wheels from Miyamaika, bro. Uh-oh. Miyamaika losing more. And the thing about this daily meta is that we never see Compound of the Defender now. So, extra wheels from keeps, not a thing anymore. Because now you have to build the... If you want that technology quickly, you have to make the keep within your base or within the daily Wi-Fi network, right? And sometimes that's not good. You want to keep on the sacred site or on a forward gold, on a forward berries. But then the technology will take like 10 minutes, I think. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's a long time. Nice trade here from Miyamaika though. I'm enjoying that.
In. No textiles for Demu makes a little bit more sense usually.
Oh boy,
it's starting to cost him a pretty penny.
That's a lot of kills there for Miyamaika. He actually takes over in the villager department, which is never a good sign. That mobility with the horsemen or Gazi Raiders against the Horse Archers, well, not the Horse Archers necessarily, but the Spearman plus Horse Archer combination, that mobility advantage that Miyamaika has.
Let's go.
And now,
bro, one thing about this tournament is that every game has been back and forth. Every game has been really good. Because first, I think they chose the maps very well. They chose open maps. They have Hill and Dale because you always need one map that is different. So if you have a lot of open maps, you're going to need a closed map. Just for entertainment purpose, just for refreshment purpose. And there are players that do better in closed maps, right? And then I think Pro Scouts meta actually helps make the games more entertaining. And yes, it's repetitive, and I've been saying this a lot, it's repetitive because it's always the same strat. We need more reasons, we need more strategies that are worthwhile and that force players to go out into the map.
Credit for is the ability not only to decap the sacred sites, but also secure them. He's actually in control of 2 sacred sites out of the 3.
And now the other interesting thing is how he can leverage his spawn. I'd love to see him move out to wall off the 2 tree lines to the left, because if I'm not mistaken, he's taken this moment to start building farms in the northern corner. Great idea, but currently still a very raidable area of the map for the Gazi.
Yeah, I think both of these players, considering how the forests have spawned, they should invest into some small walls. It would work wonders, especially for Miyamaika. Demu has all these Horse Archers, as long as the map is open, they can get a lot of villager kills very quickly. As long as you have walls up, they are totally useless when it comes to raiding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still shocked that he's playing so open still this deep, 18, 19 minutes into the game. Scholar count is starting to blow up, so something we have to be like kind of conscious of is as time goes on, Delhi do have this ability to slip into the Imperial. I don't think we're necessarily going to see it in this game in a rush, simply because Miyamika is kind of exhausting flank resources a bit too fast, and I don't think he has a single farm set up yet.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, there we go. We've got 4. That's going to carry me all the way to... Oh, okay, that's getting a little bit better now,
That's going to leave him
actually.
very exposed very soon, because right now he's kind of committing his resources into a farm transition. Dimu, at the same time, actually captured all 3 sacred sites, even though it's not going to last very long. But now he's mixing in men-at-arms, and there aren't very many crossbows right now from Miyamika. He's got 3 Ghazi, 4 crossbows. It's not a lot when you have to deal with 15 plus men-at-arms.
No,
Nice.
we also have Dimu just snaking his way into Horsemen also. I mean,
Actually, its composition from them is not half bad. A lot of horse archers in the back with men-at-arms in the front, but it's a lot of archers from Miyamika stepping up. I don't think you'll be able to deal with the crossbows.
additional Ghazi. Like, he's going raw maximum range DPS.
That's still a lot of archers from Miyamika, though.
It is,
And remember,
but-
he's got a lot of healing power, too, and men-at-arms aren't particularly fast when it comes to killing archers. So,
It's not about the men-at-arms, though. It's about the Horseman play, right? Like, this is the whole idea.
you mean the 4 horsemen?
Yeah, the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, right? Because they're gonna bode the future. He's at 1,200 feet income. If he can sustain that and hide the Horseman play, all this does right now is convinces Miyamika he's doing the right thing.
True, true, true. If Demu does not show the horseman, Miyamika would think, oh, we're good, we're so good. And then 30 horsemen just appear.
In the middle of this switch.
Yeah, Dimu doesn't have a lot of horsemen, though, and
Oh,
he
wow, he
actually
reveals
shows
them.
his hand early here.
Oh, he showed them though.
The horsemen.
He showed the horseman. And now Miyamika can start to adapt to that.
Fair enough, a lot of that is scholars for Miyamika, but still, he's got a respectable force of archers and crossbows out there. And when you look at Dimu's army, it's just not there.
No, it's kind of crazy. He felt either desperate or the other possibility is that was a select all army. I'm not sure you really want to reveal the horseman. Like, he revealed 2, right? 2 isn't going to change a battle against 40 archers, right? It's just not going to do anything different. So now, like, realistically, Miyamika should be prepping into, what, say, Raxus here? Just get a few bad boys in. Even just men-at-arms of his own would be good enough to protect. Dimu, now he's...
Oh, Demu's a bit... Hold up. I think Demu is screwed. Miyamika with 83 military units. I mean, it's 60 something because he has 17 scholars, but it's also... It's 51 archers and 17 crossbows. What the hell? Ranged units are very strong in this game, but still, only ranged units. It's easier to counter than ranged units mixed with something.
He needs to be on point with the start step away. I don't think he actually has the forced march, which would be a sick way of disengaging if you do get swarmed. But the push comes in. The horsemen are on top, and the men-at-arms are even starting to reach here. Is this going to be enough to hold? He's down to just 8. Miyamika is back out the base.
Good hold from Demu, good hold. He's pushing out. Only ranged units from Miyamika, bro. I don't know what was the idea on pushing here. So easy to like, because if you have a front line, it's different. Because the enemy needs to do something else. But if you just make that, the enemy can just, okay, I'm gonna just spam horseman, you know.
Reruns of My Little Pony. Like, this man is obsessed with horse archers, but now just layering the horsemen. I mean, if Miyamika does at any stage just say add in spears or elephants could work as well. Curious that he went tower elephants here, Lytical. Those things will melt against horsemen. Usually from this position, war elephants is the giga play, and it's cheaper as well.
If you're Miyamika, you're starting to get worried. You have a huge army lead on paper, but it's not really an army that you can dive a base with, at least not without taking some substantial risks. But the eco is now looking so fragile for him. He's down by 17 workers, and again, a lot of the...
Yeah. Well, Micah is struggling. Going for a farm transition. Demo was already on farm transition. Demo has a lot of passive income. But Mel Mike is on 3 separate sites as well. So that's a lot of gold that is generating. But still is now forced to sell food, sell gold to buy food. And the prices get weird. He's going for tower elephants. Wouldn't it be better to go for a war elephant to counter the cavalry? Because horse archers are also cavalry. So the tower elephant would counter that as well. You know.
And then walked all the way back to his base.
Not the tower, the war elephant.
That's not usually a solid sacred site win condition plan. I'm still confused by the tower elephants.
KP is also confused about the tower elephants. Me too, bro. Me too. Don't worry. Me too. Me too.
Maybe?
Mix a ranged unit into my ranged army already. But the move...
Yeah. Good comment, Leader Core. Let's put a ranged unit in my army that it's only ranged units already.
I guess, avenue between the two forests that he started with. So he can focus most of his attention towards the front of his base. But here, if you're...
67 hours. Bro, what's the plan for Melmicah? Like, I reacted to some of these games against BC like that as well. Like, what is the plan? Like, what is the thought process behind this? And I'm not saying it's bad. It might work. We know the game is Age of Crossbows, Age of Ranged Units, Age of Siege. There are specific things that are very, very hard to counter. First, it's just very funny that dude is spamming 77 archers and 12 crossbows and 3 tower elephants. Only ranged units, right? But it's at the same time, it's like he already lost the battle because of that. He already lost, like, he went to the base of Demu, got destroyed, and he's doing it again. You know, like I can do that because I'm Conqueror 1 Diamond, alright? It's okay. But, bro, do this on S-tier tournament. Ah, not again, the archers! Wait. The horsemen. They can't do it. They can't do it, bro. They can't counter the unit they are supposed to counter. Come on, horses. Demo is going Imperial. 2,600 food per minute. That's a good income. Yeah, on the other day, 2 days ago, I was watching Demo stream. And he was telling this story. Like, this dude that supposedly is a very annoying dude that other people know from other streamers. He went in and he asked, what's a good income in AoE4? And Demo was like, well, 2k wood. He thought he was talking about in-game income, right? And it was like, well, it depends on your sieve and stuff like that. That was hella funny. But supposedly dude makes a lot of money and he likes to brag about it. But then he's not subbed to any channels. So does he really have money? I don't know. And like I just remembered because he has like great income, and then that remind me of that story.
You can't necessarily kill the base. I mean, yes, he's got these elephants, but that's not a quick, like...
Bro, elephants, siege. Elephants are siege. I think they can do good. I killed keeps with 2 elephants.
And his ground here over time. Meanwhile, on the backside of this, villagers are being flopped down on the farm. So dive comes through, me and Micah at the...
Ah, tava aí uma speeder há pouco, mas eu não apanhei. Não tinha copinho. Já estava na hora de começar.
are on the way from Dimu, so yes, that wasn't been cleared up. But now you're mass range diving into choke points against your direct counter.
Demo is Imperial. Micah is planted himself into the base of Demu. Demu is getting Imperial or Elite Horseman. I like that. We could see some royal, not royal bloodlines. Wait, it's cavalry. No, biology. Oh my god, I've been playing too much JD, bro. Nice mango shots, unbelievable. Troop damage from the 3 mangonels into the 80 archers and GG. I don't know, man. I think Micah could have done some things different. Like, of course, you can always optimize things, but I'm talking more about more obvious things, like this 80 archers into the enemy base wasn't really, by twice or like on the second time, wasn't a really good idea. Init mate
He started committing, it was just mangonels and choke points. And really, this game comes down to the fact that he had a
Yeah, Mel Mike is desperate to finish the game, but he doesn't have the right composition to do so. Right, he's not ready. He's not ready.
And goes and choke points. That's never a recipe for success here. That's why it just looks so gruesome. And now we reach the hyper late game situation, at least for Dumu. And the classic.
Streltsy, bro, I love going Imperial with Rus. Cheaper Siege, Streltsy, unique upgrades to your Siege, and GG gets called. Well played, Demu, with the second TC play, behind the Horse Archers. Mel Micah helped with diving with only Archers twice. Right, I don't, you know, guys, I'll go to that real quick and I'll be right back. Alright, everybody, we are back. Welcome. Game number 3. Will be Four Lakes Mongol versus Order of the Dragon. Demo has both China and Zushi available, but they want to use it on a map for professional scouts, because those used to be the alternative to water maps, but not anymore. Mongols is basically like, we're gonna skip the dock and attack our enemy, right? And here we go, we start the demo. Order of the Dragon fishing is something that I pioneered when they came out. I went to the semi-final of Lower Yellow Legends, and one of the games that got me through, it was Order of the Dragon on water, because I thought, well, fishing boats are not more expensive for the civilization, so it can really help out, keep up with the economy, and with the military production, which is more expensive, you know?
For him. This is Mio's most played Civ by far.
Oh really? Mel Micah is a Mongol enjoyer. Okay.
loves to play with. This whole aggressive and dictate the tempo style approach that he likes to take. That is exactly what Mongols are all about. Japanese is not an option on this map, by the way. It's something that has already been used up on Himeyama.
Yeah.
And Japanese would have been a very intriguing pick here for Mio Maika as well. Opts to go for the Mongols, racks opening, gets scouted immediately by Demu.
Yeah, so attacking the enemy dock with the spearman. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, curious to see what he does to address that. I mean, there is a short wall opportunity there just to the south side, but you then also have to connect north as well. That could be good enough, and probably would have been the option in the old meta, but since the changes to wall build speeds, it feels a lot less like optimal than I'd say where we're at before. And there's actually still a risk of interception, right? So instead, it looks like he's just going to rush out to the gold. I think that's 5 workers, if I'm not mistaken. Might actually be 4. Should be able to get enough gold before the pressure arrives.
Yep, that's actually a very exposed gold mine. He does have a reasonable-ish back up to the north, also one to the south. This might be as safe as gold, actually.
Yeah, I think you just wall the south side gold, and then you have gold later on. But instead, he's just going to get the 1 grab there.
Is that enough?
No, that's definitely not enough. He's going back again with the beefy villagers. Remember, these ones are more tanky than standard villagers. 15 extra health. And
Mio Maika is not prioritizing the gold mine, though. He
didn't see
spotted
it.
the villagers for a moment. I mean, he should know that there is going to be gold mining being done.
The spearman saw it, right? But, like, he didn't see it, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Your units see things, but you don't.
Drop may have just baited me.
Oh, can the uh-oh. Villager, gotta wait, gotta move, gotta boot out. But wait. That's a second dock for Demu. I don't like that. What's the idea behind the second dock here? Villager goes down. Ay. Yeah, nice finishing move from the spearman.
They're tanky buggers, but they will fall. Mio Maika is going very aggressive, by the way. We're up to 8 spearmen now.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of matches like this. Mongol player just makes a lot of spearmen in Dark Age hard to defend.
Every time you look at a hybrid map, if a player commits to docks and Dark Age fishing, it delays Feudal Age.
Yeah, and I think it was a mistake for them to nerf fish several times, because it became too easy for certain civs to skip fishing altogether and just go for the docks. And like, for example, Japan, their only bonus is having cheaper fishing boats. So they don't have any extra eco value to help them get faster to the Feudal Age. So if you attack in Dark Age, it's very difficult for Japan to actually defend, you know? And then they lose their all bonuses and then just go to shit.
There was a little bit more value here if Mio had just walked the villager over sooner. Like, he's gone up to 12 spearmen. This feels like a pretty overkill commitment at this stage.
I think he wants to make sure the docks are gone, but sure, you take out the dock. If you get cleaned up afterwards, the Demu just rebuilds that.
Yeah, but like
I think,
12 spears to clear up the docks. Like, you say it's like he wants to make sure he's got it. It's like when someone's laying dead on the ground, blood spilling out everywhere, and then you shoot them with a rocket launcher just to be safe, you know?
Yeah, Demu canceled that dock out there, but the bounty was still given to Mio Maika, so Mio Maika comes away with a decent haul of resources in exchange. Just to your point about the spearmen, one of the things I don't like is that if he doesn't commit to that many spearmen, he could have been maybe a little quicker when it comes to dropping a stable and getting some horse.
True. 12 spearmen, perhaps a bit too much of an investment. But it is what it is. Now he can apply some good pressure. He can go check the other pawns.
Just kind of weird.
Demu can... Oh! That was a quick reaction from Demu. He goes to Mio Maika's pond. And it might take some time for Mio Maika to realize this.
I mean, but it's fine, because once you realize there's no eco, you just add in your own fishing boats here and patrol the archer ship, right? Like, this is still a good play for Demu. And in the meantime, the Gilded Archer is going to reclaim his own pond. So, you know, we're on 4 lakes, and right now Mio Maika is playing, let me just get my calculator out quickly and find my head again.
0 lakes?
0, yeah, 0 lakes.
Because 4 lakes, 0 lakes, right?
Funnily, as you say that, because the original map of this name is actually Cross. Did you know that?
I think I recall being told that, yeah.
Yeah,
But for
it
me
was,
and Micah,
I think
this is X.
the original.
Yeah, for the map for me on Micah is not for legs, it's X.
Or lakes, which just sounded very lame at the time, but I guess we got used to it.
I don't know. I kind of just like I'm fine with cross. X, because X is great because then you like X marks the spot where you're gonna die. That's what you type when you get in game, Lidicore, and then you build 12 spearmen and you rush their dock.
Archers coming out though from Demo, that's strong. Demo also patrolling on the pond from Micah to avoid any dogs being dropped there.
Down by 1 or 2 of the count plays. He has got spearmen coming in, but like it's 12 spearmen already.
Yeah,
the way me and Micah wants to fight is more poke based. He needs to kind of make sure the position's right because if Dimon gets to stand still with these machine guns, the Gilded Archers will mow everything.
One thing I don't like about the 12 Spearman build is that if you, let's say, just go 10 or 8, you could have actually started building your stable as you were going up the feudal age. You can do that with the Mongols, so you might have gotten a little head start when it comes to getting the Kashik out. Now, credit me or Micah for having a lot of map awareness. He has a Spearman right next to his gold.
Nice.
He's trying to...
Yeah, good move. The Spearman there on the gold. I really like that. Oh, but it was attacking the mining camp, not the villager.
Because he's looking for intercept.
If this Spearman just runs to the south side and brings the villagers with him, it could be
go
a
Spearman!
massacre.
You can do
I
it!
thought the Gilded Archers are going to react to the first one, but actually the Kashyyyks could just get in here. Scout does see it.
The Kashyyyks moving forward, I like it. They clash. Good damage? No, sir. No, sir.
3-hit Kashyyyks. It's pretty
that's
ridiculous.
good. That's what I would call shred.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would say shred as much as completely just full-on Leonidas impact.
I think Micah can push here with the Spearman and the Kashyyyks. Those 3 archers are really strong. Though, it's only 3, but they gilded, they elite, they snobs, they nobles. Best of the best.
She tries to go archers here. Probably not against Gilded Archers. Instead, he's just going to blob and go. Kashyyyks going to be able to find a kill or 2. But it's difficult. Like I mentioned, the Gilded Archers, just higher base damage, a ridiculous attack speed. The risk right now for me and Micah, he only just started fishing, so he doesn't exactly have this disposable level of income yet.
Me and Micah actually expanded towards the southern pond here. I don't think Demu knows about that. Demu tried to contest his original pond. There is nothing right there. And frankly, there is a 6 eco lead here for me and Micah. Of course, some of that is the weird math that you get with the Order of the Dragon Wheels. But you lost 3 of those OOTD wheels out there if you're Demu, so you did take a bit of a beating in the early game.
Yeah, and well, the problem is the fishing is...
Micah is fishing as well, but Demo, I think, is on 2 ponds. And they can then actually start exploring this 3rd one after he cleans his Mongol army. Micah lost a lot of spearmen, but he's building... Oh, nice! The galley! Killing 2 vills. I like that, let's go. Demo is doing well. Micah playing very well here, this matchup too. You can see that he has the most experience with Mongols for sure.
Workers, and that hurts a lot because he just killed another villager on the other side on the gold mine. Eventually, Demu's going to get back to that huge clump of archers, and this whole group of spearmen will become obsolete. I think we're getting to that same stage that we had in the previous game where Demu is stabilizing, and he's getting to the stage where it's going to be Mio Micah's job to attack him.
Yeah, Mio Micah just doesn't really have a real eco upside here, right? It's 2 pond versus 1. It could easily be 3 ponds because Demu's already at the gold on the north side. Just drop a dock and Bob's your uncle, right? Like, all he needs to do is blow Gilded Archers. It kills everything that Mio Micah had.
Gilded Archers will be so strong here. Then you just need a couple spearmen to hold off the Kashyyyks and you should be fine.
Great so far. So he's actually severely behind in terms of upgrades.
The crazier part to me as well is like Mio Micah, that attempt to get on the west side ponds, dock was what, 90% complete? Surely it's worth pulling 1 more villager just to try and get in there when the archership isn't looking, or you just force the archership to stay there long term. Because, you know, if you force a distraction with, say, the Kashyyyks and you get that pond going, all of a sudden, you know, you have a competitive game. But, like, right now, you just have a blocker on your own economy scaling, and you're not really slowing Demo down anymore, right? Like, we've got a shuffling now with the Kashyyyks. My health should protect the Gilded Villages for the most. In fact, is he gonna...
Yeah, I also put... I have a video on my YouTube channel So you can go check it out quickly. I predicted Demo to win 3-0 here. But the first game got me doubting, though. The first game got me doubting. Because Melmaika was just... I forgot about the sauces. I didn't put any sauces on mine. Nossa, tá bom. Yeah, the first game... I don't know if you watched the first game between these two. The first game got me doubting, but then Demo really did well on the second game.
Down DC.
It's like waiting for the old lady to walk over the road. Like, she's almost there, and you know, you get to the point where, like, is manslaughter worth it? So, Deerstone has now arrived. That will give him the mobility to pivot left and right.
Melmaika did very well.
But he needs the Khan
the first
Hunter
game.
to even contest this. Because those Gilded Archers, by default...
Melmaika did so well with Japan there. I really enjoyed that game.
Yeah. Army count.
Welcome to the stream, everybody, by the way. Welcome. Both on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, wait. I think I didn't update the description on the YouTube video.
Stop. 13 or
live.
so Gilded Archers. 8 Gilded Spearmen will absolutely make mincemeat out of these Keshik. And you also have the ability to reinforce a lot quicker here if you're Demu.
No problem is he didn't get under mesh at first. Right? So these Keshiks actually have plastic shielding. Remember, Gilded Archers have longbow damage by default. So yeah, we're still down in the way. Demu's Gatling guns are about to go insane in this engagement. And arms as well.
Miyamika is looking for an angle once again, but diving this base is getting more and more challenging. And once the man-at-arms start coming in, it's going to get increasingly difficult to deal with this. Upgrades will be in for Miyamika, but at the same time, Demu is getting so much time to build up his own numbers and also grab his own upgrades as well.
Yeah, it just feels weird that, like, Miyamika, considering he's got Demu on containment protocol, like, why is he not just taking wider objectives, right? Like, he must know his opponent's ponding. He knows he's on the west side at least. Like, you know, maybe peel the Keshiks, poke a little bit there, because the reality is all the Dragon don't have marching drills, right? So if you see them coming, just run away. Pressure coming that north.
You don't like Mongols in Cow? I like Mongols. They are those Civs that are they have like very specific roles and very specific matchups. Like their role on the water maps is to skip fishing and perturb the Dark Age fishing from the enemy, and that works really well because for 2 times in a row, I believe, fishing was nerfed. The speed of the fishing boats, or the speed of the fishing boats collecting fish, or it was the production of fishing boats in general that was nerfed. So Mongols, they can double produce Spearmen in the Dark Age, so they can just really perturb. And that's how Melmaika got slightly ahead in the game, but then Demu did well coming back.
Mining camp getting casually dropped right next to the...
And I think Mongols are still one of the strongest civilizations in... Yeah, I almost never play them as well. And, you know, I think it's because, like, we just don't feel safe with them. Because, like, you can pick other civs to be aggressive. And they have walls, and they have keeps, and better economy in general. But Mongols is really about that double production, those Keshiks, those early timings, and if you can, a trade, right? No walls, right? Exactly, no walls. But you or your army is the wall. And with the double production, sometimes you can really make your opponents shit their pants because they don't expect certain timings.
It's actually a 17 eco lead in total.
It's pretty nuts, yeah.
Yeah, it's now a substantial lead, and we're getting to the stage where Miyamika might not act.
Yes, it's a villager lead, but remember that Order of Dragon villagers are better. And Demu... Oh, but they lost 12. Because Demu has 2 pawns. Melmaika only has 1. But losing 12 villagers really hurts for Order of the Dragon. Because they are more expensive, and they are also take more time to produce.
The fight was looking so good over the Deerstone for Miyamika was the movement speed, right? You were able to move in, poke the archers, move out before they can respond with their own attacks. Not easy to do, but he was finding the way. Now, with the mobility removed, Miyamika needs a new solution. Maybe a new aura per se. Maybe one that you get in Castle Age.
Indeed. I absolutely love this. Keep in mind, he knew fully well that Demu wasn't on gold. And because of this, he knows that he can go to Castle Age and Demu is not going to be there. Now,
Ooh, Mel Mike is going Castle with the Kurultai. I love when you drop the Kurultai, the first thing that appears is some tapestry. Oh, Demo went Akon, smart. Could have been some farms, could go pro scouts even. Those 26 archers will be hard to deal with, but no Mikey on 51. It's looking tough for Demu. Demu is kind of close to Castle Age as well. And then Fishing plus Burgrave is a great combo because Burgrave discounts your men-at-arms and Speedman in general, right? And then you can get Military Academy to make them to produce them even faster. And then you have a bunch of food from Fishing, a cheaper production and a faster production. So in a good timing, it can go crazy. But Mel Michael already has 12 Kashix. Demo could go like super strong into like just Men-at-Arms Spearman and A move Zerg into the base of Mel Micah. It's gonna be Burgrave. Here we go. For Demu. Come on, Demu. You can do it, Demu.
Demu could fight him directly. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, whoa. Mel Mike is coming in with a Kurultai. No archer upgrade just yet. It's coming in +2 attack as well. Demu is still edging up. Raging up right now. Can we get upgrades real quickly? Kurultai hits. Upgrades for the archer in. Upgrade for the Kashik coming through. Less than 10 seconds. Emergency repairs on the house. It's a good bait. Remember that Mongols gain extra resources from burning stuff. They burning the houses. They're getting those extra resources. Mel Mike is not saving any resources going in into the base of Demu. Demu has a bit more units because the boats take 3 population space. So they have 6 population space on the boats, and that does count for the number. Kurultai being removed 1 millimeter to the right. Villagers on the run. Demu is waiting for the upgrades, and even though with the upgrades, I think he's screwed, everybody. I think he's screwed. He went Akon, so no faster and cheaper upgrades as well. He can get the upgrades from the burger, you know. But in the end of the day, oh, he's losing town center. And then Akon is right there. It's emergency repairs. Not even siege from Mel Micah, it's just torch damage. Okay. And it's going down, it's going down. Demu approaches now with the upgrades. He's gonna get the +3 ranged armor for the Gilded Archers. +2 attack is coming in as well, but the problem are the Kashyyyks. The front line from Demu just can't hold. Mongols might take the win here for Mel Micah.
From going down, and he did just that. But he simply doesn't have the troops to fight this. Maybe if it wasn't for a Kurultai, but it's just too much. These are fully upgraded Castle Age units for Miyamaika. Demu is still lacking the ranged attack upgrade. And at the same time, these units are also being buffed by the Kurultai.
Well, they're out of range now, and scale armor is a pretty big deal here, but he needs to just commit the Kashyyyks. Once that's in, this should just be GG.
Yeah.
Demu, he's actually building Springald chips. He's praying that water can protect him against the Mongol horde. Now, historically, for certain countries, that was pretty damn effective.
It did work at some times, but it didn't work for the Order of the Dragon here. And now, if you don't stand and fight with the archers, your villagers will suffer. Demu has to just make an emergency gate out here. And there's a second layer behind us. Horsemen are coming in from Miyamaika. New Kashyyyks are on the way too.
Actually, good hold from Demu, holding with the archer sheep and with the Gilded Archers. Like the casters were saying, Mel Mike is bringing a wave of horsemen, which I think it's the good choice, just to kill those archers really quickly. Because Order of the Dragon archers are super strong, they're very hard to kill. Mangonels don't do great against them because they have a lot of HP. And Mel Mike, all the towns... Wait, can you repair town center when it's dead? With emergency repairs? But they really need to change the technology. It's so broken.
Health.
He's actually moving the Kurultai down to where the tree line's gathering now. And surely this should be the dive that just puts Demu in his grave.
Is it the end? Mel Micah diving villagers from Demu. The archer ships and the springle ships helping. The archers as well behind the houses on the choke point. That's a dangerous alley. Nice damage. Oh no, the archers from Mike are attacking the house. Look, those guys are attacking the house. Brother, the archers. I'm pretty sure he was busy doing something else.
There's no cruelty buff here, but the numbers. I think the Gilded Archers might win if the Kashik stay out of this.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking that the Gilded Archers might win, but the Kashiks coming in changes everything.
He should not throw this game away from this position. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, your opponent has two of his landmarks basically in your base, right? I mean, the Deer Stones on your starting gold is dead, admittedly. The Kurultai is basically at your TC. We have Dumu pretty much playing the role of the Mongols, a nomadic civ moving across the map. And the Mongols taking routes.
Yeah, but then again, Miyamika hasn't finished all those villagers off to the south. Like, this game should be over.
Bro, there is a bunch of villagers to the south, that's true. Miyamaka really should go there. With some Kashiks. He has no idea, perhaps.
Again, and then walk away. And then E-repairs will come off cooldown. And then we'll just be out here again in 5 minutes, I think.
The Moose still doesn't have an army, though. He's got 14 Gilded Archers, that's basically it. He's facing 43 Archers on the other side. Plus a bunch of Kashyyyk. Plus the Kurultai buff. And now I think the Moo has finally been found out to the south. Oh, no, it's just, you know, casual wildlife. If he's too busy microing, he's gonna get all his villagers killed by that wolf, by the way.
Them is not giving up easily, better believe it. Miyamaka going for siege engineering. You gotta build some... Because, bro, and the reason Demu is still alive, it's because emergency repairs as well. You know? Because he can bring the TC back from the dead. That's so broken.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Nope, it's not gonna happen.
Wait for it. No, we don't trust him to stop throwing torches.
Oh, nice.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, no, you can't. So, my bad, guys. It was almost dead. Now, GG. Okay, good game from Miyamika. Takes 2 games away from Demu. I was so sure Demu would win 3-0. And now it's 2-1 for Miyamika. Match point. Demu might be eliminated in a super surprising match. Come on, Demu. Oh my god, bro. What went wrong in here? What went wrong? Demu got fishing perturbed. They were able to age up first, but didn't do much after that. And they weren't able to deal with mass ranged units from Miyamika. Miyamika kept the pressure, denied resources, killed a lot of villagers. And that's it. GG's. GG's, bro. GG.
How do I throw off the build? Okay, what? Okay, there we go. Production just showed us the actual graph from the previous game. It's copy-paste the same except for the last 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think when you're Dumu, you have to start thinking about how you could potentially throw off the early game build of Miyamika. Because I think the difference between this game and the previous one was the fact that in this game, Dumu wasn't able to stall long enough to have a strong defense ready.
Yeah. I think the thing that really matters as well is maybe the gold choice. We mentioned that south side was kind of the most defendable location for Dumu, and he didn't try to take it, right? Like, it felt a little bit weird. After spin peeled away, I thought he'd walk out, wall off.
That makes a lot of sense. Because I'm seeing, right now, at this moment, in the broadcast, Demo already has those things walled. But he was fighting first at the top over there. And that was the first fight that he lost. And then it kind of started to slowly but surely snowball a little bit.
2 more games in this series. And I think we do have some maps that still offer up favorability to a more defensive angle of play.
Do we?
I think so. Trying to remember what we actually got now.
No. All the maps left are open. It's Gorge. No, still Hill and Dale. True. Gorge can be defensive. Gorge can be defensive. Hillendale is defensive. Actually, I would like to see some Hillendale right now. And then I want Demo to win, and I want game number 5. I want game number 5. Let's go. Welcome to stream, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the watch party.
Rapidly.
Yeah, I just wonder what the mindset is going to be here for Demu. Because from one perspective, you could say, okay, it's match point for my opponent. I need to bring out Hillendale because that's probably the map where I feel more comfortable against this playstyle. But at the same time, you have to win both of these games. So maybe Demu is going to be like, okay, let's bring on Gorge first. And if I have to really play a decider game, then let's have it on a map that I feel more confident about.
I don't know if Demo feels comfortable on Hillendale.
Game 4 could go. Yuji
versus
versus
Gorge.
Or the most, and it's Gorge. Zushi for Demo, Ayubits for Melmaika. We had French and JD available for Melmaika. And we had Chinese, Zushi, and Ottomans available for Demo. I think Zushi is a good choice for Demo. I think for Gorge, Melmaika could have chosen something a bit more aggressive. And I think this is totally a game for Demo to win. Zushi has way better feudal age than Melmaika. They can go way easier into professional scouts as well. Guys, I really have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
China is a weird one as well. Like, China sucks in very long feudals against French because French scales their eco 2. And the whole idea is when you get loads of knights and you get loads of Juganu, the knights can just take turns tanking the Juganu shots. So, like, the archer's the MVP for the French, right? So, you know, you don't really want to play a long age, but I've seen Chinese just bypass that age issue altogether. Just open with Spears Horseman, go fast castle. But you know what? Let's focus on what's ahead of us. We head into Gorge, this deep ravine, this deep valley, to see if Demu can force a deciding game number 5 here. Miomaika leads, Ibid pick coming out, but Demu, channeling his inner balls, has gone to the bald boy Civ. It's Yuji time.
This is an interesting choice from Demu. He is one loss away from being eliminated from the tournament. At the same time, as we talked in the pregame, if he takes this to the game number 5, I think he's starting with a huge advantage. Every single game, Miomaika has been the aggressor, and Demu had some success defending, especially in game number 2, and some of the other games he did not. Hillendale, game number 5, with the civilizations that are still available, that should be a huge advantage for Demu. He could have gone to Hillendale in this game, but I feel like he just didn't want to make or play a decider on a map like Gorge. So for Demu, this is really all about, if I can secure this game, I have a really good shot at winning this series. But this map in particular might play into the hands of Miomaika in terms of playstyles.
I'm sure Dumu's like, man, I don't want to do that to people. We don't need a 2-hour game just me to then lose. So we're going to make it possible that it would win me the series. Because, like, let's be totally real. Hillendale is that game that definitely favors defenders a lot of the time. And it is the type of map that can drag the latest average game length, like, I think any map we have here in rotation. But yeah, let's talk about Ayus a little bit. You know, very kind of awkward matchup for them. Ayus usually like to open with a little bit of pressure. Not great against Yuji because of the potential for Shiganu. The thing that might give you a semblance of pressure point, though, is that Yuji are going to be looking for pro scouts here. Really good spawn for them to optimally drag the deer back, both being on the east side. And
all right,
also,
guys, we back.
I'm looking to see if we got any good meditation gardens here. I think...
Back from the bathroom. Here we go, here we go. What do we have here? It's the Zushi Ayubits. Already nice. We skipped the 2 minutes of nothing happening. Okay, let's go. Meditation Gardens. Wait, where is it? It's right in the front, between 1 gold, stone, and berries. That's actually pretty good. It's pretty good.
That's an interesting start here for Mia Micah. Now,
Is this the proxy-based builds? I've seen this from a few players.
I think so.
Yeah, like
Proxy base from my U-Baits. I've never seen it before, I think.
your opponent. He hasn't, though.
Yeah. Most of the time when you see this choice on the Hands of Wisdom, you see it because you want to have a huge influx of wood that you will turn into TCs. But knowing Mia Micah's playstyle, there's no way we're seeing town centers here. So the question is, what is he going to spend a bunch of wood on? Makes a lot of sense to think that it's going to be some sort of a proxy build-up or production buildings of some sort, that is for sure.
Yeah, but he's late then, because he's got Wheelbarrow coming in now, but that means you're going to have to wait, like, we're almost a minute into your tech timing to do anything with that extra wood. And to the whole idea, like, 2TC, I don't think the 2TC works with Industry Wing. Like, I think it's terrible in the current meta. Like, you know...
Bro, I love to do it. I know it's bad, but I love to go Industry Wing in Castle Age. Oh, but he goes Industry Wing right now into 2 stables immediately. While Wheelbarrow is being researched to boost the eco. And then 2 houses as well. Is that for Golden Age Tier 1 to get 10% more gathering rate?
It's really bad against Yuganu. It's really good against the Horseman timing, because the whole idea is, like, the weakness of Desert Raider scaling is it takes 35 seconds. Same as, like, Camel Archers, right? But there
it's
you
not
go.
a good frontline unit either.
He's balancing, though. He's got Horseman plus Desert Raiders. So this is a little bit better.
Fair.
And this is his idea.
Bro, let's go, Micah. I love his different builds. I'm enjoying it a lot. Let's go. Let's get it.
Obviously, from the scouts alone, it gives it away. So, you know, with that in mind, he should be able to maybe block the second deer retrieval. But I'm always very reluctant about these type of plays. Like, stopping the second deer retrieval means you've let one group of, say, 5 scouts through. 5 scouts getting through is still, what is that, 1,750 food for your opponent safely underneath the TC. That's a crazy amount of food to work with.
I think the trick here for Mia Micah is that he won't be able to take direct fights for an extended period of time against Jugin. Like, short, Demu doesn't have a lot right now. And Demu actually opens stable, which will delay any kind of Juginu build.
Yeah, the stable
once
opening.
Demu starts getting Juginu out.
It's for the scouts as well. And potential horsemen, but Mia Micah already with horsemen and desert raiders. And I think this is a very different build order that Demu is not used to face, and he might struggle to adapt. Because one thing that happens with these very, very high pro players is that they play a lot against the same builds, because at the top most people are meta slaves, or they just prefer to play what's the most efficient. But they can be caught off guard by certain plays that are, yes, less efficient, but still doable, and they just have no practice against them.
Like, mass Desert Raider builds is, you know, at what point have I crossed the line? At what point am I in breach?
Mass Zuganu works against anything though, so let's see.
Look at this. Demu is already massing Jugenu from double ranges. Jugenu are not particularly pricey. At the same time, as you said, Desert Raiders will take a long time to build up. And Horsemen will be fine as long as you don't get to the critical mass of Jugenu, which, when you have double ranges plus Jushi buffing them, it doesn't actually take a long time for them to get to that critical mass to start essentially one-shotting Horsemen.
Shug already arriving. I don't know, man. This is... He has got Horsemen coming, so, like, in theory, this can be good. What could be sick for Demu, though? Like, it's a slept-on tech, but this might be the perfect game for it, is the new Dali horses that gives it...
Oh, the Dali horses! 20% more attack speed to the cavalry. I mean, if horsemen weren't so clunky in the way they attack, that economy would be great.
Essentially a tanking unit right here. With the Desert Raiders in the mix, they're not going to have substantial combat value. Nice micro by Mia Micah, kind of trying to stretch the attention of the opponent. And Demu already lost one villager on this gold mine. A second one almost fell. Right now, you kind of have this play from Mia Micah where he's poking on the right side and poking on the front. And he's just trying to stretch out the attention of Demu, because Demu has a much slower response to that with the slow-moving Jugenu.
The tricky part...
Portuguese indeed.
Play to just go east, right? Because both deer stacks are on that side. That's the weird thing about this type of strategy. Like, in theory, very good, but, like, in practice, this type of spawn, incredibly hard to execute for Mia Micah.
Oh yeah, he needs a perfect micro for this. One slip up and he's going to lose the game. But remember, he's on match point. And he's
True, Mike is on match point, guys. He might just be able to win right away. Demo, come on, I want game number 5. I always want game number 5.
He's holding back the primary wave. Yeah, but like the horsemen are just wasting.
Holy schmoly. Is Demu going out here, right now? No, Zugunu are holding. Zugunu are holding. I can see your emote, guys. 92. Because I'm... Yeah, okay. I can see now. Just took some time to load. My bad.
and Miyamika's idea here. If you want to rush castle, I think you want to retain this army and just, again, use your mobility.
Oh, Miyamika going castle here. But I think he's going to be caught with his balls stuck in the fence. You know, when you're trying to jump a fence and they get stuck in the middle. Because now he's fighting with Demu and he goes castle. So if... but Demu is going castle or... No, Demu is... Okay, but he can go cheaper, faster castle. I don't think he wants that. I think he wants something else. But if Demu keeps producing and Mike is caught off guard, then he uses all the resources to age up and then he can't rebuild. He needs to be careful here. He needs to be careful.
Count on age up, and then they build it ridiculously fast. And okay, dude, he's played way too many team games. This is a team game strat.
It's a team game strat. What?
I think
digging for military wing in Castle Edge. They already have desert traders. They can build rams. After, if you go military wing, your cavalry with Ayubids can build rams.
Carcasses in. Really, if you're Miyamika, you need to slow this down. If Debu has access to gold, if he can continuously fearing carcasses, your chances will just not be great. Camel Lancers are expensive, and if you don't have any support units to them, Demu can just deal with them using Spearmen initially.
I mean, Demu, it just looks pretty cozy right now. You know, the idea of what Miyamaka was doing here was cool, but it just doesn't feel like he actually locked enough food from getting home. And now he's in a reluctant position. Horseman also able to shuffle over onto the workers. We'll force a bit of idle time there. Miyamaka is about, what, 40 seconds out from the tech up complete? Demu, meanwhile, hasn't really focused on that timing. He's actually scaling even more juke here.
I think he is going to go for the timing, but I also think that he senses an opportunity. The timing is going to be near perfect. You're going to hit your opponent just when he reaches castle age.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Now Miyamika doesn't have enough units to defend, but they're going to go castle. He's left 10 horsemen, though, versus 30 Zugunus. I don't know if that's enough.
Up for sure. It's kind of obvious at this stage. Even if he doesn't see gold workers, that's because Miyamika preemptively took the gold necessary. Problem now is getting the units out quick enough, and oh, I mean that.
If
that
you have to do a
good.
farm transition just now, you might have just lost the game, because this is the window where Miyamika needs.
Yeah, Lidocor has a point there. Doing a farm transition right now will really hurt the ability of Miyamika to make units. But I think Miyamika is doing the smart thing, because he's on deer, and before the deer runs out, he's doing the farm transition. He's not doing the farm transition in an emergency. He's avoiding that emergency by doing it slowly but surely right now, because he still has another deer pack behind his first deer pack. So if he can protect that, he just keeps doing the farm transition slowly, one farm at a time. And then he's going to have a lot of farms when he finishes the deer.
Demu actually has multiple scouts out there. So Demu knows fully well that there is nothing coming towards his base. At the same time, Miyamika had no idea. Miyamika is so deprived of vision that he just now realizes that there is no one in front of his base. He's got the Camel Lancers out now, but by the time he arrives to the opposing side of the map, you're going to start seeing the veterancy come in for Jugenu. You're going to start seeing crossbows come in. And it's going to be increasingly difficult for Miyamika to breach this defense.
Veterancy only just a few seconds away, so Miyamika making the right choice not to go in. We'll just back away. What he needs to be looking for now is the Dervish timing. The first Shallow Monks...
Desert Traders with Castle Age upgrade, they look awesome. They look like they're using a silver armor. It's so good.
No, I don't think so either. I think he's a little strained on resources right now. Remember, he had to start dropping farms, so... This is a commitment he had to make. He actually dropped the blacksmith, but techs aren't coming in. in terms of blacksmith decks on all his troops. And it's getting worrisome for him. Demu is actually outnumbering him 3-1. The one saving grace he does have is mobility, and he needs to leverage that. He needs to start stretching the attention of Demu.
All right.
Try to intercept the monks as well, but more importantly, try to hit the eco and just force...
Demo is, I think, is in an advantageous position. He just needs a way to deal with the Camel Lancers. Because 41 Zugunu can kill 1 or 2 Camel Lancers, but then it's gonna get complicated. So maybe he needs to start adding in some... I really like to add crossbows with Zugunu. Oh, then we're stealing the second year from Melmaika. So now Melmaika is needing the farm transition. Whoa, oh! Nah, okay. Yeah, I really enjoy the position of Demu. He has way better economy. He has a better bank as well. He's getting relics too. He's adding crossbows, like I said. He just needs a front line as well. He has 1 horse. Yeah, he's doing for Lancers. I think they work as the front line. Spearman will be better, though. For sure. If you go Spearman, Zugunu, crossbow, it's very hard to counter that. Like, very, very hard.
Considering the amount of Lancers. Also good for a PG switch. Kind of just a pseudo-ready unit. Me and Micah just doing a very good job of skirting this fragile state of the game. He knows he can't really commit to a main fight. As soon as I say doing a good job, he actually does just run straight through the Zugunu.
A lot of his horsemen are badly beaten up. And now Demu is making a pivot into Spearmen. And that could be disastrous for Miyamaika. He's actually making very expensive units and he doesn't have the strongest of economies. So making full tech switches will be challenging for him. If Demu starts flooding Spearmen with the Jushi, it's going to be difficult for Miyamaika to respond to that in a short amount of time.
It's a very brave Lancer. We'll at least be able to push them away a little bit. But yeah, Demu really just starting to get...
Miyamaika is stabilizing a little bit, but he has a lot of cavalry. It's going to be very easy for Demu to use the Spearman here. And remember that Demu can supervise the barracks and produce Spearman faster. So in a blink of an eye, he can have 20 Spearmen on the field.
Full defense from a full Cav comp.
Army count is 2-1 right now for Demu, but the army value is neck and neck. So it's really about the quantity versus quality setup right here. And Miyamaika might have enough to hold this. One key thing here is that Demu has a slow-moving army. And we've seen that in game number 1. If he gets caught mid-map with a slow-moving army, Miyamaika is really good when it comes to exploiting that.
Boy, it's a pain in the ass with these Desert Raiders. You at least have more relics coming home, so that's not going to be free. I can't believe with this map control, Miyamaika has never tried to go for relics himself.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if he was just like, okay, I was, you know, I didn't have the map control when we hit Castle Age.
Good farm transition for Miyamaika though. He started it slowly, but surely. Oh no. The end will start now, guys. You saw what I saw? I saw a siege workshop. You know what I mean. It's time for 7 Nest of Bees. Let's go.
When transition came in, it almost feels like we're reaching a stage where Miyamaika is not quite sure what the next move is meant to be.
And here's the problem. He's got a lot of mobility, but I think Demu's playing it smart. Demu is just waiting for his opponent to make a move, because Demu is sitting on the...
Yeah, because Demu doesn't have the mobility, so he needs to deny that mobility. Okay, you stay in base, and if the enemy gets impatient, or they move, you win the fight.
He just wants Miyamaika to commit, and the moment Miyamaika commits, he gets slaughtered. His army is not good enough to push into Demu's base against that composition.
You remember when we had the LAGG game where, like, all you have to do is sit here, pagoda up, and let them come to you? It's that again.
Exactly.
He's got a 4th relic on the way home, by the way.
Exactly.
It's easy peasy. And now we see...
Then we go pagodas, no?
Right, the Nested Bee is getting added in.
5th relic is still available for Demu in the south corner of the minimap.
Short on vision.
Lancers see pretty far, right? If you check his vision, Lancers are kind of surprising for their ability to see from melee. Lancer
it's
on the backside.
It's a little weird though, because he really doesn't see that far away. So
no, if we look at Miyamaika's vision, yeah. There's the bees.
Here we go. Nice fight. Only 2 Nest of Bees at the moment. The cavalry might go around. Wait, no front line for Demu. Only a couple spearmen. Wait, no, there are more spearmen, but where are they? There are 13 spearmen. I only see a couple. More are arriving. Nesov is doing a good job. Eee, bro, what the damage. Mel Micah took a lot of damage here. GG. I told you this was a sushi game. I told you.
Vietnamese rising
GG, good
star.
game. Good game. It's 2-2. Game number 5. That's what I want, brother. Bring it. Show me game number 5. I love it. But I really do like to watch and participate in Age of Empires 4 tournament. It's really, really cool. And in this tournament, they chose the maps really well, so the games are very active, I believe. Great casters as well. I wonder why the Drongo stopped casting. Maybe it's not worth it for him. In terms like what they pay him. Right? Let's go, deciding match. Demo 2 steps ahead, says the Twitch chat. This was a very poor attempt of creativity. No, I don't think it was. I think it was actually it was a good attempt. He just needed something else to his comp. I think it was cool. I think it was somebody was saying that in the Twitch chat of the stream, not my stream, of their stream. China on Hillendale. GG, says somebody in chat. It's Jover. Well, is it going to be JD Chamber of Commerce?
Most defensive map we have.
And yeah, because Mel Micah here for these 2 last maps, they had available Ayubids, French, and JD. If you see Hillendale coming through and you still leave JD and French in the bag, is because either you have a plan or you forgot about them. So hopefully Mel Micah has a plan here.
He had the Jushi there, and the setup was so simple. It was a matter of just waiting until Mio Micah runs out of patience and starts pushing into your base. Of course, Demu, in order to make that happen, had to be really active in terms of bringing in extra food, securing all the relics, so expect that to happen right here as well. But I would be shocked if Demu was the aggressor in this game whatsoever. Now, when you look at Mio Micah, on the other hand, one thing that we shouldn't forget about is that resources on that little well-defensible hilltop are quite limited. So Mio Micah could try to play a similar game to the Four Legs game, where he was very active denying resources and just trying to make sure that Demu cannot really access a lot of resources at a time.
Tricky part is the opener. You need to make sure Dimun doesn't get a lot of sheep here, otherwise he will just camp on that high ground long enough. The thing that makes China probably the most obnoxious civ in my eyes on this map is while other civs you can argue, yeah, they've got limited resources, you know, they're going to run out quickly. Well, China, yes, it's limited, but it's 20% more than the limit of everyone else, right? Like, it's one of the more obnoxious things about China that when you dig deep and think about it conceptually as a civ buff, makes them kind of more broken than most, right? Like HRE, 40% gathering sounds nuts, right? But I'm getting through my safety 40% quicker. With China, I'm extending my safe resources by 20%. So, you know, if there's a civ that can kind of get away with it, if you get enough sheep, you're not going to see Dimu necessarily with urgency rush off the high ground.
Well, Mike is moving a lot of villagers around. He has a plan. What is it?
How much reserves you have, in essence. The gold and the wood lines are both to the front, though, for Demu, and that could be a bit of a concern for him. Imperial Academy coming in just now. I would not be surprised if we saw an early Barbican towards the front of his base, though, because he really needs that level of safety just to have...
It's edging up with only one vill. Mike is edging up only with JD.
Yeah, well, you start off just by poor man barbicaning, right? Like, an outpost does the same. In fact, if you look at his spawn, Dimu got an incredibly favorable wood spawn here. They all bridge the front of his base, so if he just goes for, like, 2 small walls, there's no quick bridge.
Yeah, that's true. His front line is almost a wall in itself. That's so funny.
I mean, backside's still exposed, right? But, like, I think the interesting thing here is you could probably just barbican the south side to get the stone covered, and then quick wall the east side, right? And then Dumu's just hunkered in. At which stage, like, what is your move as Jean? I guess you could rush Castle Age.
Jean, good French. KP. Jean.
The reward is for getting feudal age.
But Jean is more masculine. Feminine is Jean. Jean, he's more masculine, I think.
Dark Age build here for Jean. And on the other side, the Moose started pushing into Deer. It's actually going to be a nice and easy push for him. He's going to have the mill situate towards the back. And just looking at the Moose base, it looks like he actually got the majority of the sheep on this map. So he's going to have a lot of reserve food to work with.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, if he just gets the Deer shove right, obviously has the efficiency on the mill here. So it'd be nice for me and Micah to
Oh, Scott from Micah goes down. They have no vision. What were they trying to do? To kill some deer far away from the mill?
process from Mio was like, oh yeah, he's out in the mill. He won't be able to just dive into the TC, but that was incredibly overzealous. Now it's kind of risky because, like, me and Micah, you're going to be blind punting in with your first night. This is where things like Outpost can really surprise you, and wouldn't be surprised if Dimmu goes for it. Instead, for the time being, he opts for the village. Really smart play here. It just gives you a safety point that no small count of knights is going to be able to breach.
Yeah, it's a nice and tight base for the time being. And again, I'm curious how Mio Micah is going to approach this, because it's very clear how Dimmu is going to play this game. I just do not know how Mio Micah intends to break that defense.
Yeah, it's a conundrum. I'm scratching my head because the reality is, even if this had been Ottomans, it wouldn't have been any better, right? Like, we've seen, if you remember when Jean first came out in a tournament, we had like Ottoman versus Jean on, I think it's Himiyama. That was one of the most demoralizing Jean games I've ever watched. I think it was maybe Mr. versus Marine Lord or something like that. And he just built one outpost and the whole Jean plan was countered, right? Like, how is this really any different? You got a Barbican down, you've already got a village to protect the gold. Even if you get pushed off gold, this is the absurdity. Ever since China got the Imperial Academy buffed, that's enough gold, right? You can just tax your way to heaven.
That's true, that's true. It's very hard to really deny gold from China because of the supervision and the taxes. Oh, one villain goes down though. Good move from Micah. But we're gonna have Song Dynasty very, very soon. And the JD, they'll lose a villager, you have to remember that. To get JD to the military form, you lose a villager.
So you can get into a ram timing. The other worry now is, like, your opponent can just kind of opt to play very defensive into Juke. And with the Barbican effect, all of a sudden, you feel worse than you would have before, realizing you don't have the faster producing TC as Jean. Now it's even worse. Your opponent has essentially taken the perk that you would have thought the French variant Civ would have.
Yeah, for now, Mio Micah is just torching down at one village out there. But one little highlight here, KP. Mio Micah actually went for quite a few early eco decks here. Mining also coming in, Wheelbarrow, the food upgrade.
Yeah, I see a lot of GD people, GD players do that. They get a lot of early eco because that helps them keep up with the more eco-focused civilizations. I actually like that play.
Man, Jean just takes a shot to the face like a champ, right? Like, bulletproof Jean is what I'm getting out of this. Like, it's kind of
true, because the attacks from the TC is like hand cannon slit. So just have imagine JD taking a hand cannon to the face and surviving. God is with her.
Anyway, one thing to highlight here is that Mio Micah doesn't have a scout right.
Thank you very much for the follow. Guys, 92 PT. Agradeço muito por ter seguido. Vamos nessa, galera. Sim.
I was just thinking, you'd think with fire being a weakness, Byzantines would be the ultimate counter.
No, I was just gonna say you should have played it on water maps.
That's true. But yeah, but once again, Byzantines. Just
Fair.
maybe that's the buff we need on the flamethrower boats. Just give them like +5 damage against Jean. By the way,
Anyway.
I love the fact, like, can we just go to Mio Micah's base? Because I'm pretty sure that's a diamond statue.
That's a diamond ram.
It is a diamond ram.
He's like, I'm gonna take the loss in this season because I really want the diamonds. Diamonds are forever. Like, and by the way, this is legit. So Mio Micah season 1 was a diamond 1, season 3 was a diamond 3. In season 5, like, he could actually switch to a gold ram. By the way, he actually in season 5 was gold ranked.
No way, how?
Anyway, for the time being, it's just knights for him plus Jean.
Thank you for the follow, Freros 2. Your support is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
He's actually trying to replicate what he has done in the Four Lakes game.
Because I went down from... Actually, yeah, I went down from Conqueror 1 to Platinum 2. But on the season that I finished Platinum 2, I also got Conqueror, or really close to it, and then we just started experimenting a lot. So in AoE for World, it tells you your finish in the season, not your highest. And that's how actually ladder worked before. So people would get Conqueror or their highest rank and they would stop playing. So ladder in the last days was completely empty. So me and all the streamers will just have a lot of troubles finding people to play against. We'll always be playing against the same people. But now that the ladder gives you the rewards and the symbol for your highest achievement, people still keep playing, and I think it's a great change.
Here's the thing. If you look at how this series went so far, every single time Demu was able to build some sort of an economical advantage, like having the majority of the relics or just having a powerful economy of the Druze, it forced Mia to go into his base and attack, and those didn't work out.
Royal Institute coming in though, we're gonna get Giga Chat Knights with Royal Bloodlines. What I really like to do when I play JDE is do exactly this that Meomaika did, couple Knights, be a bit annoying, go Castle with a lot of people on gold though, which he doesn't have, and then build a bunch of Arbaletier while we upgrade Knights, to make a bit more Knights, and then get crossbow stirrups is giga. But Meomaika does not have the eco to get those upgrades. He goes for Forestry. I think right now he should save every gold he can to get Royal Bloodlines first. And unironically, after securing relics, they should start trading. Because Demu is on Song Dynasty. Yes, it's not second TC, but still. Right, he's on Song Dynasty, so you need something. Because he's not killing villagers, and he will not kill villagers realistically, because it's Lindale. Unless it's late game, because then you start to go out to the sides of the map and whatnot, and it becomes very difficult to actually secure. Because if you make stone walls, it's easy to secure. But if you make palisades, like 5 knights come in, burn that walls, and then start harassing around. So I think Meomaika needs something. I also, like, when I play against English, SJD and stuff, and I pin the enemy down in their base with my knights, I like to, as soon as I can, or as soon as I remember, right, to start trading. It's really good.
There's nowhere to be seen. He simply doesn't have the economy for this. And if Demu gets to Castle Age and he gets to crossbows, if he gets to veterancy on these spearmen and Jugenu, there isn't really very many things that Meomaika can do against that composition.
Love the Imperial Palace choice as well. Just allows you to see everything around your base. You'll see it when it goes up. The vision it gives is absurd. Another crazy thing about it, sometimes still kind of baffles me, is for how much vision it gives, it's not hampered by things like tree lines. It will just punt out its vision and see pretty much all the way to the sacred site.
Yes, I absolutely love the Imperial Palace.
All right, watch this. Here we go.
Talk
What
about a
is
way to prevent
vision?
raids.
Bro, that's incredible vision. That's ridiculous. You can see the knights coming in from every angle. Shit.
It's of economies. Did Meomaika ever leave his base? If so, you're going to get an opportunity to hit those little pockets. Now, Demu doesn't really have a highly mobile unit that can do that just yet, but the opportunity will always be there to just find where your opponent is hiding.
And the other interesting thing about Imperial Palace here is, like, there is a chance that a Jean player goes trade on this map, right? But now you could scout that. So, like, you know, you can just press the button and go, okay, no trade. I'm chill. So Demu can just focus on getting his counters going. He's now scaling to crossbows. Crossbow speeds is just your bread and butter here. Because Meomaika is just doing the most A-click density build possible. Used to call it the Zertin build, right? I like knights. Only knights. You know, it's like the person who will only buy Batman comics. None of the others.
It's
Only night challenge. 3 sacred sites though, 0 relics. Hello? Why no relics? Why nobody wants to do relics here? Nobody's religious to get the relics? JD is religious, I know.
Meomaika isn't going for relics, which I think is a huge oversight. As you said, you want to force Demu out of your base. Remember, Demu actually has an 11 eco lead right now.
Yeah.
And
Like I was saying, Meomaika needs something to put him ahead, or not ahead, or just at least close the gap economically. Economically.
The sacred sites, but it's just ridiculous that you could double it with the relic pool. I mean, Dimu at this rate probably isn't going to go relics because his assumption should be, oh, Mio took all of them. When he sees the post game, because I've got a feeling that the post game, no relics would have been picked up. When he sees the post game and there's still 5 relics on the map, he's going to be scratching his head so hard you'll be able to see a red rash on his head on Monday. It'll be ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make sense here.
It does not. I feel like Mio Maika is, I think, a little too focused on doing one thing. I think he just decided, okay, I want to play Knights, and that's going to be it. But it might be a little short-sighted in a decider game like this. And let's not forget, every single game where Dimu was allowed to just chill and, you know, build up back at home, he won those games. The games that Mio Maika was able to win were the ones where he was the active
He just lost the Sacred Site. He...
Oh.
It just got decapped on the south. I can't believe that. Like,
Mel Maika never secures the Sacred Sites. He lost one right now. Maybe he doesn't want to win through Sacred Site, he just wants to get the gold.
Versus now, or nice influx of extra gold. If you hold all that, all those Sacred Sites, you actually put Demo on a timer. And now Dimu is actually mining stone like a madman. He needs to break out of his base very soon.
Yeah, so he needs skips to secure the position, yeah, totally.
Dimu right now is gold. There aren't very many gold mines that he can simply sneak out to. I think he needs to fight for gold here.
me and Micah, I wonder if there's a point where he at least tries to break in here. Has to be tempting, surely. You know, like DD with a red button.
I think he might just be waiting and saying, okay, I know that Dimu is going to run out of resources eventually. And he's just waiting. Like I think he's trying to force Dimu's hand in a way. A couple of things to note, though. He's actually short on production. He's got 10 Knights in queue. If you want to play 4 Knights, you want to have enough production to actually mass produce them.
True. You need a lot of production, especially when you start losing Knights. It's very important to be able to immediately or almost immediately replenish those numbers.
Doesn't have good line of sight. And for all he knows, Dimu might have already snuck out, and that's actually the case. Dimu is slowly creeping out of his base, and he's not really getting punished for it.
No, and now he has 10 more minutes to work with, and is already up 15 villagers. It's getting a little bit out of hand here. You know, obviously he starts to make that uncomfortable farm transition.
Because that was 35 speedmen. That's gonna be crazy. Miyamaka sure has royal bloodlines. But will that be enough? He also has 3 dudes that counter spearman. Wait, no, he went John's Raiders. To walk with the knights, perhaps.
I just don't understand the game plan for Miyamaka here. Like, what is your win condition?
I think Miyamaka has no game plan. I think he had no really... Maybe he had ideas, but he wasn't sure about them. So he's just doing what he thinks is his best at the moment without having a very clear idea about the plan.
Oh, you're making knights, and I'm just going to do whatever needs to be done to deal with knights. Now, make no mistake, 44 royal knights with royal bloodlines is absolutely no joke.
True, 45 knights with royal bloodlines is no joke, but is it enough? And it's very expensive. Can we reproduce that? Let's see, Miyamaka, let's see.
The plan here for Miyamaka is hope that next time Hillendale isn't in rotation. Like, this is getting a little bit too defensive at this stage. I mean, Dimu is starting to shuffle out. The decap is going to come through again. There is kind of that classic saying of crap will get off the pot. Because my worry at this rate is Dimu might just skirt into Imperial Age. And Elite Spearmen are going to be no...
Nah, Demo is far away from Imperial Age. He needs a farm transition as well before that.
Because
I know, but he has 2,400 gold. Oh, he might just sell that into Imperial. Yeah, that's true.
And Miyamaka,
because he can see where the villages of Miyamaka are, and he can know what are the plans, basically.
getting tricky, because I would dare to say that Miyamaka might be able to take a straight-up fight.
I just can't believe he's able to come out like this. I mean, when these stone walls go up, like, what? Okay, Miyamaka has realized relics are a thing. He's been convinced. We suddenly have 3 monks.
Okay. Now, this is a thing, though. Dimu benefits a lot from this landmark.
Wait, is Miyamaka going straight for the base?
if Mio
He's-
Maika sees that Demu is to the south, he can just commit against these walls, and Demu is very slow rotating.
Oh no, he's coming in. 56 knights, they're not all here though. Go, 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 go!
Quick enough for this, especially the crossbow slowing him down. Mio Maika,
Exactly. Just
he's
die.
in.
Wait, but he's going for villagers or landmark snipe? No, he can't landmark snipe because there are 50 spearmen there. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, do I go villagers? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Look at any economy you can find.
Nothing. He finds nothing. Dude, it was a good attack. Now you go south. You shift south to where the deer is. Leave some knights here, perhaps, to cause some chaos.
Okay, now Mio Maika is out of food. By the way, he is in the dire need of.
Oh, he should have done the farm transition earlier, bro. Not now. There is a deer back on the west side of Mio Maika's base. On the west corner.
Time by getting those stone walls up. He
Stone walls coming. Yeah, Demu. He's closing the door. Close it.
And as you said, if Demu gets to Imperial, which will happen soon, he's at 180 population. Next step is Imperial.
I'm just.
When Demu gets to Imperial, I think Mio Maika is toast.
I'm just stuck on that raid, man. It's like, you know, let's get him. Let's go down there and mess them up. All right, lead the charge, Sean. Just kills one villager. We got him! We got him! We killed him! Run! Run! Get out of here! I just don't know what the point of that was.
Hear me out. If it wasn't for Demu's expansion to the south, I think Mio Maika would be in an okay spot. He would be just playing resource starvation. But that's not the case. I think that's the big problem for Mio Maika here.
Yeah, and Mio Maika could so much start trading. He really should. Because, like, Demo has no way to counter it. He really should start trading. Not now. I mean, he can still do it now, but the optimal time will be earlier. Only now getting the further discount of consecration. That's a lot of 66. Holy moly! Let's go. But I think Demo is fully stonewalled. So I think there's no way for Mio Maika to actually enter the base of Demo. There is no way, I believe.
Right, we're probably talking about 15 villages plus dying. Now we have quite the pickle. Now, one thing that is weird is this. Demu is building the Great Wall Gatehouse to block the sacred site. Normally, this landmark goes on your farms.
But Demo has no farms. Demo might make the farms right there, actually. It would be a good idea. Honestly.
This is where things fall apart for Mio Maika. I was starting to wonder if he's waiting for Demu to leave his base and just go for some janky landmark snipe or something. But it's not gonna happen, because you have stone walls everywhere, except this one location.
No, it's fine. Shh. Just keep tapping little hammers. Other people running around and panicking, but you little villagers, between you and me, we know that there's no way they stop us building this.
And they're actually right.
Because, you know, the knights that would stop them building this are on vacation?
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mio Maika is playing very, like, unoptimal here. It's so weird, man. He has 70 knights just not doing nothing. And now Demu's gonna get Imperial, get Elite up. Wait, what is Mio Maika doing? He's moving up to the middle to drop an outpost? Okay, Demu's coming out now. Mio Maika with a lot of knights goes back. Maybe he's waiting for GD level 4 to get the free bombard, the free cannon, and start shooting the walls. Red Palace comes through. Can we protect it? 17 villagers building. It's a good amount.
Life on the line for both of these players.
Elite techs are coming in, by the way. They're ticking in just a few seconds. Mio Maika is trying to go for this round. He didn't even get the charge for the Canton Saddle. Divine Restoration gets pumped pretty early here.
Yeah, the heal from GD came very early. What? I don't know who was gonna win the fight. Crossbows on the wall. Okay, go back. That's a good fight. That's a lot of knights. And like KP said, there was no extra damage from the charge because there was no charge. Great fight for Melmaica. Bro, but they lost a lot of knights. But, bro, Demo was like on 50 spearmen, is now on 15. He lost like 40 plus spearmen.
Yeah, but he should be able to decap that at literally any point. Like the Great Wall Gatehouse, if a villager walks out and decaps that, you don't dive. So, because here's the thing, like remember Nestaby's got nerfed. Great Wall Gatehouse somehow didn't. If you click on it, you'll see how high its damage is. Because Nestaby's is 6.
Oh, wait. Is that gate dying for Red Palace? The gate in the front of the... Look, yeah. No way, Red Palace opened the door. But Demo just rebuilds because no... Melmaica doesn't want to go in because of the Imperial upgrade still coming, the Elite upgrade from the Knight still coming through.
Which is something that Melmaica is still exceptionally far away from. But once you do, population becomes a resource. So one thing to highlight here is that Demu's army is mostly like low-value troops, and a lot of them. Whereas Melmaica has a gigantic horde of knights. And again, imagine how good that previous fight could have been for him if it wasn't for the fact that he's still severely lacking Blacksmith upgrades.
True. No +2 attack and no +2 defense from Melmaica. They have +2 range defense, which is nice.
I mean, it's not like the 15 knights seem to do anything else, right? And then
Red
we'll
Palace
replace it
being
with another wooden wall.
attacked by the...
And apparently Jean is getting XP for that.
By the
Wow.
Trebuchet.
I mean, that's definitely going to get
We have a Royal
quicker
Cannon.
than 2 XP.
Coming in from the back. Manganello
So we
attack
do
on
have
the
siege
wall.
going.
Knights.
That's not enough knights.
However,
At all
remember
for
that fight happened,
Melmaica.
there wasn't instant arrows, and I don't think there was EAT.
Oh, no, he's bringing more, he's bringing more.
Queued up.
He's bringing more.
Dumu could definitely
No,
get
no,
it.
no. He's got elite army tactics.
Okay, so yeah, he's kind of the step ahead of it, really. There, right? He's mirrored it out. Yeah, so he's got the extra melee armor, extra melee damage. The Sacred Site timer is still going because why would
Red
you try
Palace
to
is going
remove
down,
the win
bro.
condition when you could remove the red palaces? There we go.
There we go.
And I told you, one villager. There was no way you were going to stop this.
Red
Without
Palace
looking
goes
at the bottom
down.
left corner, how many relics does Melmaica have?
I'm going to guess probably 1 or 2.
He's sitting at 2. Dumu is at 1 minute 26 in this game.
Bruh.
Now, Dumu kind of has an excuse. Me and Mike are not so...
Bro, Melmaica is really revealing his weak side, which is okay. Because it's the first time he's participating in a tournament. First time playing against the big boys, the big dogs. It's just funny, like he has... Okay, he's watching the stream.
I feel like
He realized that he
Melmaica
doesn't grab the
settled on
relic.
an idea, and he is refusing to pivot away from it. He's like, I am going to die on...
Yeah, I think Melmaica could add some crossbows with crossbow stirrup. Like, absolutely he could. Easy peasy. I don't know why he's not doing it. It would be such a great help.
French. I'm like, oh my god! Knights are OP, look at these stats. And it's pretty much him just rolling with that idea. We have Clock Tower now on the way, that's going to be Yuan. And that's also going to be
bombard!
bulky siege trying
The cannon needs to be repaired. Holy schmoly.
a cannon to deal with the Great Wall Gatehouse.
Now, here's the thing, and this is where it gets interesting. Demu is up to 200 pop, which is nice and cool. Melmaica is at 170, but his army value is double that of his opponent. It's a gazillion crossbows and spearmen.
Ain't army value also kind of bugged or something? It doesn't count for certain resources, I think. But, like, Melmaica could really use the crossbows with crossbow stirrups.
Listen, this is not a pushover force, especially when you consider that you have Mangonels coming in as well.
That's true. Doesn't have adjustable crossbars though, right? And we do have hand cannoneers now getting added in by Dimu. Pyrotechnics is pretty good. The extra range is huge here. I mean, I know how this game should end.
But do you know how this game will end? Because
No, I didn't read the script this morning.
Call me crazy, but I'm starting to be a Melmaica believer.
Is
Nah, you crazy little car, you crazy.
be convincing you? It's quite a lot.
No, it's the 3 relics at the 28-minute mark.
Oh, you wait until he gets that 4th relic. We actually have flank attacks coming though. Yuan's been activated, and Oh boy. Well, you needed a red palace to actually break through Dimu's walls. He only needs a handful of spears with movement speed.
Yeah, that's not gonna be enough knights.
It's gonna be tight.
At the same time, if you're Dimu,
I think the end is starting for Mel Micah. Let's go. You can do it, Mel. You can do it.
if they catch you off guard, they're just going to clean up the whole army here from Dimu.
Who cares? He's already got ability of spearmen to queue up afterwards.
No, I'm not talking about this army. I'm talking about the army in the middle, which is
the
about
ambitious
to face
ones
down
unguarded.
60 knights.
I mean, they've got like 5 spearmen there to defend them. A couple.
Yeah, I think Mel Micah could have attacked the demo army. For sure.
Textiles.
Let's be honest, Mio Micah is not playing for workers here. Mio Micah
Because
at this
now
point,
he has more room for knights.
you're saying that ironically, but at this point, I'm starting to believe that that's actually the game plan. It's like, building this...
Just 100 knights. Come on, I want to see it. 100 knights. Please, 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 please.
It feels like we're about to witness a Giga Hail Mary here.
Where's the mass Nestor beast? No, I'm not gonna go there.
We're at 90 KB.
You know,
90 knights. Let's go. 100. Show me 100.
with that stone wall that no longer can...
Because they are discounted with consecration, right? So it's easier to pump them.
And his spearmen and going, many of you will die, but after enough of you have died, Mio Micah's knights will also be dead. Now, there will not be many Chinese people left at that point, but he can't do it forever.
Now, Dimu is out of gold. So, well, he has a decent gold bank, but he is out of mineable
Who
gold.
cares? Just more spears.
He's gonna have to make something happen. These are so suboptimal fights here for Mio Micah, but at the same time, Dimu, yeah, as the observers are showing to us, I'm not impressed about Dimu's army at this point, and as crazy as it sounds, all that Mio Micah needs is 1 Giga push. If he can just...
Yeah, that's true. But he needs to do it. He needs to do the Giga push. Otherwise, them will just keep coming back and coming back.
In combination with the fact that he's got low tier units, he is actually deprived of population. That resource is just not there for him.
Yeah, but so far, Mio Micah has been like that useless friend when your car breaks down. He's the one who's not pushing. He's just sitting inside the car, right? So, you know, you have faith in if he pushes. We've seen him really push once. He kills 1 worker.
That's true.
Hear me out. We are at the top of a huge hill. He just pushes you a little, and you could just start rolling down hills with 100 miles an hour speed.
We do have Trebs now to try and address that south side. The Great Wall Gatehouse is being rushed up again. This doesn't feel like a rush. Oh, no.
All right.
It's looking grim. I'm not gonna lie.
So Mel Mike is gonna win because he has 100 knights. But they are scattered. And the villagers keep repairing the wall. This is super annoying for me. But it's a part of the game. It's whatever. I'm not playing. I'm just watching.
And he's 200 out of 200.
104 Dalmatians.
104 knights plus 9 coming in. Bro, I think I never seen so many knights in one game at the same time. 104. Bro, just delete your villagers, make 200 knights. No, maybe some siege as well. So 100 and something knights and some siege. And then go forward.
We have entry. It'd be a shame if someone stonewalled behind this.
Come on. No, he's defending with the whole... Bro!
Because he needs population.
Going to the base. He's defending with his whole knights like 10 spearmen. No, Mike, bro. You can have here the coolest win ever. Don't throw it away.
I think Mio Mike is doing every single thing that's humanly possible that's not meant to be done in RTS games. And somehow he's winning.
He's like, well, he's doing every single...
Is he winning?
In control of it.
It's not just not finishing the game, it's blacksmith upgrades were notoriously late. He was so slow gathering the relics. He conceded the sacred sites multiple times to like a villager or two. He's
He
making a
just-
single type of unit directly into the counter unit.
He just
Yet he's
backed
still
up.
somehow in a great spot.
He's gonna re-wall the Great Wall Gatehouse. Like this.
Bro, this is becoming just a slugfest now. It's just becoming a clown fiesta. Like, Mel Micah doesn't go in. I think he got like traumatized in other games where he pushed too much. And because the game rewards more defensive gameplay, he felt punished. And now he just doesn't go in when he can.
So what's the threshold? Should we just queue up until we got 120 knights and then delete the rest and send it?
No, just like delete the wheels, replace them with more knights. Just bank up some more resources. Now,
Yes, that's what I said. Delete
it's actually fascinating to
Delete
look
the
at this
wheels,
matchup in a way.
get more
because,
knights.
Again, it highlights the importance of late game population. Demu has
And he
counter
walled
army to
again,
knights,
bro.
Yeah.
But a
No,
knight being
Micah,
one
do
population
something.
is just so much more valuable than a spearman being one population.
No, Micah, do something.
And you know what the sad part is, Lydical? Because Springles get bonus damage against infantry, they can't solve this problem for you.
All
I
right,
mean, mathematically, like the
121.
121 knights. Let's go. Power. Bro, he's not attacking. What is he waiting for? For some knights to go around? Okay. I really have to go to the bathroom, but I don't wanna leave this game right now. I'm gonna see it to the end.
why does it's so hard to get through this thing? Yeah, you need to delete the wall around them. And even when he did, he didn't write in. I know why, right? The risk is like, oh, what if Demu is actually Stonewall behind this and then Stonewall blocks me in? Right, that's a realistic possibility there. It could have been a trap. He could have got Akbar.
Uh-oh.
There you go, two
Now
groups of
this could be a
knights.
trap here from the two sides. So finally, they won.
No, bro. Oh my god, he's not doing anything. Bro. He's just taking damage on these knights. Finally, he goes in now. I think it's over. I don't think Demo can win this. He was also very, very passive. Yeah, ain't no way Demo wins this, right? Like, 100 knights versus 24 crossbows, 20 spearmen, and 20 hand cannoneers.
Mal finally arrived. And yes, you are right. For some reason, there is a misnegotiation between territory and Stonewalls here. So if me and Micah just burns that teensy tiny piece of wood, he will be in.
Oh man, again, this is his tournament life on the line. He was 2-1 match point. Demu takes it to Hill and Dale into a well defensible map. And we talked about this. How is Mio Micah going to change his playstyle? I don't think anyone expected to do this. I think he went against every single rule that you follow in RT.
Yeah, true. He played super wrong and bad, but he's still in a winning position. Because Demo never really was able to also come out and do damage to the economy.
Power! He's in! He's everywhere! And Demu is about to be crushed by the one night strap!
It's still tough to push into this position though.
Well, Micah is losing a lot of knights though. He was on 100, he's on 80 only now.
Placed all the army he had with spearmen and hand cannoneers, and there is no second layer behind this for Mio
Is
Micah.
he trying to landmark snipe? There's so many of those! No!
I'm starting to wonder if he has to.
No!
Because he cannot fight into his choke points anymore. Demu lost his initial army, but he replaced them with mass spears and hand cannoneers, and this is not a fight you want to take if you're Mio Micah.
What is your
And we
win
talked about
condition?
this. You're breaking every rule in RTS gaming. Is he paying the price for it now?
He just lost over 50% of the knights. Look at all that yellow on the ground. Scoop it up, freeze it, and save it for the winter. There's plenty of meat to go around here.
I think it's over for Mel Micah, guys. I'll go to the bathroom right now. I can't wait anymore. See you soon. Bro, lol. Demo ends up winning. No way. Meu Micah. What a troll. Hey guys, I'll take a quick break, grab a snack or something, and we'll be back for the next set. See you soon.
Didn't know exactly what he was planning to do with this. He just wanted to wait until those knights break into his base, and if it took 2 hours, it took 2 hours. But at the end of the day, he just waited, and finally got rewarded.
Unbelievable, but we have, I think, the expected outcome, just not really the expected path to get there. Dimu on the verge, almost being defeated, but he will pull it back 3-2. That means that he's going to be able to match up against Beastie tomorrow on stream. Going to be a really interesting set there. Beastie, been questions about whether he can be the top dog anymore. Dimu, I think, in some ways has been on the rise. This series may put questions in people's minds in some ways, but I don't think you should look at it that way. I think this is more to Mio Micah's aggressiveness, his insanity. Like it's kind of almost Vortex-esque in the way that he played some of these games.
I really don't have words about that play style, to be honest. I feel like he's the type of player that just sets his mind on something, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And fair enough, it almost worked. This has been a spectacular series. He definitely made Demu run for his money. But at the same time, I think going forward from Mio Micah, he really needs to reevaluate just making small pivots. Like, I'm not saying that he needs to make gigantic tech switches or just like completely shake up his playstyle. But what we've seen, especially in the final game, that level of, just being so locked in on a single strategy is something that top level players will find ways to exploit.
I think we are going to be able to get Ben on the line for like a quick little short interview here because, I mean, you have to basically talk to a person after a series like this and see if they actually are still speaking in coherent English or if it's just turned into melty words that don't really exist. But crazy series all the same from both sides. I mean, Mio Micah, it's a player who's been needing to diversify his Civ ball a bit. I think we saw him leaning into a lot of comfort here. He's getting there. I think, give this man a year and you could easily see him just breaching the top echelons. I think he kind of proved that here today. I imagine he's got a lot of new fans after this absurd series against Dimu. But by the way, reminder, folks, I think we're now, 5 hours in and we still have 2 more series to go. Oh, and the Balancing Core one feels like one that could be close. If Corvinus is leveled up, the B Corvinus one could also go the distance. So yeah, still plenty to happen. Reminder, by the way, like Mio Micah has been incredible, but we will not be seeing any more of him. He is actually eliminated from EGC Masters Winters. But it's time to talk to the victor of this series, a man who had to experience, I think, a lot longer of a journey than he had in mind when he agreed to the starting time for this particular series. Oh, blimey. And by the way, this is like a good reminder on why you guys should be subscribed to the channel. Considering I think we're on schedule potentially for a 10-hour day at this rate. It really wouldn't surprise me. Oh, blimey. All right. Looks like it's time. We got him on the line. Oh, Benny boy, Benny boy, Benny boy. We've got to talk about today. First of all, big congrats on a bloody hard victory. I imagine you began this series on 0 beers. You probably finished the 4th game on 0 beers. How many drinks did you need to shot pull to get through that 5th game?
Mate, if I was feeling a bit better, I'd have been absolutely down in them. But honestly, I streamed earlier and I thought, oh, it's been a rough night. Like my throat's bad. But then once the game started, I couldn't think anymore. Like, or rather, it wasn't like autopiloting anymore. I had to think about the decisions, and I was so slow, man. And he's so freaking crazy. Like, I got to give him kudos for being absolutely wild. But yeah, apologies to the fans for some poor performances. I'm just quite sick today, so I'm just happy to make it through.
We appreciate your older play, man. I mean, some credit to Mio, right? Like you said, I think you hit it on the head there. He's wacky. I describe him, anytime you watch him play, you can at least say he's having fun with the way he's playing, right? And I think that can be tricky for a player like you who has all this experience. You understand what the meta is. You understand what you're meant to do. But then you've got someone kind of spitting in the face of what almost seems logical. Does that make Mio maybe a more challenging opponent in these type of circumstances than someone who plays more standard?
I mean, he's definitely challenging. Like he pretty much caught me off guard absolutely every game, and always has done. I know he took a map off Beastie as well, and I'm assuming that something wild happened there too. It's just so weird when so when you're not really allowed to play your own game, and then you play the weird guy's game, and then it's like like I'm just sat in my base the whole time, and just kind of like, when's it gonna come? Like you just know something's gonna happen, but you don't really know what. So yeah, definitely problematic for sure. He was very similar in StarCraft 2, where very un.
Everybody, we are back. Welcome, welcome.
Like what's he going to transition into? Because I was like, should I stay on Archer? Like I'm kind of expecting him to go into Arbs or Archers or something, and it just didn't come. But yeah, it was ridiculous. I'm just very happy to make it through, because honestly, I felt the way that I was playing, he could have 3-0'd me. I felt so. Yeah, I thought he was playing really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting play. I think it's exciting to have these kind of fresh bloods coming in. I mean, I say fresh blood, like you said, he's competing in StarCraft.
That's true. It's very cool to see new players coming in and not getting demolished. It's cool to see them being able to sustain themselves. You see that Michael won one game from Beastie as well. He took 2 games from Demo as well. So if he keeps on this track, he has a good future ahead. You know, I think he should be happy with his performance. Micah here, he did very well with his own style, which is still not as efficient as the top players, but he was able to do pretty well, right? That's really cool.
Weeklies of yours, and I feel I've been playing totally fine. Like I definitely suck when it gets later and stuff, but yeah, I do feel that in general I'm fairly solid. This series, absolutely not. I absolutely felt that I was just going to lose the whole time. But I think I'm on the up and a fairly solid top 10 guy. But oh man, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm gonna have to cut this one short, KP, because I'm gonna have to go and.
No, I was about to say you've earned a rest, mate. A tough series ahead. Obviously, Beastie never an easy opponent. So go rest up, and we look forward to seeing you in that series.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow Demo will be playing against Beastie or with Beastie. It's gonna be very, very cool.
Bless him. A long and hard series, but he persevered through. Congrats again to Dimu on a 3-2 victory against one of the most bonkers players I think we've had in here. We're going to throw to a break now, guys. Very short one, because we need to get the schedule rolling. We're 5 hours in. We still have 2 series to go. B versus Corvinus in just a few minutes.
B versus Corvinus will be crazy, guys. Nice, nice, nice. So break. 2-minute break. I think we can visit here Reddit real quick, just to see A4 posts. Valid transport chips be like, yeah, funny. Surely they'll still have a cheese threat that I can ride out of gold. Yeah, Fast Castle is way better than Castle Rush, that's for sure. Accused of cheating for using Imperial Spies. I was banned by Relic for map hacking, even though I didn't cheat. The ban came after I was reported by an opponent during a game where I was using the Imperial Spies ability from the Chinese civilization, a legitimate in-game mechanic. Surprisingly, it seems that many players in my LO aren't familiar with the ability, which might have made my moves look suspicious. I appealed the ban but Relic rejected it without providing any details about what triggered it, stating that sharing such information would jeopardize the integrity of their moderation system. The entire process left me frustrated and unsure what I did wrong. After my ban, I left an honest review on the game on Steam because I was upset with how Relic handled my case. At the time, I didn't think my review would gain much attention, but it seems to have sparked some discussion. I understand it's hard to believe some random dude on the internet, but I want to emphasize that I'm not cheating. There are many games where I didn't even realize my opponent was trading until I lost the match, because honestly, I'm not as skilled as players like Beastie. I genuinely want to understand why some people think I'm hacking. If someone in the community could kindly take a look at my replays and point out the moments that seem questionable, I would appreciate it. I'm open to feedback. Bro, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough, that's tough. Now we back for the Corvinus and B series. Let's see how that one goes. Okay, let's see the draft. Corvinus drafted... No, oh man, I want to see the draft, dude. It's okay. Oh, Cliffside. We didn't have Cliffside on the other series, did we? So B on the Delhi, Corvinus on the Malians. It's gonna be an interesting one. Delhi has the advantage for sure, especially on this matchup, and actually Corvinus would like the spawn that B had, with 2 golds in the back. Bro, such a bad spot for Corvinus, poor Corvinus. As the Malians, I mean. He has 1 gold in the back and then all the other golds are in the front. The second gold is so far away. Holy moly. Holy, oh, bro. It's gonna be very hard for the Corvinus to defend that, especially against Malians. Oh, my man. Oh. Oh. What Corvinus can do. Saharan Trade Network on that second gold over there on the minimap. Here. Saharan Trade Network on the Sacred Site and secure a second gold. Oh, it's gonna be very complicated here. Because B is a better player than Corvinus. Corvinus has his chances to win for sure, but it gets way more difficult with a spawn like this. I guess B was the one choosing the map? Because it's weird that if Corvinus chose them... Oh, maybe he has some special strategy. Because Corvinus is indeed a creative player. And perhaps he has a plan with the Maldians to go in early and do some damage to contest Delhi's Sacred Sites. And then he acquires map control and then goes for that second goal very exposed. I guess he couldn't prepare for this spawn. Wouldn't this be like a repeatable spawn? Maybe they don't do it in this stage of the tournament. Because I think it's very advantageous in terms of the gold for B, and very disadvantageous for the gold from the Corvinus perspective. Let's see.
As far away from standard gameplay as humanly possible. It's always some weird and janky stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but for sure, Corvinus sets are always entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it must be pumped up on to just come up with these wacky strategies, but occasionally it does pay off. Then again, B is also just as creative a player. Some of his executions have been ridiculous to watch. In the weeklies, you know, Ben was mentioning that and how, you know, the KP's midweek musters, he'd been doing quite well, feeling pretty well. B has started the year off phenomenally well. He got second place in the All-Stars tournament in December, and so far has kicked off the year winning back-to-back weeklies. So really dominant force there. Some top contenders are in there against him as well, and you're always seeing very creative strategies out of him, right? So curious to see how he wants to approach this. he is one of the players that can be lured in.
Corvinus went silent trade work on his first gold. Okay.
Is a decent sieve to do that against if they're going for, say, a Freeborn or Musafadi flood.
I'm curious how Corvinus is going to approach this, from the start. Saharan Trade Network, interesting landmark to open with, but what's going to be more interesting is, I think, how Corvinus contests the map and how B is going to approach the sacred sites here, because one thing on Cliffside is that it's actually very easy to just wall off these.
The Saharan Trade Network will give poison darts to outposts. So maybe Corvinus can do... No, or maybe just darts. Javelins, not poison javelins. But maybe Corvinus wants to do a play with that.
I think he just moved it, right? Because he already started doing the other decks.
Yeah, he did switch them around. Yes, Pro Scouts coming through now. That's fine, though. It makes sense. Like, there's going to be Pro Scouts from the Corvinus Malians, but, like, your response now is you just organically get to yours. You can, in the meantime, put pressure on with your own troops. So we will see the Ghazi opening. Likely we're going to be getting a Spimmin follow-up. It just feels like a really healthy comp. Ghazi, your premium cav, and Spimmin will be able to counter certain things like jab play, and also just do quite well if they're able to catch the Warrior Scouts.
Yeah, you definitely need something to escort your scouts if you're B. If you're trying to play Pro Scouts yourself, you're not going to do that against Warrior Scouts without an escort. But at the same time, if Corvinus goes exclusively to Warrior Scouts, then Ghazi Raider plus Spearman is going to be a really good matchup here for B.
Sanctity should be ticking pretty soon as well. With such a wide spread and the locations of the deer, I don't think Corvinus can easily block and gather at the same time. That's the whole idea, is the Ghazi should be directing pressure towards your opponent. Cool thing is, like, did he actually shove in the deer? Because I think Corvinus maybe missed a trick here. With the Saharan Trade Network location, he could have shoved the deer quite close to the gold vein and then just had safe gathering. But I think instead, he just sniped them down. So it looks like B got there before he could do anything about it.
Well, to Corvinus' credit, that pack is so close, and he's got a Warrior Scout, so he should be able to carry those in. But indeed, things could have been slightly more optimal for him. For now, B is only 2 Ghazi Raiders, and that's basically it. Goes for Scouts right away. He's opening Blacksmith as well. Yeah. So it looks like there is no second production building for B just yet.
Yeah, usually you see people try to maybe block the Pro Scouts play on the other side, like severely block it, but this was a very...
B moving 4 scholars up. I'm enjoying how Corvinus is getting at least already 1 deer pack with the Warrior Scouts. Because B only got... Oh, because he's getting his own scouts out to get the deer. So the 2 Ghazis weren't able to do much. But now he can defend, I guess, the sacred site. Corvinus gathering the deer over here from the back of his base. So 2 deer packs for Corvinus under his own base. Looks pretty good. And he's close to getting Castlage as well, because he's not buying cows. He's not making javelins. He's not making anything. And that strategy is supported by the fact that he's going Saharan Trade Network. So that Saharan Trade Network, bro, I have to speak slower saying that name. The Saharan Trade Network provides a defense that would be otherwise obtained through units. So he doesn't need to make units because he has Saharan Trade Network and Castlage is very close. He has wood to use. But I think he can start going to Castlage as well. He made the Ghazi Raiders to defend the sacred sites because the Warrior Scouts could arrive and just, like this, just snipe. They are sniping indeed. Well, good management there with the Pro Scouts. Not the Pro Scouts, the Warrior Scouts. Farimba! It's Farimba! Because you have so much food under the TC. You can buy cows later on to eat them as well. So that's okay. But still, the problem that we pointed out early in the game still stands. How will Corvinus secure that second goal? He needs a keep? Does he go for a keep? Maybe like closer to B's base? That secures... Because, for example, there's like 3 golds down here. If you can see my mouse. 3 golds down there. So maybe a keep around the gold and the stone to protect 2 golds. I don't know. It's a bit complicated for Corvinus here. He's making a lot of buildings. Is he going freeborn? And you know, I think they could add another unit to the Farimba, which will be like a special Donzo, where their javelin that they throw does more damage or something, because they have two special Musafadis basically, and one special javelin thrower. A special Donzo could be cool. It's going to be the Freeborns, and Corvinus did display on the qualifiers as well. And I think it was here on this map too, versus Mongols? I don't think it was versus Mongols, but it was versus somebody that was good, playing a good Civ on this map, and he was able to beat them with Freeborns. 5 ranged armor. But Gazis, you know, Gazis don't have armor. Or don't do range damage, I mean.
That's another Scholar snipe down
Yeah.
here. Looks like B is willing to stay. He's got a lot of Scholars out there, so I'm not totally surprised.
Yeah, it's 65 gold loss, right? It's like, it's worth the risk. If you get the capture, it immediately pays for itself. In fact,
it also
he
buys time.
ambitiously tries it again.
I think one key thing here is that as long as the Scholars are being beaten up, it's not your villagers, it's not your age up being harassed. It definitely buys time for B to get to Castle Age and just essentially make sure that those warrior scouts aren't harassing him while doing so.
That's pretty greedy from B. Going for the widest relic instead of the closer one. Like right now, he only has 1 relic coming home. Corvinus is pumping the freeborn. He's getting ready to make his move. B is going to react with the lances. Not a bad idea here, actually.
Corvinus upgraded warrior scouts to Castle Age, so I think he wants to use them with the Freeborns.
And you have substantially more health, right? 175 versus 230. Admittedly, you're paying a much prettier penny here. Corvinus, instead of going Donzo to counter this, he's actually going Musafadi.
Musafadi actually makes sense in the perspective that if B, imagine you go Spears and B can just switch to Man-at-Arms, and the Musafadis will already be able to beat that, but the Gazis will be able to resist the Musafadis. They still take good damage though from them.
Basically losing half of your units already.
Yeah, I think B is just thinking too much about home blades. Like really, a genuine elephant is just kind of game changing. The problem is if you go elephants, like you just get kited, right? It's like he has to have a justifiable cavalry force before he can then go for something a bit slower, such as those elephants.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of food to work with, but he doesn't have the gold right now. Slowly pushing up the middle though, and he does have 2 sacred sites still. He's also collecting relics. Corvinus wasn't able to leverage this timing really well so far. He's taking the fight in the stealth forest. He doesn't have all his troops near here. He does have a consistent build-up, however, and a lot of the troops from B are beaten up badly, so maybe Corvinus is going to be able to get something out of this timing soon.
And B could be dragging back a lot more deer than this, right? Like the scouts are just kind of AFK on the side of the fight. I think he's got a bit of select all army brain going on. Feels like he's kind of missing the trick here. So pretty much front lines of them. That's not really going to last that long. It's better to stick the guards in the front. Lancers are going to be committing.
But I think it helps the scouts frontlining.
Musafadi will be able to melt through.
Nice.
Beak.
Nice fight from Corvinus. Corvinus can go look for some eco. The scout was there on the eco before. Is Corvinus buying cows? I'd like to know that.
That's kind of what I'm feeling as well. At the same time, I think maybe Corvinus is overstaying his welcome here a little. He's kind of getting surrounded from 2 sides. He's got a lot of very heavily injured units here. Corvinus has to finish those off. He has done a really good job with the micro though, and
more Musafadis are coming around here, but not enough, not enough. The cavalry stands strong, the cavalry stands strong. That's why also sometimes it's good, I think, to mix some Donzos with the Musafadis, because the Donzos can get that stun. And then the Musafadis take less damage, and they can fight for longer periods of time.
B's kind of skimping on Scholar production out the Dome of Faith. Like that.
Bro, so many Lancers coming out from B. I think it's over. I don't think Corvinus can defend. At least not right now, but maybe he can defend a bit soon. If he accumulates just some units.
that we're seeing. If it wasn't for this initial force getting cleaned up, it would be a rather promising army. But at the end of the day, you're looking at a substantially higher army value for B. 19 knights is no joke, and own blades are coming in slow and steady.
Yeah, once those relics return, acceleration of the pace here, right? Like more text faster. Corvinus, I mean, after all the freeborn play, like B's counterplay has completely disarmed him, right? Instead of even using Freeborn, it's simply going to be Musafadi now. Kind of makes you wonder if Donzo's would have just made more sense at this stage. Gives you the Braze, gives you a nice counter. Maybe Corvinus's thought is that Musafadi gives him counter raid potential. But right now, I'm just seeing a man struggling to survive. So with that in mind, focus on the defense. Focus on the Donzo.
He's making no units. Corvus is not making a lot of units.
So far, I think the problem is that Musafadi are just so fragile.
Yeah, Musufadi are very fragile, very.
They are, and they have bonus damage against heavy units. But you're not going to get any of that bonus damage if you just die on the spot. Look at this, Knights charge in, and you lost half of your army already.
It's just also the difference in health, right? Like, remember, the Knights are high enough base damage that the bonus damage you get as Musafadi doesn't really matter here. Difference.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you need the support of the Spearman, I think.
It's coming in, it's going to be even more one-sided. Like, this game looks over. You know, Corvinus, he has limited time to work with because, remember, he did go Pro Scouts, he didn't go Fulani. And at this point, your opponent has 4 relics home, soon to be 5th. Right? Like, what have you really got going for you as Malians to stay in this?
There's just not much. And it's difficult because this whole Zerking idea might just work if it wasn't for the fact that B was able to retain all these knights, and now he's getting elephants, and he's sitting on 4 relics, he's got at least 1 sacred site, and 30 lancers at minute 15 is just...
It's really good. 30 lancers at minute 15, it's really good.
What Malians is meant to be, right? I said that like a Zerg Civ, but when you don't have Fulani, it's different. You're more quality-based, right? So like, Farimba has to win you the initial engagements, or you're just eco-weak for the next play. It's not like when you have Fulani where you're like, yeah, I'm just going to open Sofa, and then I'll get more Sofa, and then I'm going to add him lots of Musafadi. Like, you're missing substantially high amounts of food from your build order here. And just the read by B to go into Lancers was pristine, man. Like, it just completely counters what moves Corvinus potentially had. Freeborn don't work, the Musafadi can't scale quick enough. Now we have the War Elephants. Even Archers are coming to play at a point where Corvinus is finally saying, okay, let's go Donzo.
Donzos are the right answers to these units right now.
But not to the archers coming through, yeah.
Only well what the natural response is. Now, this is good from Corvinus. One thing that you get with the Musafadi is this stealth ability to potentially surprise B. I just don't know if this is going to be enough here. Like, you killed 1 or 2 villagers, sure enough, it's nice, but it doesn't offset the differential of 5 relics to sacred sites. And more importantly, you got to find ways to stop 35 lancers. And even if you have Donzos, you just don't have the mobility to track down all these knights. They're just going to run circles around you.
Well, like, realistically, what stops B from just going...
Yeah, very complicated for Corvinus right now.
Address the elephant in the room. There literally is one here. You know, you have garrison spots for 25 villages. You have 53. Like, if 35 lancers go in, Corvinus is mincemeat.
Yeah, it's 3 sacred sites for B as well. Upgrades are coming in for B. He's going to have full Castle Age upgrades very soon. He already has the eco upgrades. And Corvinus does have a gazillion Donzos. But the moment B starts mixing in some archers, there's going to be nothing that really stops this force. I don't think B needs to rush anything, though. I feel like he's just going to continue running circles around Corvinus and see if he can chip away at the villagers.
Yeah, I think the thing for B is, like, he needs to come to me now, right? Like, I'm just ahead. It's going to take a lot of effort for Corvinus to theoretically get back into this. He definitely needs to start by getting ranches online. But, you know, you need space. You need to start expanding for that. Looks like Corvinus...
True, but Corvinus also had a very tough spawn on this game, right? Because of the gold. So he worked with what he had. And he has to succeed now.
He's actually just going to give him space here.
I like this a lot here. I don't think it's a matter of giving space because you're afraid of that army. I think he's trying to lure that army in. Because the moment Corvinus heads to the other side of the ridge, it's going to be exceptionally difficult for him to just pull back and escape those knights. I think right now, he's going to try to bait him out.
I mean, I think B is just going to go Imperial Age.
Maybe.
That could be a possibility, then maybe get some free elephants or get an insane boost from the Hisar Academy.
Risky because B is doing some ballsy things. For example, the east side berry gathering. He's literally right next to Corvinus's base.
That just speaks.
And those villagers on the berries from B here will get walled in. Like those guys here will get walled in. if those walls go through.
I mean, you
Why-
can't really
why
march
would
your
he?
army out there. Like, if you do, these lancers march in, which is what they're going to do right now. Corvinus needs to be quick on the fingers.
Nope.
Just ride on
Corvus is so
round.
far away from this.
He doesn't even
He's got
notice
no
in
one
time.
back at home.
Yeah, the pull a little bit late there, so it will be a club down of several villages. Nice raid there, and nothing lost for B.
Yeah, that's it's just so ugly. Now the Donzos are back at home. Knights will just disengage, and
Okay, Corvinus is holding, but like the casters were saying, B has a lot of mobility advantage, so if they can be exiting with these knights and entering with another group.
A full melee army of infantry.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I want to see some French gaming. I'm pretty sure people just banning Byzantines all the time. And are they banning Byzantines and HRE? Are they not the... Because you can only ban two, right? Or maybe they're banning China and Zushi because of Pro Scouts meta. B is not going Imperial. He's reinvest. Holy! The screen even froze. That army is too powerful from B. Corvinus, they have similar amount of units, but I think B's units are better, but not a lot of archers. And Corvinus' army does counter the cavalry, inclusive the elephants on the spearmen and the Musafadi, and then the freeborn can tank the ranged units. They're a bit weird to macro though, because they're not really fast. And sometimes they get stuck in the other militaries that you have. B's coming in.
Almost win that fight, if not win that.
Oh, nice defense from Corvinus with the Donzo over there, catching the knights that were about to kill the villagers. Oh, Corvinus has no more space to feed the Bills. Bills exposed. He's running around. Where's the rest of his units? They were chasing the knights still, right? So they're coming back, hopefully. Manganel for Corv. Oh, B has so many sprinkles because you can make them faster with the scholar inside. Corvinus was also buying cows, you can see, so that's good value under the town center. And the elephants are now the siege. They're killing the town center. That makes sense. Let's go.
But also a ram.
they are. It's essentially your siege to take out buildings with, and Corvinus does have this choke point, and oftentimes I see it.
Yeah, choke point fight can be the saving grace for Corvinus. But they are behind in Nico. They lost 16 villagers so far. They lost. Oh, Com caralho, almost. That's over. I think that's over.
Springles, I mean, this is the perfect place to fight. Like, your base is your tomb here. You are lining up for full penetration.
Oh, KP, I don't know if you can say that.
Even joined in. I guess that makes this kind of a fair fight. It's basically the big archers and the big spears. But look at how quickly he builds. Delhi versus Malians is a bloody nightmare.
Let's go. GG, dude. GG.
We go B with the 1-0. He's just... I don't know what to say about this matchup, KP. It has been interesting, to say the least. Besides that, I mean, I felt like Corvinus had the head start going into Castle Age and wanted to execute a timing attack. It didn't come together, and that was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, well, Marlins being from Africa, this must be very confusing. So I think quite often, like, you know, down that region, lions are meant to be the king of the jungle, but not here. No. Elephants are most definitely the true king of the jungle. And B, looking as good as always in this opening game. Corvinus is going to have to dig deep to even put a dent in this lad right now.
He has to. It's just going to be so difficult because, again, when the dust settles, what are you going to do? Like, what is your win condition? How is this going to come together?
Uh-oh. That's
Let's
an
go.
also pick, and it ain't a meme. So B, Cat.
So I want to see. Corvinus has Ayubids, Japanese, JD, and Rus, and he has Byzantines. So Ben was Delhi, Zushi and China, Zushi, China, Rus, and the Ayubids. Oh, in the Order of the Dragon. B banned Order of the Dragon. Corvinus banned Ayyubids. HRE, BSHRE, or had Delhi as well, Mongols, Ottomans, English and French. Oh, actually, it's the first moving out of today. Sometimes it does get boring, so I don't mind to see a moving out here.
Into Lions. Then here we head to moving out for game number 2, B with the 1-0 lead against Corvinus once again. The winner of this series will face Vortex tomorrow in the group stage deciders. The loser is going to be eliminated. And we will have B in command of the Ottomans with the color yellow, and on the other side, Corvinus with the red Rus.
And it already begins. B is paranoid about a Kremlin rush here, so we'll just get the wall up just to be safe. Actually, still Kremlin rush in the center, right? Like, you know, it's interesting. Moving out can usually be dominated by the Civ that has a defensive landmark. And I say defensive in the funkiest way possible, because it can be a very offensive landmark with a shared wood line. But B, he doesn't really have that type of option, right? It's Madrissa or Sultani trade network. We're probably going to be seeing the Sultani, but just because you don't really need extra food, you're going to have fishing for that. The gold trickle is really nice as well, because it means if you do get shut off of the mainlands, you'll still have some way of producing.
Fair enough. It's going to be utter chaos, though, and I'm wondering what the game plan is here for either side. B has walled off the south. He did not wall off the north just yet, as I'm saying that. That's going to happen as we speak. And Corvinus plays the hunting cabin towards the middle first and then canceled it. You can actually see the foundations of it. Makes me wonder why exactly he did that. That opening looks very inviting for a certain landmark.
Yeah, we're not letting that through, though. Not on the other side, at least. So, like, the good news is if a Kremlin drop gets done in the center, you can just dodge north-south, right? Like, there's still plenty of wood to go around. And one cool thing as well for B is you have to remember that for him, you know, scaling fishing is cheaper. Lodges are very expensive for Rus. The other interesting part is the dock costs, right? So if you want to go more extensive with your dock play, you do have the 100 wood cost instead of the 150.
Before we go any further, though, I do want to ask you, this is some little AoE trivia. Do you know the original name of this map? Because this is a concept that does exist in, I think, AoE 2 as well. Well, I know it exists in AoE 2. I just don't know if it was carried over directly or this was just essentially the same concept. But do you actually know the original name of this map?
Judging by some of the names in the past, I'm going to go with plus with a hole in it.
No, it's actually called Hamburger.
Why? I know the tree line makes it look like a hamburger, I get, but why?
Because you're sandwiched together on an island.
Then just call it sandwich.
But no, because it's round.
Yeah.
So it looks like a bun, and that
This discussion in AoE 2 the map is called Hamburger, but it's a sandwich. It's round.
Throw it out. You know?
But
Like, I don't know.
You
I
got
know what
red
you're
and
eating.
yellow in the middle, so you've got your ketchup, you've got your mustard. What else do you want?
A patty that isn't green? Like, maybe I'm too fussy, but I don't know. I might send that back to the chef. So we do have a move out in the meantime. Gold is being gathered. And for Corvinus, he doesn't care. He doesn't need it because hunting cabins plus a golden gate is all that he needs in his world.
I love how B moved out early on. I think you kind of need to do that just to make sure that you don't get into any like super chaotic scenarios here. And I would actually love to see him being maybe a little bit more proactive, moving his lumberjacks out as well. I think if you're looking at Corvinus here, I would expect some level of chaos coming in. This tower is just going to be to boost the lumberjacks, but you know, as time goes on, these towers will get more and more threatening for B.
True, but at least it's not a Kremlin, right? The Gatling gun mode isn't going to be a problem. We do have the dot drops coming in both north and south, and this is the thing I was warning about, right? At this stage, would you like to count the amount of docks that Corvinus has?
Well, I'm not really good at mathematics, but I don't really need to really use my brain for this. Right now, he's sitting on none. And I wonder what the game plan is here for Corvinus, because, okay, your feudal age, welcome. You're kind of stuck on an island. What is the game plan?
I think he's just going to outpost rush him.
But here's the thing.
It's a
Oh,
ram
yeah,
rush
he's making a
rush.
range. He's making a range.
Yeah, and
So
a
here's what you
blacksmith,
do
right?
if you're B. You flee. If you're B, you just make 1 or 2 combat ships and prevent Corvinus from coming onto the water. And then flee the central island. You've got your transport, just migrate out, and that's basically it.
Okay, hear me out. You ego chow him. You have got Sipahi. You also have got fishing. And your opponent is building archers and rams?
Maybe.
He doesn't have the food to build spearmen. He legitimately has no food income.
That is actually... What even am I watching?
You are watching a man speed running elimination.
Oh boy, I'm starting to see what's going on here. He's trading on the market. He made a market because
Yeah.
his idea is that I'm not collecting food. I have a little gold trickle, but this is all about saying, okay, I have the Golden Gate, and I will be selling my wood to get all the resources I need. And
Corvinus not getting food. What the hell? He wants to go for a ram? He wants to... Huh? He wants to go in and kill the landmarks. If he does it quick enough, B will not be able to build a third landmark far away. And then Corvinus can actually get it. That would be a very genius idea. Let's go.
so, I think if you're B, you're rushing Castle and you're building your third landmark on the outside and say, okay, you destroyed 2 of my landmarks, and then considering that this is an Omega all-in, good luck following that up with anything.
And keep in mind, the gold gathering's on the outer island. He has got fishing. Like, he will get what he needs to go Castle Age. He even has a bunch of sheep waiting here to be gathered later. So...
Yeah, it's a matter of whether he can do this in time, because Corvinus is going to have 3 rams out here.
But, like, dude,
But I think B can do it in time. He's very close to a job. Right? He doesn't need to contest water. Doesn't need to invest.
so, like,
Now,
the funny
a couple
part
moments
is...
ago, it didn't look that good, but now that he
Yeah.
had all the drop-offs, it's looking pretty healthy. And let's not forget, Corvinus, he needs to chop his way through first. B's using that transport just to scout the back of the base, realizing there is nothing going on. They're all concerned about a potential chop-through.
True, Corvinus needs to chop through still. But B is building the tower. And that will be able to cancel the vills.
Going to be the one that's telling him.
I gotta say, villagers, I mean, in general, units in AoE4 are bloody blind. Like, if we show full vision, there's literally 1 or 2 trees in the way.
That's true.
You think you'd see...
Bro, good insight. There is only 1 tree, but these villagers can't see them. And B is going Imperial already. Corvinus is throwing so hard. It's his plan. It's a cool plan. Let's celebrate that.
Does on this little island will eliminate B. Best thing he can do is just completely destroy his base and say, okay, you restart on the outside, and then B's gonna be like, sure, and you just do your thing in the middle, because it's not like there is much to be done in the middle.
But B might lose town center. And then he has docks to make fishing boats, but that's only food. While Corvinus can make a transport ship and go for deer in the back of the map. This map is for sure interesting. I think it's one of the best meme maps, better than Haywire. I don't know if it's... I really enjoyed Socotra, but maybe it's better than Socotra. And it's better than Mountain Clearing for sure. 11 views coming out.
How you just build... All you have to do now...
That's a very interesting match though. Very interesting strategy. Let's see it playing out.
Like, congratulations, this is now prison. Welcome to Alcatraz.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Bro, but Corvinus is taking so much time to chop through. Wait, he's going transport? He wants to kill the new landmark first? He just wants to go around the island. He doesn't want to really chop through? Because if he chops through, the enemy can come in as well. But then you make walls. Rams coming in with the archers. Let's go. I want to see Corvinus win, actually.
But he couldn't in time, and then he saw the Castle Age. Think about this, KP. Corvinus knows fully well that the third landmark is going to be outside. So
Yeah, exactly. The transport ship can allow Corvinus to go and kill the landmark. B is making a mangonel. He has villagers over there, ready to defend. But archers! Pop the archers, pop, 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 pop. Archer! Oh no, it's from the free landmark. The mangonel, true. Oh, there you go!
Maybe 10 seconds go
Yeah.
around there.
But
I mean, he
again,
could-
again, you have to get to the outside anyways. So sure, it's not helpful right now, but you have a third landmark to take out.
Let's go, Corvinus, before B makes any buildings that make units. But to have a mangonel, will that be enough? But wait! B can kill the transport ship! Because B has military boats. No! B has no military boats, so he can't kill the transport ship. Pull the wheels, Corvinus! Pull the wheels! Kill the TC! 1,000 wood for Corvinus! Sell it? Use the wheels, bro, use the wheels! Oh no! The TC is going down. Oh, but B has knights. GG. B will have knights on the other landmark. Good play from Corvinus. Just took too much time. Because now Corvinus has to make... Oh! He can kill the... No, he can't kill the transport ship. He can't. It's too bulky. And the B can still heal the transport ship as well. But Corvinus can make spearmen and go for the third landmark because B only has knights and the mangonel. And the mangonel, right? That will be a problem for Corvinus to deal with. Like I said, good idea. Really good idea. Oh, Corvinus can go steal those sheep, by the way, with his scout. What can Corvinus do? I don't know. Mangonel and Knights. The Knights will just kill the Rams, and the villagers can heal the landmark. And Corvinus only has 3 archers. It's looking bad for Corvinus. B must be like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, he should.
This game is so... Oh, dude. This map never fails to deliver.
I love this map. I know some people hate it. Ultimate madness map. Now, here's the thing. Corvinus is trying to snipe dogs because... Corvinus is trying to snipe dogs because B is making ships because B doesn't want Corvinus to ever reach the land. And now he transports the knights into the middle island. I did not expect that, I'm not gonna lie, but that must be it.
I was waiting for this, man. They've just been sitting there. They're like, soon we will return to our homelands to reclaim it, brothers. And the mango's here too. Wait,
you can't do him like that.
Surely not. Surely he hasn't even built the rest of the wall yet. I mean, yeah, okay, this is a great wall, but wait, what are we doing?
Oh.
And now he's body blocked out. And he's dead.
Well, I think I prefaced this whole series saying that, okay, you know, Corvinus is known for delivering entertaining series. That, I think...
That was entertaining, sure. Yeah. Good game. Let's get it.
We are, you know, we're getting close to being back on track with the schedule. I mean, we're still like an hour over. Actually, I think we're going to be probably an hour and a half to 2 hours over when we were meant to start the final series. But we are getting back to on schedule-ish, and it's starting to look like it's going to be a 3-0.
I genuinely wonder what would have happened if Corvinus didn't commit to like 9 Rams. It's tricky because he needed to make sure he takes out the buildings, but this game kind of fell apart when B was able to get to Castle Age on the outside. From there on out, there was absolutely no way that you can landmark snipe him.
But at that stage, you know, you've spent 9 minutes of the game not gathering food, just relying on like trade. You're kind of locked into this play at that stage, Lidicore.
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, he had the ghost signal when he had like 9 rams or so. Could this have been done with like 7 or so to make it tighter? I genuinely don't know. I don't think that's the case. But the point is, B diagnosed what was coming, and the moment he was able to get to the outside area and get that landmark up there, this game was basically over.
So, we are going to be heading into map number 3, Kalauga. Jean versus Mongols.
Kerlogar.
Kurlaugar. I think Mongols have an advantage here. But because they don't need houses. JD also don't need houses on the first dock, but then they do.
If things continue the way they are.
I mean, I heard Corvinus has a package to pick up, so
He
I
said
guess
that the drop-off site was 24/7, okay? So he could be playing
okay.
5 more hours.
I mean, at this rate, it doesn't feel like the package is going to be a T-shirt that says "Congratulations on a win over B." This is looking pretty brutal. 2-0 lead so far. For those just tuning in, you have missed meme extravaganza. We may now reach a new level of memery. I know that Corvinus is quite a fervent believer in Jean on hyper maps, right? So like the whole idea is that if you can force boat on boat action, Jean can snipe them down, and she also gets a lot of XP. I don't think Kalauga is the map that really gets that, right? Like it's not like, for example, Canal, where you could see people adding 8 boats into a fight.
No, I don't think so. It's Kirlogar is a weird map in a way because boats can have an effect, but at the same time, the game might just shape out in a way that they are totally useless. They are very much offset to the flanks, so if you have most of the action going on in the middle of the map, those boats will be very much useless.
So we won't get to see Lakeside, maybe. I'm kind of curious, actually, because like actually, no, I'm not that curious. I'll be totally real with you. Like French, English have been like some of the lead picks, and Japanese, I don't know, have been kind of falling apart on that map. So if we go deeper, Borderland has some potential there, right? He has got IU or Byzantines. Likely we see HRE versus IU can be tight. But maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too positive. Political. He has to make it past this right now. Jean, definitely a Civ that I think has been struggling for quite some time. It's really bad when you even see people on Twitch saying Jean needs a buff. Never thought I'd read that. So let's see if Corvinus can buff up his chest and get a point on the board. We head into Kalauga, B with the Mongols, and Corvinus with his Jean. This might end up being the quickest game so far.
That would be quite an accomplishment, considering that most of the games that we've seen were sub 15 minutes. In fact, the previous one was pretty much over in 6 minutes, practically.
I think, like, what was it? Game 1 was maybe 22 minutes. Game 2, I think, was 11 or 12. This following
Yeah, this one is gonna be like 15 minutes as well.
in from Corvinus. Meanwhile, B, would you like to guess what he's likely to do?
Rush.
Docks.
No, he's gonna dock. Okay.
Yeah, he'll dock center. And then
Look at the secret site in the middle of the river. Never seen that before.
nice. Jean hates Keshiks. Obviously, Knights can beat Keshik play, but Jean herself hates contesting heavy cavalry units because they can snipe either form. Wait, has he changed? He's changing his mind.
Okay, he's not gonna dock.
No, he's gonna. He just scouted that Corvinus docked, so he's now gonna turn this into an outburst rush.
All right, I kind of like this, partly because I feel like both of these players just embrace chaos, and I don't know if Corvinus is going to try to play anything standard or this is just going to be some cheese anyways. Let's just say that the dock opening is definitely more on the usual side of things. He does have a front gold mine though, so that's something that could be challenged by B. Corvinus does have a backup gold all the way at the back. That's pretty far away from the TC, so he would have to walk quite a bit to get to that backup.
We'll definitely at least be seeing Spearman take out that dock play. You don't really want to contest Jean directly. This is one of the weird things, is like the first 2 spears, Jean doesn't have to care. You can't stop them getting enough gold because she has 150 HP. So you don't even need to actually fight them. You just get stabbed in the face while you keep mining. So instead, he'll go for what he knows he can deny, which is going to be the long food. And that matters because, you do have the deer that start close to your base. But outside that, usually what you're going to see is players topping out at about 8 sheep each. It's actually not that much on Kalauga. It's a very peaceful start for a game that's about to get chaotic.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, 3 minutes in and nothing crazy happened. That's quite uncommon for a matchup between these two players.
Right? And you've got also the stream running, the river. It kind of gives that very peaceful kind of sound. If anyone in the chat is desperate to go to the toilet right now, that's probably just like triggered them, right? Because of the rush of water.
It's going to be quite a commitment from B in terms of Spearman. He's going up to 6 spears, and, well, considering it's a School of Cavalry,
School of Cavalry, obvious.
also means that he's going to have a response to the initial Knights coming in. Quite a few villagers from Corvinus committed to this build-up, though. That's not something that you commonly see from Jean.
Well, Khan is going to be annoying. Yeah, so... I mean, I don't know if he's banking a lot maybe the initial Knight. It's tricky, though, because the thing with Mongols is they can keep a really tight formation at this stage in the game. There is a trade-off, though, right? Like, because B chose to guard the gold with his TC, his deer that's meant to be really safe next to the town center is far, far away. So, like, there is a risk if B doesn't get a lot of sheep here. He may have a really short life to the push here.
Yeah, B is still in Dark Age, so let's not forget that. But I love how compact B's base is, by the way. He's got save gold, wood, and as long as he has sheep, he also has food under that town center. So it's actually going to be pretty difficult for any knights to hit his eco.
Wait, is B trying to shove the deer with a gur? I don't think that works,
so.
Right? I don't think they react to buildings.
I don't know.
If we check the deer to the left side, because he's got... Yeah, it just gave up.
The thing is that it might work, but the radius in which the units react might be very different. So, like, scouts actually have a much smaller radius than spearmen do. So I don't know if that plays a role. Nevertheless,
It's archership. The interesting part is spreading out the spearman lets it spawn. It wasn't coming out otherwise. So we better burn down the dock. The archership is now in play. Kind of crazy, actually. B just showing a lot of respect there.
Yeah, B.
In demo.
He was expecting the demo, scatter the spearman, and that gave time for the archer ship to come out.
Spears. A lot of these spears are badly beaten up now. But at the same time, Corvinus had to commit to a galley first. He still doesn't have a dock to drop off fish to. And at the same time, look at his eco. It's just not looking healthy right now. Jean is still level 1, by the way. And there are no knights coming out whatsoever.
And that's the tricky thing, right? Like, B, he stockpiled enough stone to go for an immediate Keshik pump. And now, because he's got the Khan here, like, B will see you trying to pull a villager. So he's moving in. He's dropping his own dock in the mid-river. Something that Corvinus isn't even looking for, by the way. Is he on the way now? Okay, the scout's going to reveal it, but I think that might be too late. This dock should go up from B. Wait, how did he get out here? B should have been able to see that, right? Because you've got, what, the Falcon plus the Khan himself. He might just dive in for the kill. Yep.
Yep.
He's gonna just
Here he
send it.
goes. He's looking for the kill. That's a low HP Vil. Gonna be a
Nice
kill
moves.
on that side. Question is what he has to concede for that. Villager is still alive.
Nice move, nice move. B getting around Corvinus.
Definitely worth it. In the meantime, B has just queued up his dock units, right? So we've got Sprinkle Ship coming out, Archer Ship on the way. The Sprinkle Ship is not going to be quick enough to stop this dock going up, though. He needs to commit the Spearman.
And a War Junk is now closing in. Oh!
Wait, he hasn't finished it. He hasn't finished it. This is going to be tight.
He does finish it just in time, but you also have to look at the cost. I mean, he had to pull Jeanne d'Arc to fight off a Springgold ship. That's what we're looking at right now.
But the reason why that worked is actually the Archer Ship took the hit from the Springgold. If it wasn't for that, that turning shot would have hit it. Demo Ship is now coming out. And we talked about this, right? It's like, this is what Corvinus wants. If you can turn it into a war exchange, you get big wads of XP like that.
Yeah, this is looking better and better for Corvinus. It's also a very chaotic game as things stand, which is once again something that he loves to embrace. Now, he's got level 2 Jean. One knight is going to fall here, but at the same time, Corvinus did have that fishing for quite some time. He still has an equal lead, 1 worker or so lead against his opponent.
He does need to be careful, though. Like, this is starting to turn into a bit of an overextension from Jean, because there is now another Sprinkle Ship in play. His Archer Ship is also overextended. He's desperate to get that 23 XP. More knights are going to be queued up. B hasn't added any more land units yet.
I think he's gonna get that kill because this chunk has nowhere left to go.
The village is being pulled, but that's way too late.
Yeah, that's gotta be late. And there's a demo coming in from the other side. If you damage this war chunk a little, you can one-shot it with a demo. The galley's gonna go down no matter what, but yeah, there is the demo coming in.
He wants to pull the villager.
That's gonna be.
Oh, that's gonna be big.
Oh no!
Maybe.
Nice move. GD's getting so much experience there.
In fact, Jean can't find anymore. She's gonna die. She's actually getting
Bruh, what happened there? Actually, she survives.
damage on this thing now. It's a wasted demo.
That was a sick dodge. No. What is happening?
I mean,
He needs to commit
move
this
away.
before he loses the ship.
Just
Oh, Corvinus. Good damage.
what? He might still kill Jean. Divine Restoration, but that was a sick micro B. Just getting the right angle before turning around. The knight is going to try to burn this. If he keeps running away, I don't think she gets the XP. He's going to go back towards her, though. The archer ship's now coming in, but more XP in the pocket.
Let's go. Great moves from Corvinus as well. Great moves from both players. Corvinus here getting a lot of valuable XP for JD because there is no land fights. So he needs to get experience from someone else. Well played indeed, brother.
Gonna have some Khan's hunters coming in here for B, so he hasn't really been investing into land units recently. That's going to change very soon.
Yeah, I'm glad B is going Magadai, because I was wondering if we were going to see this eventually. You know, it's good at chasing down Jean. There's not many knights. You could just go after land economy while you're fighting water as well, right? That's the big distraction tactic. Spears aren't going to be chasing. The knight seemed to be obsessed with the Khan. Okay. The Magadai are starting to arrive at the base. I think Corvinus might end up distracted by the two different engagements over here. Oh no, not 0 XP. Wait, what? Wait, did I miss a change? I don't remember that one. 12 XP. Okay, that's just kind of outrageous. 12 XP for the Khan is crazy high.
Villagers got a wall up, and that's huge. Little raid coming in here from B. Managed to pick off 2 villagers. Demo coming in!
Demo!
Oh.
Nice demo, bro. This game is delivering. Let's go.
It could have been a lot worse. Let's just say that. I miss the big demos from the old days.
Magadai are now turning up. The archers are starting to scale for Corvinus. B, you don't want to go full Magadai. Never go full Magadai. Your goal here is to try and get a smooth Keshik transition. Unfortunately, so far, these Magadai aren't really chopping away at the economy that well. Bit better now.
They've been picking up villagers left and right.
Oh, yeah, it's adding up now. So 6 worker kills to 1. Corvinus has still got fishing, but he's not got much, right? Yeah, he's gone for safety plays on both sides. So aggressive docks from B means if he gets fishing online, he has 2/3 of what's on the map.
One thing that's tricky for Corvinus is that he's going double docks, and his wood line is being harassed.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for him.
Yeah, he can't keep up because Mankidai's harassing the wood line is really, really efficient.
Eviscerate Mangadai in an open fight. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult for Corvinus to really get those archer numbers up. Now he's queuing up 4 more, but while doing so, it means that he's going to have to essentially concede making ships for some time. He does have a good resource bank, though, so we might just see Corvinus going into Castle Age here.
I mean, what's the price going to be? Price of admission here could end up being quite high if Magadai keeps scaling, though. And it's one of those type of players that you might get Castle, but then you might not actually be able to do anything with it. He's losing additional workers. That's now 10 worker kills in total for B.
And this map is way too open for foot archers to just cover every single angle. And you can expect more run-bys like that. Maybe, I wonder if Corvinus would benefit from dropping a tower right next to that, that angle from which B is coming in. And look at this, using the little birdie to get the scouting intel.
Yeah,
B is actually
Falcon
waiting for those archers to leave so he can swoop in with the Mangadai.
And the tricky thing is, he put an outpost up. If you check his vision, like by the time you see the Magadai, they should be in range now with the Khan Hunter to hit your villages. This is really difficult. In fact, the more he chops in this tree line, the more organic the raids are going to be. Jumps in again.
So much damage
Another
there,
big
bro.
hit here. The archers just
Ooh, yeah, Mangodai here very hard for Corvinus to deal with. So many, bro, already an 11 economical lead for B. It's not looking good. I guess Corvinus is going out right now.
It's actually neck and neck. But when it's all said and done, you're looking at Corvinus and he's now down by 13 workers, and it's not like he's got a devastating army that he can just counterattack with. I think that's the main thing here for B. He knows that he's going to lose some of the Mangodai, so be it, but it's going to be difficult for Corvinus to retaliate for all those eco kills.
It feels like Corvinus, I don't want to say got pulled off of his time at Castle. It just actually feels like his economy has been that weak that he hasn't been able to complete it. And for B, this type of military lead, this type of eco advantage, he could now mirror Castle quite comfortably.
Yeah, and he will. He likely will. He knows fully well where Corvinus' army is at. Corvinus actually gets the blacksmith upgrades for the range attack, and that's part of the reason why he doesn't yet have the gold for going into Castle Age. In fact, he's adding more knights too. He's kind of in that in-between position where he's floating some resources, but he's also investing more into feudal age troops, so he isn't actually aging. I wonder if he's going to change his mind and just say, okay, let's double down on feudal and see if I can punish him for going Castle.
He just added in another stable. I think his only way out now is like he needs to do raid damage and then look for a Royal Institute play. But B was
Yeah, Royal Institute play to give him a big edge after reaching Castle Age, but it is going to be very difficult.
General B doesn't have a good standing army. If you can get some more knights out here, you could perhaps dive this position and at least chip away at some of B's eco. You kind of have to do that. You cannot go into Castle Age here down 13 eco.
it's a big ask, right? To have 4 knights dive under that economy doesn't seem real, but Corvinus, he's scanning around the back. The outpost is going to reveal what he's up to, though, so no cheap and easy shenanigans here. The berry workers should be able to pull away. Now, I mean, this is starting to kind of approach an overextension point, right? With the Keshik pump going. The Mangonite are also coming in, so they're going to assist the fight. The Keshiks are just going to try to bait it all, but Focus Fire comes through. Corvinus, he's going to be able to hold his ground here for the time being. We have got the arrow slits getting added in, though.
I don't think B can stand and fight. At the same time, the Mangonite are the perfect units to intercept reinforcements with. So if you're B, I think you just kind of concede this position, use the Mangonite to intercept reinforcements, and then slowly
We have level 3. Level 3 shot is in. But as good as this usually looks in Feudal, she may have her work cut out for her this time.
Corvinus needs these reinforcements so bad. I think we are really looking at a game where one fight is going to decide who's going to win this.
Nice interception as well. The Mangonite do find that second layer.
Mangonite being used very, very well here for B. Because you gotta remember that Corvinus is behind a lot. So, even if he takes a good fight, doesn't mean he wins the game. And even if he takes a good fight, if he loses a bit too much units, it's over. So it's not only important for him to win the fight, he has to win the fight in the best way possible. But B, losing some units here, the Mangonite walking around, Corvinus chasing the Mangonite not the best because they're really hard to chase. JD goes down! Good micro from the Keshiks. The archers are going down too for Corvinus. More archers. He's chasing the Mangonite. That's good. But the knights are so low HP. Nice charge there. Good fights, but this is good actually for B. Because he is ahead in economy.
Knights, and he didn't get them.
I think what B was doing here is why he wanted Sean gone so badly is so that he could just meat grind it, right? Because he should have the better economy. But it's such a high price to pay, man. And now back down to practically no Keshiks. Corvinus is going to continue to scale archers. I don't see a world in which he gets to go Castle Age still, but apparently he has a fighting chance here. It was an expensive buyback, but one that definitely felt worth it.
I think the trick here is that B has the better economy, but at the same time, he's making awfully expensive units. Keshiks are brutally expensive for a feudal age economy, and they're actually fairly easy to kill once the knights start charging in. At the same time, Corvinus' eco is just so...
But also, I want to mention that Corvinus should have cheaper knights with the consecration from Jeanne d'Arc, so that can help him stay alive even with worse eco.
Middle of a spearman transition here. He now knows that there is going to be spearman coming out to deal with the Keshik.
And I feel bad for Corvinus. Kind of the same feeling of like, you know, I almost forgot about the Magadai because the fighting was on the other side. But we see what happens the moment that Corvinus has to take a breather. This type of punishment comes through. Fishing also now just getting shut out. Like, remember, the Magadai is still here, right? Like, at this stage, you could just keep rotating them around. Looks like Short is going to attempt to dive underneath the TC. Remember, she has got a lot of missile resistance, but kind of Seeker destroying, struggling to stick on top of targets, right? With Yam, it's usually quite easy to kite this out.
Ooh, GD will be going down again. The Megadai keep chasing. Look at that. Knight intercept? Yeah, Knight's intercept. Ooh! Corvinus is going into so many rams. Do we need those many rams? Or, I mean, are they going to be useful, though?
A bit
That's
ambitious.
exactly it. Keshik's looking for a dive, and I think B is just looking to clump up those villagers and pull away the knights before trying to look for another dive.
I think ideally you just try to get castle age here gradually, right? Like, just make sure you got more Keshiks than there are knights, and then you sneak into the veterancy. Like a Kurotai, because what happens with this type of eco league, Corv has to dive you. So, like, Kurotai will be a pivotal moment in that engagement. But hasn't quite reached that cavalry comp that makes him feel safe yet. More Magadai coming. I mean, the Magadai, I feel like there's a critical mass number in mind here, right? Where he doesn't care about archers, but this is a lot of
landmark
rams.
snipe against Mongols.
But all the villagers! But Mongols can move the landmarks! It's desperation from Corvinus. He's not using the knights to defend. He's not using his knights. Oh, it's a good idea, but I don't think it's gonna work. Good idea, though. Interesting for sure. The second landmark runs. The first landmark is being repaired. We can see the HP of the TC, though. Why? It's on fire now. It will go down, but John's riders appear. One landmark left. Corvinus. No, the landmark. Oh, he didn't see where it went?
Yeah, this is gotta be over. The knights aren't focusing enemy vills here, so it's not like B is losing very many of them.
I mean, there's only 2 knights. What do you want from them, right? The wild
You've
part
got
is
some John's raiders as well.
Yeah, but they're more for countering crossbows. I don't have that tag. So
I really wonder if Corvinus actually missed the landmark rolling away.
Maybe. I don't think he could have done anything about
because
it.
he didn't
Like,
really react to it.
yeah, but like if you
that
don't
was
kill the TC, you die while
Fair.
running past the TC, right? Like it's choose your
I don't
poison at that
think he had
stage.
an option. I'm just saying, like, you know, it rolled away, so now all hope is lost.
His option was B picking a civ that can't move their landmarks, and yeah, X marks the spot where you die, I guess.
X. He
XU?
cannot build the D because of the berries. That's how bad things are right now for him.
So XU. I'm not sure what that means, but okay, cool. However, remember, guys, he may have no economy, no military, but Jean spawns for free. And she is level 3.
Somewhere out there, you still have 7 sad of
This game.
hoping to make a comeback. Or at least finish that XU in the middle of the map. It's not going to be an XD because the berries are blocking it. Oh, look at that. She was on the berries, but there it is.
Corvinus is out.
GG.
B will still get that opportunity to stay alive. A rematch for him against Vortex. This series that went all the way to 5 games for Corvinus. His chapter ends here.
Oh.
Sad. But this was the textbook answer to the question, let's be honest. B was anticipated to be the favorite going into this series, and Corvinus getting 3-0'd out here. But to be fair, he stayed true to his standards, and he did deliver us an entertaining.
That's true, it was very entertaining. I think the first game he could have done better. Second game was pure cinema, and this game, it was really good early game, and then it became pure cinema as well. But guys, it will be everything for us. There will be still one last set for you to watch, and probably me as well in a more comfortable place, of the series. So go check EGC TV to check the other series, and thank you very much for watching. Your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. Remember to believe in yourself and in all possibilities. And remember, the best way to be is to be your goddamn self. Tomorrow I'll be taking a break, so I'll not be here. So see you all on Monday. Thank you for watching.